this biatch. No peace with the beast. Yeah, that's motherfucking right. Welcome to the News Underground, folks. 1 second. Oh, well, that's perfectly okay, because I got too much fucking shit to talk about anyway. All right? I got way too much shit to be talking about. Hey, are you a hot single in the area? Call 1-900-660-4000. Oh, shit. Hold on. I know what's going on. Sometimes I unplug my camera when I'm using my computer because I don't, you know, you can never be too fucking sure. Oh, where's my news coat? I don't even have my news coat? My God. My God. We are listening to DJ Akoza. No Peace with the Motherfucking Beast. EP. What track is this? Back the Fuck Up. This is Back the Fuck Up. Okay. We're going to do the Fash stuff after world news. Okay, folks, let me just tell you what the hell's happening today. Yeah, I was going to start off with fascists, but no, I have something very important that I want to talk about, and I want to make sure a bunch of people are here. So we're going to do world news. Start off with world news today. Then we're going to do some fascist stuff, Ukraine stuff, Gaza stuff, ICE, Trump. Oh man, okay. I gotta reorder this. So, world, fash, Gaza. So we got to talk about the horrors that are happening in Gaza. Israel is currently expanding its operation as we speak into the Gaza Strip. Oh my God. Yeah, AI is definitely that's a nice to have to talk about the AI. Sorry, I should have done this before. Ukraine. Yeah, Ukraine is unfortunately. No, we can do that before old hell, but new hell before Ukraine. Right. Okay, it's starting to make a little bit more sense here. Yep. Okay. All right. Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking, folks. Big props once again to your boy DJ Akoza. Simply lovely underground artist. I mean, you know, it's just the fact that this shit isn't even close to mainstream says everything about mainstream. Like this is the sound. Okay, this is the sound of what's happening on the streets right now. This is the feeling. This is the vibe. You know, it's not Katy Perry. Okay, it's not Sabrina fucking Carpenter or whatever the fuck. You know, it's a catchy tune. I'm a honeybee. Come get this pollen. Okay, but no, this is the sound of reality. This is the sound of what's really fucking happening out there. DJ Akoza, no peace with the beast. Thank you so much, DJ Akoza. Please don't DMCA me. Real quick before we get started, let's not forget what we're here, why we're here, what the hell we're trying to do here. The big list of protests, okay? Big list of protests. You got no excuse. At least show up. At least show up. Get your feet wet. Get your ass out there. Bring back Kilmar Abrego Garcia over there, Chicago, Illinois, happening right fucking now. Go. Close the tab. Get out the door. It's happening right now. To all my Chicago homies. We got fucking Chester, New Jersey, Seattle, Washington, Ogden, UT. What the hell is that even? Ogden, UT. Is it Utah? Oh, yeah, Texas. Okay, yeah. Wait, no, it's not Texas. Fuck am I talking about? Utah. Yeah, okay. Don't smoke weed, folks. All right. Starmer. Yay, huh? Boy, he's killing it. Starmer. Yeah, you're doing it, buddy. You're doing it. Right? Look, I always do this, but anytime we're talking about Starmer, I need to talk about the Democratic Party in the United States in the Barack Obama era. Because it's the same shit. But this one particular happened in the Biden era, and I heavily criticized Biden because he was like, I acquiesce. Heritage Fund plan, we're going to do and they bragged about it, right? They went on TV and they bragged about it. Oh, what do you mean? We're doing your plan. You're not going to vote for your plan? Wow, what a brilliant move, huh? Right? That's what we heard all the pundits say. Oh, it's so brilliant to take that away from the Republicans, to just use their plan, use it against them. It didn't work. It didn't get them more votes. It didn't, it wasn't a smart political maneuver, and it was frankly lazy. What Joe Biden did when it came to immigration, right? So the left doesn't have an opinion on immigration anymore. We've completely acquiesced to the right-wing narrative. Immigration bad, brown people bad. And so he comes out with this statement, right? And I'm going to show it to you here. He comes out with this statement against, basically using some of the language that Nigel Farage uses. And what does Nigel Farage do minutes later? Immediately ups the ante and turns the narrative right back on him. It immediately fails. Right? Because the idea is like, I'm gonna take this away from you. Carney did that to Pierre Poilievre in Canada when he canceled the carbon tax. It was a big thing that he was talking about, and boom, what are you talking about? It's not happening anymore. You can't bitch about it. And Pierre Poilievre had hours and hours of rhetoric talking about the carbon tax. Axe the tax, axe the tax. So that worked. This doesn't work immediately because he's like, okay, we're going to go after all illegal immigrants. We're going to get them all out, all illegal immigrants. Oh, no, I'm sorry. We're going to, no, I'm sorry. I got it flipped around. He goes, we're going to completely curtail immigration. We're going to reduce immigration, a bunch of new changes to reduce migration, stop the boats. And then what does Nigel Farage do? Immediately, he's like, oh, no, it's actually all about illegal immigration. All the stuff that he just announced is not going to address the illegal immigration that's happening. So immediately, Nigel, because the idea is you're going to remove that from Nigel Farage, and then you're going to lead the narrative. You're going to take over the narrative. And that didn't happen. He came out with this announcement. Everyone's like, oh, okay, I guess we're acquiescing to the right. You're just a right winger on migration now. And Nigel Farage came out and just tweaked his rhetoric a little bit, and he's continuing on. It bounced off him like fucking Teflon. Okay? It doesn't work when left-wingers, supposedly lefties, or really, let's be real, liberals, neoliberals and liberals, it does not work to run to the right. It worked once in the 90s. It worked once in the 90s, and they can't let it go because it's the pro-corporate direction. They can't let this go. Well, can we try pivoting to the right in this way? Can we tweak our message and then implement this right-wing legislation? Doesn't work. And, I was told Keir Starmer was good at this. I was told Keir Starmer was good at politics. You know what I mean? He's not even reversing the the fucking heater tax or whatever the fuck you guys are calling it. It'll come to me. This guy doesn't know what the fuck he's doing, and it's one tier Kier. It's one term Kier. One tier Kier. It's one term Kier. An island of strangers, says the PM of a country that left the EU on bad terms. Well, I mean, he didn't. He was against Brexit, so he does deserve that credit. By the way, welcome strategy member Poodles Rule and Tisriel. Welcome back. He's not even making negotiations. No, I mean, he's not. No. Well, that's what he ran on. That's what he ran on. Everyone was like, "Oh, he's being strategic. He'll bring it up. He'll start reversing it. He'll be strategic." No, he didn't campaign on it. Remember, he campaigned. He was like, "Oh, it's a smart thing to not talk about it." Skibbity Sigma Farage as their PM. Well, that's what you guys. That's what you're gonna get. Okay, you're gonna get your own little fucking pint swilling British version of Trump. Enjoy. Let's double down on Brexit. Right? Let's double down on Brexit. It's so weird to me, though, that these guys are like supported by billionaires and incredibly rich people. They keep, Liz Truss, another good example, completely backed by the oligarchy. And all they do is fucking destroy the economy. They just have terrible ideas. I don't get it. I don't get it. I do get it, actually. It's about power, right? But let's not diverge here. Let's get this comment from your boy One Term Kier. And I hate to say that too. I really do.
These rules become even more important. Without them, we risk becoming an island of strangers, not a nation that walks forward together. So when you have an immigration system that seems almost designed to permit abuse, that encourages some businesses to bring in lower paid workers rather than invest in our young people, or simply one that is sold by politicians to the British people on an entirely false premise.
Now, to be clear, I do think that the current asylum system in a lot of European countries is being taken advantage of and does need to be reformed. So I'm not actually against certain reforms to tighten things up, to avoid these incredible loopholes that basically encourage corrupt people in these countries to do like a little cottage industry, right? To become coyotes, right? And bringing them across the border for high dollar. So things do need to be, changed here and there. But for me, it's pretty clear the language that he's using, the direction that he's going in. He's basically saying, I give up. And this is my attempt to take this incredibly powerful political tool away from Nigel Farage and reform.
Then you're not championing growth. You're not championing
Yo,
justice.
from south of Boston, it's your boy, Lenny. Welcome back, Lenny. It's good to see you. Folks, make sure, I'm sure all of you right now are currently subscribed to Lenny because you know what's up. But thank you, Lenny, for coming back. I do appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Then you're not championing growth. You're not championing justice, or however else people defend the status quo. You're actually contributing to the forces that are slowly pulling our country apart. So yes, I believe in this. I believe we need to reduce immigration significantly.
Right. So reduce immigration, then immediately, minutes later, Nigel Farage comes out and just says, "Oh, well, the big issue, the main issue is the illegal immigration, and there's no plan to change any of that. That's going to continue to get worse." Immediately, and that's it. And then it continues on with the same rhetoric, right? It's the same, bop, 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 bop. Can still hit, can still punch, right? Doesn't disarm Nigel Farage at all. Just fucking spins on a dime, right? What he needs to do is actually offer a left version of, fair immigration reform. That would require money, though. That would require higher taxes. And he's already raising taxes on the middle class, and we simply can't raise taxes on the rich. That's off the table. Straight up. They took that out of the manifesto when he was running. I was the only one who talked about it. I think I was the only one in the fucking universe talking about it, besides the person who wrote the article and made the video, some news video. I don't know, millions of videos, ago. So Marina Purkis, who is a news goddess, we'll just say, she had some things to say about this terrible, terrible political pivot. So let's hear what she has to say.
Hi guys, Marina Purkis is completely correct. So following the news and the white paper the government have put out on changes to the immigration system, which will make it more difficult for people to fill jobs in the UK, and we aren't even talking about social care, but many other sectors, the area that Farage and Reform have benefited from isn't really being dealt with. Marina attacked the plan while correctly pointing out that most people don't have a problem with foreigners doing jobs British people can't or won't do. But instead of focusing on what she calls bugbears, the government is undermining the economy to deal with Farage, but is dooming itself.
Right, arbitrarily reducing immigration just so you can then publish some results is not going to have the desired effect. We all need to have an honest conversation about the fact that we have a declining birth rate, we have an ageing population. We either have immigrants, we have immigration, and we have a functioning NHS, social care and growth in the economy, or we don't.
And she's completely correct. And I'll let you hear the rest of her monologue in a moment. But she's completely correct on this point.
Well, that's really great, Simply Steve. Yeah, I think that's, obviously, I assume the law allows you to make mistakes. I assume this is like intentional dead naming that the law is talking about, right? Now illegal in our state to dead name, misgender, or target a trans person. That's really great. I've done that so many times. I feel bad when I do it, but I call everybody dude and man and bro. And it's like, I'm sorry, bro. I don't, I'm sorry, dude. My bad. My bad, bro. And it's like, so I've misgendered quite a bit, but I always apologize, but it's like, you gotta give straight people the benefit of the doubt at least once. You got to give us a chance to at least slip up once. Okay. Come on. Give us a chance to show respect, right? Yeah, Tisrael, I know, but they're not. I mean, to some trans people, they're not, and that's perfectly okay. You can, if someone came up to me and was like, "What's up, chick? What's up, bitch? What's up? Chick." I don't know. I can't think of another one. I'd be like, I don't know, man. Maybe don't call me that. It's weird. I don't like that. And that's okay. That's okay to say that. And it's like, it's not the end of the world. People get all up in a tizzy. It's like, no, it's like, okay. Yeah, you can call me butt smear. That's the proper pronoun.
Immigrants, we have immigration, and we have a functioning NHS, social care and growth in the economy, or we don't.
Sister.
And she's completely correct. And I'll let you hear the rest of her monologue in a moment. But she's completely correct on this point. You have an aging population, and you have a declining population at the same.
Well, I mean, I honestly wouldn't care about any of that, but that's just an example I was coming up with, right? Where it's like, well, there's going to be things that you don't like being called, in a casual conversation. It's like, maybe don't call me that, and it's not like you're trying to be a jerk, right? So it's not just a trans person thing; it's a human thing, It's just about for me. It's just about doing the best I can to show respect. It's the same thing with the N-word, right? Like I don't think we should ban the N-word, but I don't use it out of respect for black people that generally don't like to see white people using that word, and it's just a respect thing for me,
Time. So the fewer people are having kids.
Yeah, Simply Steve.
And the population is getting older. So there's going to be greater pressure applied to social care and to the NHS. Now, if you close the borders, who's going to pay into the pension schemes, and who's going to look after the most vulnerable in society?
If Labour really want to win votes, right, what they should be doing is focusing on two big things. Because a lot of people are quite happy with immigration. They don't mind foreign doctors or nurses. They don't mind if people can speak English to GCSE or A-level. What they don't want to see is hotels being filled with immigrants for an indefinite period of time at great cost to the taxpayer. What they also don't want to see is the boats coming over, although they
but
are
that
in
may
smaller
not be
numbers,
affected
right?
by this.
But this is where Labour needs to be really clear and go after things.
So you see how I assume a right winger that was like, this isn't going to be affected by this, immediately shifts. They immediately, I mean, within minutes, they immediately shifted the narrative to, oh, yeah, no, the regular migration's bad, but we're really talking about the illegal immigration, and there's no plan to stop that. So everything's the same. The rhetoric's the same. The momentum's the same. Don't worry. Be afraid. Be afraid. Your country's being invaded. Don't worry. That isn't over. Immediately shifting to that rhetoric.
Things that are real bugbears, not having, and I can't believe they're making it more difficult for the social care sector to hire people.
But I suppose
we have got 131,000 vacancies.
Sure. Let's ask.
And she's completely correct on that point as well. There's a massive number of vacancies, and the government is making it more difficult for social care to access the staff it needs.
Yeah.
So at a time, as Marina has pointed out, as the population is getting older and fewer young people are being born. Now, the bugbear, of course, being stopping the boats and the people being put in hotels. Now, they're not hotels, they're ex-hotels, and we're not talking about migrants, we're talking about asylum seekers. Now, the government seem to be moving away from that. They're moving people into houses, into rented accommodation, as opposed to the hotels. The hotels seem to have become a flashpoint. So that's probably a good approach.
Effective. It's
But
effective.
the other point about stopping the boats, well, we know the best way to reduce channel crossings is to create safe routes. And there's no mention of that whatsoever.
Yeah.
This would stop the boats. Create a safe route so people don't need to...
So Keir pivots. You know, he throws another leftist, so-called leftist, liberal credential in the garbage for politics, and it immediately falls flat, doesn't work. And it's still, they're still, like, did it change? Honestly, did this announcement change the political fortunes of reform even a little bit? You know what I mean? I mean, total flat tire, you know?
to cross the channel. And this would take a massive
white replacement.
Apart from the humanitarian aspect of it, which should be the front and center argument, it would take a massive cudgel that Nigel Farage has against the government and against the Labour Party at the moment. It would take it away from him. He keeps banging on about small boat crossings. You create a safe route for people to cross the channel and avoid using these small boats. Then you take away a massive amount of support that Nigel Farage has. You would say, look, we resolved the problem. You may not like how we resolved the problem, but the public would see it as resolved. Mm-hmm. Farage can rant and rave about how the people are coming in, but at the end of the day, the people that you want to reach out to, the so-called moderates who are concerned about immigration, you would win these people over by stopping the boats, by creating safe routes. But instead, it seems to be in this other approach,
that would be a leftist way of handling it, and that would cost money. And like I said, it's off the table to get money from rich people. They are fully protected, without question, right? The only section of the population we're allowed to tax are middle class and poor people, and we're already pushing that too hard. So this is the only direction they can go in, because they're cowards. Because the Labour Party has turned into a group of cowards who actually don't know how to do politics anymore. What about in South Park where the Whites family is always angry? Yeah, not asking the Whites. That was really clever. Yeah, that was definitely some clever writing. So just wanted to show this, just a couple clips, or I think I just have one really about Pakistan, India. Of course, the latest news is that ceasefire has been signed. Things have calmed down. They were pretty close to the brink of a real hot war, but I honestly think it was India attempting to use the Kashmir massacre, as trying to take advantage of it politically, trying to say that this was an intentional false flag operation from Pakistan and attempting to escalate. And Pakistan honestly called their bluff. India's bluff. They attacked critical infrastructure. They showed that, this is not going to be a 1 week, 2 week operation, you know, because I'm sure there's a lot of people in Modi's environment that are like, you know, oh, you can wipe out Pakistan. You can just roll over them. No problem, dude. No, but let's just do a quickie war. So I'm sure there's some extremists on Modi's side that are just like, oh, we just need to be brutal and wipe them all out. Welcome back, Woke Patriot. So the whole thing kind of fell flat, and cooler heads prevailed. You know, probably bean counters prevailed because they're like, okay, yeah, you want to go trillions of dollars into debt to do this. You want to fight a protracted 5-10 year war with Pakistan. You know, the whole time, the whole world is like worried about both sides pushing the fucking nuclear button. Okay, yeah, you want to do this. You want to do this right now. And I think it was like, okay, I got cold feet. I don't, this is too much. So everyone's chill. But this is what we saw. This is posted 4 days ago. Is the ceasefire being, you know, teased? Are they still kind of poking each other? I'm sure the Chinese just pressured India out of it because a war on the border creates problems for them. I don't know. China doesn't seem to have a problem supporting wars, but maybe they're okay. Maybe they're like, one is enough. You know, because they just came out and basically in full support of for Russia. You know, they came out basically and made a pretty clear. Wasn't a direct statement per se, but it was like a pretty clear statement that, you know, they're on Russia's side. So these are students at a university. Imagine you're in college and you're chilling on the quad. And you see ordnance getting shot out of the sky. Nuclear winter. Yeah, that would be a thing. It's funny to me how useless nukes would actually be, though. Like, they'd squirt them off, you know, and then they would still be fighting. You know, like the whole idea that you push the nuke button, then the war is over is just ridiculous. You know, you've just made the battlefield much more difficult for you, you know? So once again, we're hearing students here. Yeah, hundreds of millions dead, maybe. Right? If you, he's the fucking selfie. Yo, gotta take a picture of this. Gotta put this on my Tinder, yo. Hundreds of millions dead. The fighting wouldn't stop. You know, at that point. You know, if you've squirted off the nukes.
Tanveer, who is killing the civilians?
Who is killing the civilians? Okay, all right. So pretty wild stuff, though. If you could imagine being in their shoes, you know, students on your college campus watching drones and fucking missiles getting shot out of the sky. Really isn't a maybe, considering both of the country's population density. Right, but if you're going to use nukes, don't you want to use them and make them effective against the military? I mean, sure, kill a lot of civilians, but you want to go after the military targets, right? But you would probably want to decapitate leadership, so that's where you would get the civilians. Is like, you would hit main capitals wherever the HQs are. Boy, you said it. Does feel weird. This will for sure get him 100K viewers. Yeah, definitely. I mean, what can you do? What are you supposed to do, right? I mean, fuck it. You might as well fucking joke around, I guess. So I know this is incredibly small world news section. I'm sorry about that. Nothing matters but the United States. The only thing that matters is Trump, okay? That's the only thing that ever matters. It's what happens when you have Trump derangement syndrome. Didn't you know that? Trump ally Bukele reportedly said to arrest journalists who revealed a secret pact with gangs. You know, we don't need to read this, but just one more piece of evidence. This guy's a dictator. You know, he literally calls himself the cool dictator. You know, I talked about this like last year when it was like politically hip to be cool with what Bukele was doing. And it's like the left does need to have an answer for a situation like El Salvador where the gangs have completely taken control. You know, we're seeing it in Mexico as well, right? They're not down to have a discussion. The only solution is force. The only solution is violence. There's no peaceful solution to get rid of an MS-13. There just isn't. And the left does need to have a better answer than nothing. Honestly, what is the liberal left answer to fixing MS-13? Right? You know, right? Education programs. Oh, here's a good one that sometimes lefties talk about. Let's remove all the cops. That'll work. Big problem that neoliberals have in terms of coming up with solutions is that it costs money. Once again, money you would need to gather from rich people to pay for things that, you know, it's not like you're paying for a yacht and you get to float around your yacht. It's just money that's going to poor people to help poor people. And it's like, ew. I didn't become fabulously filthy rich just for money to go to poor people. Yuck. That's literally what they feel, how they think. All right, that's it. That's all I got. If you want to read this article, it's right here. But, you know, arresting journalists, you know, the whole idea that his little police state, you know, was going to be temporary, that this was just about going after guys with MS-13 gang tattoos. And no, we're doubling down on that. We're never ending. I'm a dictator. Never giving up that power. You know, how many times do we need the Fell For It award, humanity? How many times do we need to have some, look at this guy, mascara wearing, makeup wearing, charisma bomb to come in here and tell us, you know, and fill us full of lies and happy promises about, oh, we just need to take away your liberty just for a couple minutes. And then I'll give it right back to you. There's so few cases in history of, you know, and George Washington famously is one of them, right? Of a person sacrificing power for the greater good once they've obtained it. Which is why checks and balances are so fucking important, right? It only took, 4.4 years for your democracy to crumble? Well, I mean, it's fair to argue that the beginning of the end of democracy was in the 80s with Ronald Reagan, right? With the implementation of neoliberalism as the main driving economic force, right? All right, let's get to our fascist news here. And real quick, though, before we do that, let's not forget why we're here, folks. We are here to save the world. We're here to save democracy. It sounds like a pretty heavy thing, but it's either we do this or we lose it. It's either we participate in nonviolent direct political action or we lose our liberty. We lose our democracy. Oh, you're being hyperbolic. It's not happening here. I mean, I have 6 to 7 hours of evidence to prove you wrong, and all you have is your vibes. Straw man that I've just created that's arguing with me about the end of democracy, about what's really happening. Because, of course, everyone in the chat here knows this is serious business. So I just want to remind you, the big list of protests. Please show up. Please donate. Take this shit seriously. Got my 8647 shirt. Nice, nice. Yeah, wear that, you know, do it. Like I said, it's a lifestyle, right? And if you're comfortable making a political statement while buying groceries, I encourage you to do that. People see that. People see that, and they don't say anything, but they feel a need to follow, right? They see leaders. They see people that are strong and making statements, and they go, okay, maybe I'm not brave enough to make that statement like that guy is, but I agree with him, and I'm going to do something about it. It's how we create change, right? So last time I streamed, which was fucking years ago, and I'm very sorry about that, but real life got in the way, and I slept on my arm wrong, and it like hurt for fucking 3 days. Old man injury over here. I fell asleep on the couch, and like I fucked up my arm for a couple days, so I wasn't really feeling it. But no, we were talking about what do we do about fascism, right? Do we, you know, what do we do about this issue where I wear my Luigi cap?
I'm a Luigi.
That's a great statement. I you know, it's interesting to see the Luigi. I wonder how Nintendo feels about that. Anyway, so we were talking about the absurdity of fascists being able to take advantage of free speech, and how do we combat that, right? These people are, if you are a fascist, you are basically pro-violence. You know, it's not. You know, there's no. That's why I disagree with the comparison of communism with fascism, because inherently communism is not violent. Okay, now obviously it's been implemented incorrectly, etc., leads to violence, especially when you install an all-powerful dictator, etc. But the thing about fascism is that there's always an other, there's always a target to destroy, there's always pain and suffering involved. It's like a death cult, but not exactly. It's inherently dangerous. It's like a loaded gun on the table, right? It's inherently dangerous. It can and will kill. Fascism, right? So I don't believe, personally, fascism deserves free speech. Because fascism sees a democracy, fascism sees a constitutional environment. They see things like free speech, and they try to take advantage of it. They try to use it against the foundation to destroy it. So how do you combat the absurdity of fascism without declaring war and basically allowing people to just kill people? You know what I mean? Like making murder legal, right? Because there's like, well, I should be allowed to punch a fascist. I should be allowed to punch a guy with a swastika doing an Elon salute, you know, waving a swastika flag in front of Disney, or waving a swastika flag over a freeway. As an American citizen, I should be allowed to stop that, right? Physically, I should be allowed to do that, but it's a slippery slope. What the hell do you do, right? You can't make it legal to hurt for citizens to hurt other citizens, and it makes it. Why are we still calling it that? Because Elon's still relevant, and the motherfucker did a Sieg Heil. So yeah, I'm gonna call it the Elon salute from now on, and people know exactly what I'm talking about, right? Oh, that's not a Sieg Heil, but I know exactly what you were talking about because it was definitely a Sieg Heil. So no, Tisrael. So what do we do? What do we do about this? Right? We have the scourge of fascism. So we came up with it. I don't know if you were here, but we came up with it. The ass beaters. Okay. This is how we handle it. Okay, folks. We deputize citizens who are jacked motherfuckers, right? Who are just like, you know, down to defend liberty at any time. We deputize, you know, we put this into law, we deputize them, and we give them the ability and train them properly so that they are allowed to physically intercept fascists wherever they are across the nation, right? And we're not talking people that are chanting shit we don't like in the streets. We're talking about specific and direct fascist iconography and gestures, right? So we're talking Nazi armbands. We're talking Nazi flags. We're talking Sieg Heils, white hoods, white KKK hoods. All right? So I've been working on this. If you're in the Discord, you might have seen it. We talked about, okay, how do these guys operate? Well, obviously, we need to meet the absurdity of fascism with our own style of absurdity, right? So these guys wear comical dress, right? And the exact opposite of what a Nazi wears, right? All slick and Hugo Boss. No, these guys are chill. White t-shirt, jeans, 80s sunglasses, fingerless gloves. And they show up and they're allowed to kick ass. Here's what the uniform looks like. It's called the America's Safeguard Service, or ASS. This is the ASS department. It has to be absurd. This is the official uniform of the ass beaters. And yes, I wrote official legislation. Might have had help from a robot. Might have not actually did this myself, but went through it. And it's pretty much exactly what I wanted. Pretty frightening. But here is the America Safeguard Service Act of 2028. Let me get this full screen so people can see this. This is very important stuff here. This act may be cited as the America Safeguard Service Act of 2028, or the ASS Act. The findings and purpose: fascist ideology has historically posed a significant threat to democratic government and civil liberties. Symbols such as the swastika, Nazi salutes, and the Ku Klux Klan regalia are associated with hate crimes and intimidation. These are facts. Public display of such symbols constitutes a threat to public safety, and that's where I'm coming from. Okay? Yeah, it's all fun and games. This is a joke, okay? No, it isn't. You think this stops with, waving the Nazi flag? These motherfuckers want power, and they're getting it. A civilian force trained to intervene can serve as a deterrent and defense, right? Because you're just a regular guy. You can't get into a fist fight. You got lawsuits and stuff. No, but what if there was a trained government police-like, not exactly police, but kind of like police, where you're allowed to get dirty, and they're trained properly. There's insurance, right? They're not going to beat Nick Fuentes' ass unless he puts on a swastika, right? Because we got free speech. And they're going to be trained to do that. So they'll just stand there. They'll stand there and let, Nick Fuentes exist, okay? But that motherfucker throws up an Elon salute, right? Steve Bannon throws up a fucking Elon salute at the fucking conservative conference or whatever. No, the ass beaters show up. The ass beaters show up. At least you get shoved, right? And it's totally legal. It's totally nice Zeke Heil. Bah! Nice Zeke Heil. Don't forget that the ass beaters are here. You want to give me another one? I didn't think so. You whiskey-soaked bastard. Didn't think so, right? It's legal. Rapid, non-lethal response is a legitimate federal interest. I'm serious about this. We need a response to this. The purpose of this is to establish a Department of Anti-Fascist Enforcement, DAFE, recruit and train civilian operatives, or ass operatives. And look, if you don't like the ass, you can change it, but it needs to be absurd. Authorize force against fascist display, provide compensation, legal protection to operatives, right? Because we can't have people getting sued by Nazis. Oh, my free speech. Oh, my free speech. It ain't free speech to put on a fucking swastika. No, Poodles rule. No, this isn't Antifa. This isn't. Okay? I'm not talking about some 17-year-old with fucking mommy-daddy issues who likes to throw rocks through windows. I'm talking about jacked patriots that want to beat some fash ass. That's what I'm talking about. So the establishment of the DAFE needs to happen. But here's who's eligible. U.S. citizens or permanent resident, blah, blah, blah. Here's the uniform. Shorts or jeans, white ass beaters t-shirt with anti-fascist emblem, fingerless gloves, 80s style sunglasses. And remember, this is the outfit right here. You get $80,000 a year to be on call 24/7, right? You probably will never be called, right? But if you're in the area, if you're in there, if you're within a couple 100 miles, don't be surprised if a Vietnam-style helicopter pops down in your backyard and you're off to go kick some ass. Anytime, anywhere you're needed. Immediate deployment, priority over personal obligations, airlift with Metallica soundtrack. Okay? Or Slayer. We can do Slayer, but the Nazi connections with Slayer, we should stick to Metallica. It's all American. Here's the oath. Okay, here's the oath that all ass beaters must take. I solemnly swear to defend my community and country against the poison of fascism. Megadeth is allowed. When called, I shall not hesitate. I shall drop all else to stop hate. I shall beat ass, but not take life. I am the hand of democracy, the boot against bigotry, the fist of freedom. Long live American democracy. And if you think for 1 second that there aren't, hot-blooded American patriots of all colors, shapes, and sizes ready to do this, you got another thing coming. Anyway, there we go. I've spent enough time on my ass beaters idea. I do think, in all seriousness, I do think there should be some kind of way for citizens, right? We have citizens arrests, right? We see someone abusing a child in public, we're allowed to intervene, right? I do think we need a response to public displays of overt fascism. I do, in all seriousness. All right, so we're talking about fascism here. Sorry, I probably should have changed. I got so excited about my ass beaters idea. I forgot to change my subject here. There we go. Thank you, Poodle's Rule. So I found this really interesting clip of The Daily Show. Or not The Daily. Is this The Daily Show? Yeah, okay. This is Comedy Central, The Daily Show, way back. But they did this skit in response to the Bush administration's Patriot Act and all the and like we think like, oh, it wasn't so bad before. It wasn't so bad before. Believe it or not, there was a time before Homeland Security, before ICE. And there was a short, it was very short because it was after 9/11, but there was a short discussion about why are we giving direct power to do these things to the executive? Why does the executive have connections to these departments? And, and isn't this redundant? We don't need a Department of Homeland Security. We have with 16 or 17 intelligence agencies. We have immigration enforcement. We have all the different departments already that are Homeland Security. It was inherently redundant. The only reason you would want to do it is to avoid the checks and balances from everything else. And that was the same story with ICE. That was the same story with ICE. So I found this fascinating, this skit to be fascinating, because here they are, making a big deal out of it. And tell me, this is the most interesting thing, because they're making assumptions about how absurd things are going to be, right? If you take these ideas to their logical conclusion. But back then it was like, oh, that's crazy. It's not happening here. I mean, wouldn't that be nuts if that were really to be happening? And it's happening. It's happening. So this was back when Jon Stewart and Stephen Colbert, Jon Stewart's still, pretty awesome. Not as awesome as he could be, right? But Stephen Colbert, you're Colbert. You're Colbert, dude. How the mighty have fallen. I mean, he was a genius satirist with the Colbert Report. Genius. He practically destroyed Bill O'Reilly's career. You know what I mean? He was genius. And then he throws all that away, that greatness away, for money to ask celebrities about their Botox treatments and shit. It's just, I get it. The money's for real. Okay. But that's really how you want to be remembered. You don't want to be remembered as this guy. You want to be remembered as a cut rate Jimmy Carson, Anyway, check out this skit here. Prescient. That's the only way to put it. Prescient.
Now, the discovery of forgotten surgical instruments...
Yeah, and the volume is just completely McFucked, so I'm going to do my best to adjust it for you.
...wedged into your digestive tract is but one of many advantages to the heightened state of security here in America. The Bush administration's new Patriot Act also allows for search without warrant and detention without a lawyer. It's a brave new world. And our Stephen Colbert explores it in a segment we call So You're Living in a Police State.
Thank you, Blue Brother. I didn't know that he still did political commentary in his opening monologue.
Oh, hi. I didn't see you there in the sprinkler head. I'm Stephen Colbert, and welcome to So You're Living in a Police State. Attorney General John Ashcroft has been working overtime to give the government sweeping new powers in the name of national security.
He used to have cojones.
Nervous Nellies and Constitution huggers have been crying foul. Hopefully today, I can show you how the curtailing of your civil liberties doesn't have to be oppressive. It can be fun-pressive. So join me, won't you? Who knows? You may even end up on a list. Oops-a-daisy. Forgot I was on camera. Constant government surveillance. Big Brother equals big fun. Everybody wants to be on television. And thanks to the new police state, everybody will be. Not just on the street, Also in here. Even in here. And who knows where else. Hey, there's something I didn't know. I have a
Come
polyp.
on, man. No.
Thanks, police state. Invasion of privacy. How omniscient government supercomputers can work for you. Losing something.
Right, now remember, folks, this was all like, oh, come on. This is all hyperbolic comedy. Come on. It'll never get this bad.
Can be so frustrating. It's hard to remember where we put things. And psychics can be so expensive. But thanks to the new Department of Homeland Security, losing something will soon be a thing of the past. I'm gonna president. Hey guys, where are my keys? Thanks. You guys are sweethearts. Homeland Security is every patriot's duty. You can get into the act too. Citizen surveillance. Who would you like to see arrested? Does your neighbor have something you covet? Hello, government. This is Jack Willison. Anyway, my neighbor has been acting kind of suspicious. I notice he eats a lot.
ICE has literally opened up hotlines for you to do just this. They got all kinds of little snitch lines going. The government, they've come up with a bunch of different. I think there's a snitch line for book burning, right? If there's a book that mentions a gay person, you can call a snitch line and get the school to remove it. You don't even need to prove that you've read it. You can just like, this book has gay person in bad.
A lot of falafel and baba ganoush and stuff. And presto betrayal, he's declared an enemy combatant. And the government doesn't even have to tell him what he's charged with.
And we can absolutely expect the enemy combatant rhetoric. We're already starting to see it. You know, what's a real American versus a fake American, and we can absolutely expect Stephen Miller and Donald Trump to be using these legal definitions. This was a big problem. It was so hyperbolic to say, right? Oh yeah, president's going to declare an American citizen a terrorist, and then what? Deport them? It's literally happened.
I'll keep an eye on it for you, Habib. Don't worry. If he's innocent, he'll be released. Eventually.
Maybe.
You're soft. To protect yourself from your neighbor's inevitable counter-betrayal, you might want to spray paint the 10 Commandments on the roof of your house. This will let the Predator drone surveillance aircraft know you're one of the good guys. But, Stephen, you're probably being recorded as
Now
saying,
we just have drones.
doesn't all this government spying on its citizens mean losing our basic freedoms? Of course not. It means gaining limits on those freedoms. Something Uncle Sam likes to call Freedom Plus. And there's so many more benefits. In a fear-based economy, everybody's a spy. Total surveillance means total employment. Also, all additional benefits classified under the United States Patriot Act of 2001. For further information about these benefits, report to federal detention centers. Happy clown candy centers. Of course, not everybody can handle that much freedom. For those who absolutely need their privacy, these convenient privacy boxes are just the ticket to get away from it all. I'm Stephen Colbert. I hope you've learned something tonight, but most of all, I hope you enjoy the police state. John?
Thank you, Stephen. You know, that wasn't dark enough. We'll be right back.
And now we're living it. All comedy, hyperbolic comedy. It was funny. It wasn't getting a lot of laughs either because people were like, they weren't sure if this was like really happening or not, I guess. I don't know. The crowd reaction was kind of interesting. But yeah, so we're mentioning Stephen Miller here. There's no other way to describe this language other than fascist. Okay, there's no other. I mean, this is overt too. This is right out of Germany.
Children will be taught to love America. Children will be taught to be patriots. Children will be taught civic values for schools that want federal taxpayer funding. So as we close the Department of Education and we provide funding to states, we are going to make sure that these funds are not being used to promote communist ideology. For any nation to be successful.
Right, and their definition of communism is literally anything No problem. Sorry about that. And of course, their definition is literally anything that of communism is literally anything that disagrees with MAGA fascism, right?
It cannot teach its children to hate themselves and to hate their country. So that's really, the rhetoric around the hate yourself stuff, very, very interesting. It allows them to discriminate against gay people, which is really amazing. It's amazing to me because they've found a way to discriminate using the language of anti-discrimination. These are a few of the areas in which President Trump has fought the cancerous, communist, woke culture.
A Jewish man is a white...
Right. I got to say, this Rick Storm fellow is really kicking a lot of ass over there at TYT. I think I have a couple videos of his lined up. Maybe check out TYT Sports. It's actually, this Rick Storm fellow is doing a pretty good job, I got to say. More Stephen Miller overt fascism, and this guy loves it. I mean, this guy absolutely loves it. This man needs to be behind bars. He's a traitor to the union. He's a traitor to the entire democratic experiment. And if we continue to allow this man to have the power that he does, he will gleefully put us all in chains, and force us to say and think a certain way. I don't think there's a better example of a modern American fascist currently in power than Stephen Miller. I think he's it. And of course, when you look up his history, complete scumbag his entire fucking life, childhood acquaintances and friends of his, throughout his entire life. Oh yeah, this guy, just a complete piece of work. He's exactly who you expect him to be, and he loves this. He's like a pig in mud, he's absolutely loving this, wallowing in it. And I honestly do think he gets some kind of sexual pleasure from the pain that he's causing black and brown people. I do, but I have no proof of that.
Hold on, there's a question back there first.
Yeah, inverted, yeah.
Well, the Constitution is clear, and that, of course, is the supreme law of the land, that the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus can be suspended.
Right, so he's being asked, are you going to suspend habeas corpus? And it's good to remind you that habeas corpus is literally the separation between citizens and monarchy. It's basically the citizen's ability to question the jailer, to say, am I guilty? Have you proven without a shadow of a doubt that I'm actually guilty? Do I actually belong? God damn it. So sorry. Do I actually belong, in this prison, in this jail, because up until that point, kings could just say, I don't like you, throw you away, cut this person's head off. I don't like you. And it went on like that for hundreds of years, and people were fed up with it. Here's Stephen Miller, seriously considering, it's the law, but didn't you know we can just selectively reinterpret what the law is? We don't change the law. We just say, the law says the color blue is blue. We actually interpret that as red. So, and the law says specifically the color blue is blue. We actually interpret it as red. So we don't change the law, we just completely reinterpret it. And that's been the plan since day one.
And that, of course, is the supreme law of the land, that the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus can be suspended in a time of invasion. So I would say that's an option we're actively looking at.
Right. And there's no invasion. That's just an incredibly racist way to describe a migration system that needs some tweaks, that needs a couple changes. It's nowhere close to an invasion by any definition, by any stretch of the definition. There's no such thing. It's not happening. Are there migrants that are, coming into this country working with the intent of sending that money back to their family and then moving back to their country? Yes. But we're kind of benefiting from that. You know what I mean? Like, it's not just a one-way thing. They're not coming here and just scooping up money. They're working their ass off, in critical American businesses of all different shapes and sizes, construction, restaurant, et cetera, right? They're all over the place. And our economy absolutely benefits from it. I'm not saying we should continue with the exploitation, But I am saying that it is it's not a one-way street, you know. And Stephen Miller is racist, and he wants to define all these people as thieves and rapists and criminals, and wants to make it seem like the only reason why they're here is to steal from us. And the reason why he does that is because he's uncomfortable around colored people, and he wants to you know, he believes himself to be superior.
Of the writ of habeas corpus can be suspended in a time of invasion.
Sounds ridiculous.
So that's an option we're actively looking
Right.
at.
But no,
Look, a lot of it depends on
cold
whether
racist.
the courts do the right thing or not. At the end of the day,
So he keeps saying this: courts do the right thing, and basically he's saying you know, if we can find enough corrupt judges to agree with our wild misinterpretation of the Constitution. And of course, the Supreme Court has struck this down. So the Supreme Court has not made the right decision, quote unquote. I guess they're going to try and escalate and just ignore the Supreme Court. Go for it.
Congress passed a body of law known as the Immigration and Nationality Act, which stripped Article 3 courts, that's the judicial branch of jurisdiction over immigration cases. So Congress actually passed, it's called jurisdiction stripping legislation. It passed a number of laws that say that the Article 3 courts aren't even allowed to be involved in immigration cases. Many of you probably don't know this. I'll give you a good example.
Lie. You get it. Misinterpretation. He was lying right there about, you know, it's crazy. It passed a number of laws. The Article 3 courts aren't even allowed to, you know, no, this is how things have always worked. And they're pretending to be shocked and surprised. Oh, this is not normal. This is not normal. No, it's actually perfectly normal. You're the abnormal situation here. Yeah. Lies. I don't know. Did I show this or not? I think I talked about it, but I didn't show it. But just in case, I'm going to show it here real quick. But this is Nick Fuentes letting everyone know that, you know, there are, I think I did show this actually, but I'm going to show this one more time because this is related to Stephen Miller. But he basically hints that there are, quote unquote, groypers in the administration. Basically, there are anti-Semite, pro-Hitler, pro-Nazi elements currently in the Trump administration. You know, anybody who is a groyper by their own definition is an overt fascist who idolizes Adolf Hitler. And this is Nick Fuentes basically saying, I've talked to, you know, their fans. They probably, you know, hit me up in the DMs, Steven, kind of shit. Welcome back, Bound. Now, also, Nick Fuentes is a disgusting piece of shit, so this could also be a lie. But I don't know. It doesn't really feel like a lie. You know, it kind of feels like an omission, but that is just a feeling. So, yep, closed captions. I got you. Student loan forgiveness and Biden.
When I say get into politics, I mean strap yourselves in for like a 40-year struggle where you're going to start.
No, Bound. No. Joe Biden did not sidestep the Supreme Court at all. He followed the law to a T. He changed the legislation to adjust to the law. Yeah, no, he didn't sidestep the Supreme Court at all. He means tested. He reduced it. And, you know, it went from like $4 billion to, you know, whatever the fuck. But no, he followed the law. You know, some would argue that he shouldn't have, especially when the Supreme Court said presidents are dictators. Some would have argued that, okay, you should have arrested Trump immediately.
When I say get into politics, I mean strap yourselves in for like a 40-year struggle where you're going to start out as a low-level guy in a congressional office or in you know, the transportation department.
Yeah, transportation department. Keep those trains running on time, right, Fash? So what he's talking about, I talk about all the time. This goes back to Steve Bannon, what he's been talking about for decades now. You know, get involved into politics. This is what the right wing tells their audience. Get involved into politics. You know, become a politician, become an aide. Get in this system and inject it with your own partisan beliefs. We on the left, we need to do something similar, except our partisan beliefs are the belief in democracy and liberty, which if you want to call that, you know, partisan hackery, whatever. I'm a partisan hack for democracy and liberty. You bet. I'm a big shill for democracy, right? But this is what I talk about. That we need to combat this because if left alone, they will infect our system.
the transportation department, or one of those departments. You're going to start
Lincoln,
out in one of those departments at a low level. And that's a little inside joke. And you're going to climb your way up the ladder over many years when your guy's in office, when they're not in office, but you got to keep clean. You got to learn how the game is played operationally.
Yeah, don't be a Nick Fuentes and brag to your 13-year-old viewers that you think Hitler is really cool. It might ruin your fucking career in politics.
Operations is like using encrypted messaging, using good operational security on your phone. Your girlfriend isn't a spy. Your girlfriend isn't a spy for China or Hungary or fucking Israel. It's like operational security.
Yeah.
And you make your career, you make your way up the ladder, and in 40 years, we're going to hope that a Groyper will be in a senior position in a prestigious department, a prestigious federal department.
Right. But maybe it's not an overt hint. Maybe I mischaracterized that a little bit. But we'll see. We'll see. These fascists can't keep their fucking mouths shut. They're giddy. They're absolutely giddy at what's happening, and every day they let the mask slip more and more. Wanted to show you this just to give you a warning. We can be expecting this to be nationwide and not just with the DEA. I'm sure they're working on abandoning body cams as quickly as possible for all police agencies, and we all know why. Will the military that's going to be used to police U.S. citizens, will they be wearing body cams? No. Right. I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing more military join with the police in policing the U.S. citizens, that, they'll just be abandoning body cams. I assume one of the reasons why they can't just throw them in the trash right now is that, it was like legal, it was legislation that was passed. It's against the law to remove the body cams, but they're working on it. An internal email obtained by ProPublica said the agency made its change to be consistent with the Trump executive order. So there you go. I mean, I don't know what executive order is, but like I said, with the whole these fascists totally understand that there's going to be a public uprising, that there's going to be a resistance to what they're doing, and we're talking 3-4 months in, they're already implementing major changes, attempting to make major changes to policing, and we got Pete Hegseth in there very quickly, stripping the military. Sorry, I had a fucking thing in my eyes. Very quickly stripping the military of what woke generals, basically generals that would stand up against the misuse of the military. I would feel glad, but I see that the U.S. is different. It's our only hope is that these people are wildly incompetent and naive, way out of their depth, right? That's really our only hope here. They're not ideological fanatics like the Nazis were. They are selfish, greedy, narcissistic careerists. Thank you, Pseudo, for that follow. I wildly and totally disagree with you. Body cams have completely changed how cops abuse citizens. Before body cams came along, citizens would get shot up, citizens would go missing, citizens would get their ass beat, and it was them versus the citizen in court. And what do cops do? Cops lie on the fucking police reports. They lie. They lie like crazy, and they lie for each other. And the district attorney helps the cops lie. Body cameras on police allowed citizens to show courts, we are being abused. They're abusing their power. Okay, so I strongly disagree with you, Blue Brother. Body cams on anybody that's allowed to use physical violence against citizens should be mandated to wear a camera at all times. Right. You get a little pause button to take a piss. Okay. You get a little, you get to push the button and you get fucking 1 minute to whip your dick out and take a piss. That's it. Okay. That's it. We've seen cops who have the ability to hit a button and pause it for 5 minutes, hit that button right before they abuse citizens. Okay. So look, you want to be a cop. You want to have that power. You want to, take that responsibility. You do have to give up some personal liberties while you're wearing that badge. Yeah. No, I'm sorry. Yeah. We might see your PP if you take a PP, so sorry. Right. But your dick taking a piss is not really relevant. It's like, it's that person that you mag dumped is what we're really more concerned about. Maddie Holmes over here mentioning how they're eugenicists. I mean, in a way, they don't even know it. A lot of them, they don't really even know that they agree with and they're basically implementing eugenicist ideas. Some of them. Elon Musk, I believe, is aware of that, right? He's talking about like the poison of empathy, et cetera, right? He uses eugenicist language. But a lot of these schmucks don't even understand what they're doing, like does J.D. Vance really understand that Peter Thiel is a eugenicist and does he really get that? Or does he just like to be, I got a daddy billionaire who's getting me into power and now I'm sitting here as a vice president and golly gee, like does he really understand that Peter Thiel wants to fucking murder a good chunk of everybody? Maybe he does. I don't know. They're all big fans of that Curtis Yarvin son of a bitch. Stephen Miller understands it. I could see that. Anyway, this is what I was talking about. Defense Secretary Hegseth, the / senior most ranks in the military. So, yeah, Vance doesn't care. He's just along for the ride. And he's like, I might get a chance to be president. Ooh. Would you like another cheeseburger, sir? I could go make a McDonald's run for you. He does understand that very well, but the lust of power makes him blind to everything. Oh, okay. I mean, we can, will we ever truly know, right? So it's an endless debate. Yeah, Hegseth has Christian nationalist tats, pseudo-fascist tats, if you want to call them that, But this is about preempting the use of the military against American citizens. This is 100% about that. This is not about fat people. This isn't about DEI. This isn't about, a warrior mentality like this little piece of shit understands what it takes to be a warrior, right? No, it's not about any of that. This is about using the military against the American people. And they're already setting that precedent on the border, right? They're blurring those lines right now legally on the border. It's obvious. It's obvious. Okay, I need to remind you that without a shred of a doubt, the cynics have been correct since at least the Bush administration. The cynics, the lefties who have been screaming their fucking heads off about fascism have been correct. Right? I don't like it. So, the Slappable Jerk, who is a channel that you need to follow. Okay, here's the link. Don't even watch a single video yet. Click like, click subscribe. Trust me, this guy's fucking hilarious. I'm not gonna subscribe though, because my algorithm is for news. But this guy does come up, and he's fucking hilarious. Elon returns to Tesla after Doge. This is good stuff, man. This is so good.
It's so great to have you back, Elon, and thank you for your service.
Yes, thank you for your service.
Thank you for your service, Elon.
Yeah, it's really surreal to be back after,
He's got a fucking toy.
Just so much success with Doge, like success in the governmental realm, like on an astronomical level.
Oh my gosh, we were thinking the exact same thing. Very successful.
Yes, so successful.
Yeah, I was just about to say you did such a good job, Elon.
Yeah, and what I need you to understand, or actually, what you're required to understand, is that my departure was essentially a sacrifice.
Doesn't make any sense, Bound.
For all of you.
Yeah, he's sacrificing.
Like a sacrifice on biblical proportions.
Oh, absolutely. We completely agree. Thank you so much for your sacrifice, Elon.
Yes, thank you for your sacrifice.
Thank you for your sacrifice, and thank you for your service.
Anyway,
God, makes you fucking sick. But if you've seen those, you've seen those meetings with Trump and his cabinet. They're all at the table. The first, oh, you're so great. Your farts smell like fresh McDonald's. It's amazing, and you're just the most amazing person, and your ideas are amazing. So that's, you know, it's the exact same thing with Elon at his companies. Oh, you're just so amazing, and oh, I agree with you 100%, and your ideas are just so great. That's the only way to keep your job and to get promoted in Elon's companies, and they love it. They fucking love it. They love it. They're so pathetic.
Like, what? Like, what? What I'm trying to say is, well, essentially, like, what has happened?
Oh, if I could chime in? First of all, the release of the Cybertruck, really great, really popular vehicle. Everything's been going really smoothly. And not to say that there's anything wrong with this amazing vehicle, but I was informed this morning there was a small incident related to the truck.
What incident?
Well, apparently one of the panels on a Cybertruck, which by the way looks really cool, flew off, and apparently it decapitated a 70-year-old woman. However, we don't know conclusively if it was because of the Cybertruck, so we're denying.
I mean, if it was like a child, you know, that would be, you know, tragic. But, you know, like, at 70, I mean, what, like, as far as value to society, you know, like, 70 is like well beyond the childbearing age.
They believe this.
You know, like, I don't think it's an issue. No.
Oh, that's a really good point, Elon. Very smart. Genius. Thank you for sharing your thoughts, Elon. Brilliant, Elon, and thank you for your service.
It's thank you for your service. It's not even parody. It's because this is the kind of shit that he says. You know, this is absolutely the kind of shit that he says. Oh well, you can't even have children, so you're not useful to society. So, you know, if you die, it's just like you're kind of doing society a favor. And, you know, Bound over here talking about Tesla. I don't get it. I honestly, you know, I don't get it. The 2 quarters in a row, terrible, absolutely terrible. You know, any analyst looking at Tesla is like, this is really, really bad news. Any other company on planet Earth, that, you know, people would have dumped that stock and ran for the hills. But I think the assumption is that the government is just going to bail Elon out, that it's going to be another Boeing where it's going to have the cover of the U.S. government. So it's always going to be a safe haven. I'm definitely eager for the day that, you know, people that earnestly invest in Tesla, you know, get burned. But it is pretty amazing. You gotta give it credit on that level, how it's just like all the metrics, you know, from my amateur POV, all the metrics are really, really terrible. And I thought that was, you know, those were the kind of things that investors looked for when they were investing, but not with Tesla. It does feel very much like a GameStop. It feels very much like a meme stock. Talk about mask off. I mean, what is this? I don't know if this is going to work, man. Like, even now in this day and age, I don't know if this is going to work. And you tell me if this is the right move for MAGA fascists to go in. You tell me if this is the right move for the master race.
I support a white racist.
Because I want to support free speech, and you cannot have free speech in a country.
No, that's fine. You can support free speech, but you also have to be accountable for what you say. I mean, would you use the N-word out of interest?
Yes.
You would?
Mm-hmm. I do, quite frankly.
You use the N-word quite frequently. Well, why? Other than the fact you're a despicable racist. Are you?
Fresh and Fit guy probably loves this. This guy is true scum. I mean, bottom feeding scum of the earth. This Fresh and Fit fella. This guy, whatever. And I recognize her, but I can't recognize her. I recognize the face. Mark Lamont Hill, you know, Barack Obama style neoliberal, little bit edgier.
Some would say I am. I guess according to the ADL, I'm a white supremacist. I'm a neo-Nazi.
Yeah, but if you use the N word repeatedly, you are a racist, then, are you? Are you?
Sure, I'll embrace that. If that means forwarding.
It's interesting to see this guy's reaction. yeah, the wokesters trying to cancel you. You get him, girl. You get him, girl. I'm sure he would feel that way if this white girl was screaming N-word at him while Stephen Miller's ICE brigade was dragging his ass off into a fucking concentration camp. I'm sure he'd still be like, oh yeah, well, at least you didn't get canceled by the wokerati.
White supremacist. I'm a neo-Nazi.
Yeah, but if you use the N word repeatedly, you are a racist, then, are you?
Yeah.
Are you?
Sure, I'll embrace that. If that means forwarding, helping white people achieve freedom of speech, real freedom of speech, which, by the way, Shiloh Hendricks is being
freedom
attacked
to
on all
say
fronts.
slurs.
They're trying to bring legal charges against her. They're trying to get her children taken away. So you were saying Carmelo Anthony, it doesn't matter. That's a different.
Sorry, but just to
kind
be
of
clear, you just said to me you use the N word regularly. In what context? Do you use it with black people?
Yes, if it's appropriate.
When would it be appropriate to use the N word? When would it be appropriate?
Anytime I feel like it.
So you're an unashamed racist.
Correct.
Well, do you understand that makes you a despicable human being?
I guess so. I don't really care. I mean, why are we
Cancel
not
me
talking
if
about
you
Shiloh
need to.
Hendricks? Why are we talking about?
Well, actually, I think you've moved it on in this debate very quickly to your own racism, which explains why you've supported her in public and why you've got all these views. You see no problem with a woman shrieking the N-word repeatedly because you yourself are a despicable racist, and you've just proudly admitted that with a smug grin on your face, which is pretty horrifying, actually, for most people to have to watch. And shame on you.
I don't know about disassociate. This woman looks shocked and disgusted, and Mark Lamont Hill is like, yeah, you're a racist. You're totally racist. This guy's a nihilist, so he just thinks it's funny.
You're entitled to do it, and I'm entitled to call you despicable.
Right. Yeah. I mean, when you can make Piers Morgan look like a sane and sensible human being, I mean, you've completely lost the plot. And yeah, look, it's even now, big words. Well, he's British. He makes him sound good. But even now in the mask off MAGA fascist world, like, I'm a whitey and I use the N-word all the time. And yeah, I'm a racist. I'm going to own that. Look, you still, even in 2025, you still have to hide your power levels. Sorry. What do you mean? She puts on a fascist armband. What do you mean? She like pulls down something and a Nazi flag's behind her. What do you mean I'm not allowed to do this? What are you talking about? I believe in real free speech. Once again, going back to what I was talking about earlier, how fascists, weaponizing free speech, weaponizing the democracy against itself is an essential part of fascism in the modern era, because it's really, because after, Hitler kind of ruined it for a lot of these guys, so it's kind of hard to do it, in that old school way of like, no, we're, I want to be the dictator and that's the way to do it. And we're going to, Sieg Heil our way to victory. Even people that hate brown people don't want to be like, yeah, well, can I hate brown people and I can just not call myself racist as well? Can we do that? Because like, I don't really want to do that. I don't really want to call myself a racist. Moving on, the most justified police shooting that has ever existed on planet Earth, Ashley Babbitt, who was shot in the process of breaking through the final barrier between citizens and sitting politicians, in the House, I believe, or the Senate, wherever the hell they were, the Capitol there. Real free speech goes back to what I was talking about, right? We need to meet this absurdity with something else. So it's like the ass beaters couldn't beat her ass, but the ass beaters would show up and make like and be like a visual presence, and maybe be like, hey, give us an Elon salute. And then if she gives an Elon salute, then they can beat a little ass. Yeah, a woman, a fascist woman Giving a Elon salute. You get a bloody nose. I'm not tripping. I'm not tripping. Like concentration camps with the Holocaust. I was like, can we do a it's like I really like the way Israel is doing their Holocaust. It's really you know, it's like, can we just like pretend it's not and we just kind of do it? And boy, is that in context or out of context? Out of context, I think. What do you what was the, what do you have a problem with, Maddie? Sorry. What did I say? I'm offending folks now. We're talking about Israel's Holocaust. Sorry, I should say genocide. It's not technically, I don't know. It's like Holocaust is a very specific term. It's not technically a Holocaust yet, you know. We'll see, though. I mean, what are you going to do with all these people? You're shoving them all south. You're starving them. This is all intentional. We got at least one guy talking about gas chambers. I got the clip. Yep. Talking about gas chambers. But let me just finish this up here before we get to Gaza. Ashley Babbitt, who was shot by Secret Service, I believe, Secret Service or police, one of those, but shot in the neck, killed almost instantly. When she was trying to break down the final barricade to get to sitting politicians, while chanting, while she was joining in chants of hang Mike Pence and, you know, kidnap Nancy Pelosi, kill Nancy Pelosi, whatever the hell. Yeah, we'll get to Gaza, but here's the, you know, as Trump calls her a martyr, it was very important for Trump to consider Ashley Babbitt a martyr. It was really interesting, you know, like, because I streamed January 6th live. You know, I left work early. I got home as quickly as I could and fired up the stream, and we were streaming all night, you know, and the aftermath of it, and watching, you know, one character that was already rewriting history was Matt Gaetz. While he was barricading himself in his own office, he was already making lies about how, oh, these were lefties in disguise, and injecting a bunch of doubt that this is Antifa and this isn't really Donald Trump's supporters. It's been amazing to see this evolve, because we all saw it with our own two eyes. We knew exactly what it was. And, you know, 9/11, I'm sorry. No, sorry. We won't go there. Sorry. But it is amazing how something can happen right in front of the entire world's eyes. And then within a couple months, millions of people, either intentionally, because they have their own political or personal reasons why they need the story to be a certain way, where they need reality to be a certain way, or unintentionally because they're kind of dum-dums and they just do what they're told. But how that story evolves, right? So Ashley Babbitt went from obvious criminal who was, like I said, one of the most justified police shootings I've ever seen in my life, to now getting her family getting $30 million settlement from the government for a wrongful death lawsuit, right? You know, think of all the black kids that have been shot by cops. They don't get a fucking dime. But if you're a literal traitor, if you're literally a traitor, a seditionist, possibly, but a traitor for sure, you get a big fucking $30 million settlement from the government, right? It's pretty disgusting. Yeah, from the U.S. taxpayers, not the... Yeah, exactly. Pretty disgusting stuff. Last example of overt fascism I have for you here is just a, you know, kind of a small thing. This is probably, you probably didn't see this. This is ignored by 99% of people here, but I wanted to show this because this, you know, this shows you exactly the kind of person that Donald Trump is installing, right? That Project 2025 seeks these people out and attempts to install them into high positions of power. And this just gives you a look at what that looks like when one of these bastards, you know, gets into office here. Yeah, Matty Holmes. That's a great question. You know, not to back the blue or anything, but the people that were pushing back against the January 6th traitors, I'm okay calling them heroes. You know, I'm okay calling them heroes. I understand there were some, you know, some of them weren't, some of them were letting them in and shit. You know, there's all kinds of weird conspiracy theories, and some of them have video evidence and whatnot. But at the end of the day, I think it's fair to say that those people were acted heroically, the police officers, and they do deserve settlements and, you know, payouts if they were injured.
In FEMA.
My God. My God. So this is, just to set this up, this is while introducing himself to his new employees, acting FEMA chief David Richardson threatens his staff, "Don't get in my way. I will run you right over." And if you're not sure, you know, FEMA is being intentionally dismantled. They're not closing FEMA, just like they're not closing anything else, right? None of these departments are getting shut down, right? But they're underfunding them, firing everybody. So it's basically just, you know, a title. It's an empty building. And in some cases, they're selling off the empty building. Oh, the department still exists, but it functionally does nothing. Unless it's the case of the education department and there's some ways that they're able to fuck people over. They keep all that. If there's mechanisms in these departments that fuck citizens over and like allows them to get money back into their pockets, they'll keep all that stuff. But if the department was helping people in any way, that's all gone, underfunded, you're fired. So this guy's job, this is insane, but this guy who was appointed the head of this department, his entire job is to completely destroy this department. And this is the attitude he comes in with.
Not in DHS or the U.S. government writ large, but within FEMA. I and I alone speak for FEMA, okay? I am the president's representative at FEMA. And I am here to carry out President Trump's intent. That's why I'm here.
And that's a flowery way to say the intent is to destroy this department. And it's interesting. I mean, what, you know, I guess we're just never going to have another Katrina. We just, you know, and if we do have another environmental disaster, there won't be a federal government response. You're just literally screwed. You know, go to Home Depot and buy a fucking tent, you know, you're screwed. There's no food. I mean, this will destroying FEMA will result in Americans that will die needlessly, starving. You know, they won't have proper shelter, et cetera, et cetera. This will absolutely result in people getting hurt.
Now, this is the tough part. Most of you know this by intuition, but nobody's ever told you this. When somebody comes to an organization and there's going to be change, it's recognized that everybody's somewhat nervous or somewhat concerned. Understandable. What's not known is that between 10 and 20% of personnel will embrace change.
He's going to fire almost everybody.
They'll welcome it. And they understand that change, handled right,
don't get in the way.
And they understand that it's necessary, and they see that it needs to be made. That's somewhere between 10 and 20%. Something like 60%, they don't care. Right? They go along to get along. And I completely understand that. I've been in a situation before where I went along to get along. However, there's somewhere south of 20% that decide that they are going to get in the way of change. You can ask anybody that those 20% of the people are a problem.
Acquiesce.
And they have to be sidelined.
Right. So, you know, don't fight, don't resist. We're here to destroy. The fascist reality is unstoppable.
So don't get in my way if you're those 20% of the people.
Right.
I know all the tricks.
Don't fight.
Okay?
Right.
I know them from Lance Corporal.
It's always the bully who's weakest. That's like, you better not. You don't even resist me. Don't even do it. It's actually a position of weakness.
I know them from staff sergeants, lieutenants.
What's the worst that he could do?
Federal employees.
Fight him.
My own employees.
Make
and
public
indeed
statements.
Myself, okay? I played the games too. Obfuscation, delay, undermining.
Yeah. Because he's like, yeah, I'm gonna implement changes that's gonna destroy your career, your department, the entire department. We're gonna destroy the whole thing. Oh, and you're gonna obfuscate and you're gonna get in the way of that. Oh, you're gonna be a hero, huh? Just lay down and take it.
You're one of those 20% of the people. And you think those tactics and techniques are going to help you?
They do help. They do work.
They will not, because I will run right over you.
Right.
I will achieve the president's intent.
And the president's intent is to destroy FEMA. Right. This is why he was picked. Okay. He doesn't have a spine. He doesn't believe in anything. He doesn't care about America, doesn't care about FEMA, does not care about disaster response, does not care, sleeps like a baby, knowing that people will starve and have all kinds of issues without this department functioning properly in the next disaster, does not care. Okay, this is about power. It's about power. Okay, all right. Oh, Gaza. Oh, man. All right. Let's just try to get through this. You know, I don't have any good news for you. Really, the only big question I have is what's the plan? What are they going to be doing with these people? You can't do self-deportation, voluntary migration, without a corridor. Without a corridor, right? Egypt? Have you guys seen the Egypt-Gaza border wall? Have you guys seen this thing? It's multi-layered. They got barbed wire. They got cement. They got cops on this thing 24/7. It's a really small strip. It's not like it's miles and miles and miles of frontier, right? It's not like the Canadian-U.S. border. Okay, so you're cramming everybody into the South. And this is, and like you want them to, how are they supposed to do this? Right? That's my big question. How in the hell? Okay, you're starving them intentionally, no medical supplies, you're blowing up their schools, you're blowing up their homes, you're forcing everybody into the South. Whatever, Blue Brother. I'm not going to run. I'm not going to hide my eyes from the atrocities that I'm fucking paying for. You do what you got to do. Here's the latest news. Yeah, herding them into ghettos.
Little left to destroy. And yet, fresh strikes, more panic, and another desperate search for survivors.
Yeah, strategy. I mean, is that what they want? People going into the damn ocean?
My message to the world is it is enough. Come to our aid. We cannot walk anymore, nor eat, nor speak. We lost our houses. Our children and youth are gone. Our children's...
How many years does the Magic still exist? Wasn't that changed years ago? Orlando Magic?
Future is lost.
Some lives ended before they'd even begun. It was a long night for civil defence volunteers in Gaza's north. This was a family home. 3 are dead, many more are missing. If efforts to dig through the rubble in the dark look hopeless, it's because in the end, they were. In Gaza City, Al-Shifa Hospital, the ambulances aren't bringing in patients, they're delivering the dead. Unknown child, the note on this body bag reads. Others, though, can be identified and given an all too rushed farewell before they're taken away to be buried. At least 140 Palestinians have been killed in Gaza in the last 24 hours, according to local authorities. The IDF stepped up its strikes, launching Operation Gideon's Chariots, a major new offensive to, quote, achieve the goals in this war, the release of the remaining October 7 hostages and the defeat of Hamas. To Israel, the escalation may mean the end game. To Gaza, it means more casualties, more horror and loss. To the rest of the world, it's a mark of just how unsuccessful recent international pressure on resolving this conflict has been.
My proudest legacy. It's unsuccessful because they don't want to change what's happening. That's the damn honest truth about it, is that they don't give a fuck about Palestinians.
She will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier.
The energy of Donald Trump's inauguration promises seem to have been sapped by reality. He cut a weary figure returning from the White House from his Middle East trip, with investment deals and a renewed bond with Syria under his belt, but no grand bargain in the form of a Gaza breakthrough to boast of. Even the fist bump was at best half-hearted. He barely left the region before Israel announced its new offensive. Then, within hours of the escalation, Hamas and Israel agreed to a fresh round of ceasefire talks in Doha. In Gaza, those talks don't seem particularly loud and nowhere near urgent enough.
We had hope because Trump had said there was a surprise. We thought that that would be a resolution to all of this, but every time now they say there's a surprise, the number of martyrs and wounded rises and the bombardments increase.
Faraz Al-Mansi was asleep with her children when her camp outside Al-Aqsa Hospital was hit.
Do me a favor, if you can see any evidence whatsoever of stored weapons and, of course, tunnels. That is always the excuse as to, well, I guess they also say a member of Hamas was sleeping there, you know.
She was asleep with her children when her camp outside Al-Aqsa Hospital
I have a
was
couple
hit.
clips of the
Children
bombings.
have no toys to play with, but that's the least of their worries. Now they have no shelter, no food, and no idea what to do next.
Well, Ian Lennon is a consultant in emergency medicine who's...
So there you go. I don't have time for this whole clip here. It's devastating. They're starving. It's intentional. That's really what I'm trying to do here is just back up, because what we're fighting is a propaganda war. They of course would say we're not starving them. They would say we're not attacking the citizens. We're attacking Hamas. It's all lies. It's been lies from the very beginning. And this is just about, bolstering, because they will gaslight you into being like, well, maybe I am supporting terrorism. Maybe I'm wrong on this. Yeah, Tisrael. I mean, it would be, pretty interesting TV show. You'd have to admit Donald Trump is one of the most fascinating political stories of our lifetime. As disgusting as that is to say. So this is just, this was a tweet, Gideon's Chariots. Apparently there's a biblical reference here, very similar to the statements that Bibi Netanyahu made, when he was announcing this invasion into Gaza. There's some kind of biblical statement that he used. But yeah, this Mrs. Water Buffalo over here on Reddit saying, interesting operational name, Gideon's Chariots. History repeats itself. The story of Gideon in the book of Judges recounts how God called Gideon, a seemingly ordinary Israelite, to lead the Israelites against the Midianites. Gideon, initially reluctant, defeats a much larger Midianite army with only 300 men. Guided by divine power and strategy, after the victory, he refuses the offer of kingship and eventually makes an ephod from the spoils of war, which leads to the Israelites turning away from God again. It's justified, and we're, initially reluctant. Oh, we have no choice but to annihilate this population. It's this kind of mentality that allows them to smile and cheer when they see the murder of Palestinians, right? Because it's just like, well, this is you know, we're reluctant heroes, and we're defeating a virus. We're defeating a true evil. What could possibly be wrong about defeating true evil? You know, they're not even human beings. You know, they're bugs. Yeah, abandon Tisrael, totally. I'm going to show you a video here from Owen Jones backing this up. It's pretty interesting, you know, since this Bibi Netanyahu announcing, you know, we're going back in, fuck the hostages. The hostages are not our main priority. We're reinvading the Gaza Strip, and this is the final solution, basically. Basically, that's what he said. So ever since that announcement a couple weeks ago, even the BBC, Channel 4, mainstream media in general has had to basically admit what people like me have been saying since October 7th. You know, through all the screams, the shrieking screams of "you're an anti-Semite," right? We were right. We were right. This was not about Hamas. This is about brutalizing the people and taking it over. And now that has become government policy, there's really no more sidestepping and tiptoeing around it. And I don't really know how they're going to respond, you know, because they're not, this isn't stopping. Keir Starmer isn't stopping the weapons. Trump isn't stopping the weapons. Always doing a Joe Biden. He's going back to his desk and pouting. Oh, Bibi doesn't like me. We're not talking anymore. Here's more money. Here's more weapons. You know, nobody's really truly willing to let the Israeli government and the IDF receive any pushback. You know, oh, that'll be bad press. That'll be bad for my politics. Because the moment, like, say the funds and the weapons are cut off, and then, you know, the first time Hamas blows up a tank or, you know, kills a soldier, oh, this is your fault. This is because you cut the funding and you cut the weapons, and you don't believe in Israel, and it'll start immediately. And they know that, and because they're cowards, they're like, well, I guess I have to just support a genocide because I don't want to lose my political career. We can't have that. Israeli army admits civilians make up 80% of those killed in Gaza since March. So this was a response from an Israeli military spokesperson, you know, to a question from, I think, Haaretz, request from a Hebrew magazine. But anyway, they use different language, you know. So the military spokesman stated that 500 of the 2,780 killed in the Gaza Strip as of Tuesday, I believe Tuesday last week, are quote unquote terrorists. So, whoa, 500 terrorists. They have no proof of that. You know, they basically have a Palantir AI log, right? Oh, this guy had a 70% chance that he was a terrorist. And they're just like, yeah, we, you know, we killed 500 people, and trying to kill those 500 people, we ended up killing thousands of civilians. Uh-oh. I think little man bunked his head up there. I'm gonna mute my mic here really quick while Kiddo works it out. 1 second. Here's a video. Israel demolishes almost all homes in the community of Mustafar Yada, leaving 49 Palestinians homeless. So just, you know, the settler expansion continues. No. He's okay. Mama's got him. He's just gonna let us know that he bonked his head for the next couple minutes. He's going to get a cuddle here. So this is what it looks like. The IDF secures a location. The settlers have probably been intimidating these people for decades. The military comes in, makes a perimeter, then they get the construction equipment in there, and they destroy everything. Right? Totally illegal, totally funded and supported by the Israeli government. And then, you know, in a couple weeks, they start building a settlement. You know, the government comes in, lays down foundation. They build these ugly suburban, you know, disgustingly generic buildings. All right, so they take down all the infrastructure, rip up all that stuff. So that was probably a cell phone tower or something there. So they have been doing this for years, and to the loud shrieks of anti-Semite, you're an anti-Semite, etc., etc. Jesus, look at this thumbnail. God damn. Don't think I can show you that video. Okay, so little man's calmed down. Technically illegal according to the Geneva Conventions. Yeah, but who cares, right? The Geneva Conventions were good enough for Nazis, but they're not good enough for anybody else, I guess. Do you think the modern-day Israel-Palestine territory could be called the most blood-soaked land on earth? No. If you want blood being spilled, go to Africa. You know, what's been happening in several of the African countries with the junta and the kidnapping rings, the amount of people being displaced. It's actually quite shocking. Tens of thousands of people dying a week in various places in Africa. I mean, over time, that place is where civilization started. Yeah, I mean, I can tell you well, I mean, we got Ukraine here. I don't know. I would have to look at the numbers, man. I mean, there's a lot of motherfuckers dying right now. Yeah, Sudan, Congo. Yeah. I've reported on them loosely, but I mean, every day it's, you know, these struggles are continuing. And, you know, it's funny how I'll catch a news story that I didn't see, you know, like from 2 weeks ago. And it's like 50,000 people were murdered, you know, in the Congo. And it's like, nowhere, the fucking crickets. No one's talking about it, you know? Listened to a Sudanese woman who escaped slavery the other week. It's pretty fucking crazy what's happening out there. And the only thing that Western powers are interested in is exploitation. That's the only conversation they want to have. They don't give a shit if the people that they're working with haven't provided security in for decades, if they haven't, you know, built simple infrastructure in these places that they govern. They don't care about any of that. Can I get those diamonds? Can I get those precious metals? You know, how many 13-year-old, you know, barefoot teenagers can you get into this hole to pull out some precious metals for my cell phone company? So here's some statements from Palestinians who are in the Gaza Strip. You know, I just thought I would show some of their voices, some voices of Palestinian people. We're being bombed. We're being eliminated now. This is from a journalist, Motsem. Osama over here. Intense escalation in Gaza right now. Consecutive airstrikes are hitting the city from all directions. Tamer saying we're being eliminated now. We will never forgive you. Mozab, breaking. Israel is insanely bombing Gaza. Friends there tell me stop the hell. Zinai, it's hell tonight. Gaza sky is bleeding red. What the hell are these new bombs using? Probably they're using of some sort. So yeah, Israel has been gleefully using massive 2,000-pound bunker buster bombs on apartment buildings, hospitals, and universities. And of course, the aim is to not only kill everybody in the area, of course, but to completely annihilate the building, you know, to flatten it completely. The bombing never stops. They've gone crazy. Can anyone hear us? Israel is raining hell on Gaza right now. Families are being bombed relentlessly while starving. Children are dying in the dark. No food, no water, no way out. Nonstop massacres unfolding in real time. And this is a 100% true statement. No way out. You know, where's the corridor? What is the actual plan? And okay, if the plan is to hoard everybody into the south and then kill them all, what's the plan with the bodies? We're talking hundreds of thousands of dead bodies. Okay, you can't just build a mass grave. You can't toss them all into the ocean. You know, are you building a crematorium factory that is maybe connected next to a camp, that is maybe connected next to a railway system that would allow you to transport tens of thousands of dead bodies and allow you to then cremate them on site? Some kind of camp that would encourage a death-like cycle. Our families are in danger. Stop. Shame on you. Pray for me and my family, please. The situation is so bad. We're so scared. I swear the bombing is crazy. Tonight it's worse than yesterday. I don't know what's wrong with them. But Hamas. But Hamas. But Hamas. In the words of Obama, yes, we can. And boy, did Obama have Israel's back or what? My God. Welcome back, Cody Culp, by the way. I have a really hard time saying your name. So this is an example of what I was talking about. You know, now that genocide and what's the word I'm looking for? Ethnic cleansing has become official Israel policy. Of course, we got the Israel shills out here. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. But Hamas, but Hamas, but Hamas. No, it's not. Look at the other way. That's not true. And you got Sky News over here who desperately wants to give a handy to Bibi Netanyahu, who desperately want to say but Hamas and agree, simply can't at this point when it is official government policy to ethnically cleanse the Gaza Strip. So it's just kind of, you know, mask is off. What do you got to do? I'm going to go ahead and play this for you here. You know, I've seen it. It's just 2 minutes from this, but you get the point. Most moral army in the world, you're an anti-Semite, et cetera, et cetera. So we've all heard it. I mean, like, if you've been talking about Palestine as long as I have, I've been hearing this for decades. I had a guy one time dox me. This is back in the hockey mask era. Okay. No, this was before I'd even started streaming. I had gotten into an argument with somebody on Reddit. Dude, on Reddit, the guy tracks my Facebook down, reaches out to my wife, tries to convince my wife that I'm a super anti-Semite and that she should leave me. So that happened even before the stream. Okay. If you've been defending Palestinian human rights as long as I have, you've been called an anti-Semite more than bro, more than dude.
It does seem that there's a pattern developing. America has done this deal without Israel. They've done a deal with the Houthis, no Israel. They're talking to Iran, no Israel. Isn't this all humiliating for Benjamin Netanyahu?
Yeah, that's, again, the story which Hamas wants you to share, but this war will end when the hostages come home and Hamas are gone. Simple as that.
I'm merely stating facts and asking you questions. You can't.
No, they're not facts. They're opinions. They're opinions. We won't rest until
Americans
they're your
have
opinions,
done
Mark. And Mark, you've been wrong about this war in every single moment. And we've had this discussion over the last 19 months. You've been wrong at every single point. You want to capitulate. You want Israel to capitulate to Hamas, and we won't. We won't do it because we're a democracy. I'm happy to be asked questions.
I appreciate that.
Completely
appreciate that.
Ask me a decent question, I'll answer it.
Well, please do. Tell me where this is wrong. Did the Americans have any involvement in the release of this? The Israelis have any involvement in the release of this hostage? Have the Israelis had any involvement in the deal with the Houthis that the Americans have done? Are the Israelis talking to Iran at the moment? That's were my questions. Where am I wrong on that? Please tell me, because it'll be interesting to know.
We are closer than ever with our American allies. What you're sharing is a view which Israel's enemies would like to share it to the outside world. It's not just wrong, it's morally backwards. Let's not confuse the arsonist with the firefighter. We're fighting to defeat Hamas in this war.
Right. I mean, technically, if you ethnically cleanse an entire region, you still haven't technically destroyed Hamas. You know, if they successfully ethnically cleanse the Gaza Strip and turn it into what Trump wants to turn it into, it will be the #1 location for terrorists. You know, it'll be like the #1 place to commit a suicide bombing. You know what I mean? Like, you're going to have to be apartheid state on crack. Like, if you like literally get out the color. Oh, you know, like, you can enter the beach, but then you get a tan and you start to leave the beach and you're like, we got to kick you out of the country. You just got a little too brown lying on the beach there. Like, that's the only way. And then, of course, you're going to have white terrorists. You're going to have white people that, you know, will be radicalized by these actions and will want to commit terrorism. It's not. It's never been about Hamas. And you know, I gotta say, Bibi Netanyahu installing, courting Hamas and getting them in charge in the Gaza Strip and separating, dividing, and conquering Palestine in this way, using Hamas as an effective political tool to do that. Genius. And Hamas is so gleeful, so willing to be useful idiots, to be used like this for Bibi Netanyahu's political brinkmanship, for his own fucking, political career. God, it's amazing. It's amazing. They are dedicated to Bibi Netanyahu's political career, Hamas. They, nobody believes in Bibi more than Hamas. So this is just a couple days old, the 13th. This came out on the 13th. 57 children reported dead from malnutrition, starvation. I need to remind you that starvation is incredibly painful. You might have never experienced starvation, which is a good thing. I have not experienced starvation because of mistreatment. I have starved myself, not to experience starvation, but for different reasons. But I have myself experienced starvation. And it's extremely painful. And like when you're in the throes of starvation, the only thing you can think about is food. I mean, it becomes like, like a vampire who needs blood, right? Like they can't think about anything else, right? I need to feed. So Israel intentionally putting potentially thousands, hundreds of thousands, tens of thousands of children, potentially starving them to death. I mean, we really have to ask ourselves: is it more monstrous to do that, or is it more monstrous to just to shoot them, with a sniper rifle, like or give them enough hope, right, or just let them starve? Like which one's worse? Letting a kid starve to death or just shooting them? I need to repeat this. It's intentional. They would go, but Hamas. We can't give you food because Hamas steals it. Well, Hamas does steal food, but some of the kids do get some of that food. We've seen it. We've seen it with our own two eyes, and they want to say, no, Hamas gets it all. They take it all. No, they don't. It's a lie. But I'm no Hamas supporter. They're holding the Palestinian people hostage. The only way to fix this problem is to occupy the Gaza Strip, with an international coalition of the willing, to intentionally occupy the Gaza Strip, to create a security bubble so that you can start rebuilding, so you can feed people. But most importantly, you prevent Hamas from attacking Palestinian people, because they do. They steal food from Palestinian children. And they shoot at Palestinian men and women and children when they do stuff that they don't like. Hamas, brutal, theocratic, useful idiots. Hamas, certainly not governors and leaders. Okay, we're talking about barely literate. Well, I said that last time and I was proven wrong. Okay, extremely literate, useful idiots. U.S. President Donald Trump has decided to end communication with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, according to Israel media reports published yesterday, due to concerns that Netanyahu has been manipulating him. So there's the same pattern. This was on May 9th. Same pattern that we've seen with Ukraine. Well, okay, I hold all the cards, so I'm going to walk away from the table. It doesn't, Donald Trump, it doesn't work if you walk away from the table and then just continue to the fucking checks and continue the weapons. And everything's normal. You don't change any of that, but then you walk away from the table. So I think this is just an act. I think this is him knowing full well that Bibi is going to do whatever the hell Bibi is going to do, and he's going to take it. And this is him trying to manipulate the media, trying to manipulate some public opinion. Well, don't you remember? I walked away in a huff. Remember that? I'm talking about the starving Gaza kids. I'm talking about them. I really care. Oh, there's just nothing I could do. We got any news from the Freedom Flotilla yet? And I didn't see any. I would love to report on it if you got anything new on that. Bunch of crackheads playing Game of Thrones. I've been watching a lot of Game of Thrones clips. What an amazing show. I can't believe that they did what they did to the end of it there, the last 2 seasons. How good was the writing? How good is some of the dialogue between some of these characters, dude? It is fucking amazing. And then to just, what are you doing? It's like, it's like writing the first 2 chapters of this amazing epic and then Harry Pottering your way through the 3rd chapter, just generic. It's unbelievable, man. Because like the writing, the dialogue is so unbelievably good with Game of Thrones. It's so unbelievably good. I haven't read the books because I don't want to do that to myself unless the guy finishes them. I don't want to do that. I don't want to really get into it and then be like, finish the books, George, and then I'll be your biggest fan. Because I honestly, because if the writing is anywhere on the show anywhere close to in the books, that's some of the best writing I've ever seen in my life. The dialogue is so good because it's really a challenge to world build while doing dialogue, to monologue while making it interesting, and you're giving little details about the world and different characters, and it's really, really hard to do. Yeah, Cody. Okay. Yeah, but I've been watching a lot of Game of Thrones clips. Okay. Fun time over. Back to the nightmare. I mean, this woman is something else, okay? She's giving it all away. She's like, nothing can stop us. We've basically already won. We're doing a mop-up operation. Okay, it's basically over. The mask is off. She's basically been encouraging Bibi. She's on the Ben Gvir side, the Smoltrich side. That's like, why are we pretending? Okay, why are we pretending? Can we just finish this up and start building our Riviera in the Gaza Strip? Like, why are we even pretending with this? And she's just gleefully getting in front of the camera and saying, we brainwash our children into being murderers, that this is about the elimination of the entire Palestinian, country. And I'm just, totally shamelessly. If you don't know who this woman is, she is basically the leader of the settler movement. And, so she's outside of Israeli government, but her political influence cannot be ignored. And all of the major Israeli politicians all make sure that they make positive statements about her, and sometimes even, will make public appearances with her, et cetera, et cetera. She's an outsider, but she has an incredible amount of political influence. She leads the extremist settler movement. And like I said, she's like, she literally has a map drawn up and has already started selling real estate in the Gaza Strip. You know how in the history of like evil people, there's some that are just bad guys, and then there's some that really like, take it to the next level. This woman is one of those people. She will absolutely be up there with some of the worst. I don't know. I mean, if the government were to deputize her and give her the ability to kill Palestinians, she would start the slaughter within minutes. She would immediately start killing Palestinians as soon as possible. So thankfully, she's not making official policy, but her influence cannot be ignored. But anyway, this is what she has to say.
People say to me, why don't you explain to the Jews in the United States what is exactly behind
House of Dragons is pretty cool. I saw some clips from that too.
I'm laughing because the right word for it, you have to brainwash all the time. You have to say, to explain it, to live it, to cope with it.
Yeah, the proper dehumanization to really get it in there deep, to make sure it's permanent. She's 100% correct. You can't do what the Israelis are doing to the Palestinians without this kind of commitment to brainwashing, whatever you want to call it, but this kind of commitment to the dehumanization narrative.
My husband says to me, why do you speak to your children all the time about Zionism, pioneerism, Judea and Samaria, settling, and all my family are settlers here? Because this is the only way to continue Zionism. I want to have.
Get them young, Explain to them, that's classic stuff, man. It really is.
For the Jewish nation.
Yeah,
the
Spectrum
promised
Sinclair, 100%.
land from the Bible, from the Prat,
Yes.
Yeah,
to
Cody,
the
yeah.
Nile, and I'm sure it will be.
And what about southern Lebanon?
If it is part of it, all of it, even parts of Syria, part of Iraq, part of Iran. It's huge.
Do you think you have any way of convincing people that that would be a good idea?
I convince many.
She
Many
sure
people
does.
believe in it. I don't see anything anything extreme in my approach.
Yeah, extremists
it's a
never do.
Basic Jewish approach.
Jeez.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Damn, bitch. Didn't you know it's basic Judaism to ethnically cleanse an entire region? Didn't you know that? It's just basic shit. I mean, that's not anti-Semitic to say that? Really? Really? The thing that really gets in my craw is that her disgusting arrogance is basically enabled by the United States. The whole reason why she feels confident in what she's doing and what she's saying is because the experience of decades and decades and decades of unyielding support for this anti-human project, right? Unyielding. Joe Biden, bragging to this day, I'm a proud Zionist. I've been supporting Israel since its inception. Day one, I was there, and I'm not stopping, baby. Doesn't have a constitution. It was explicitly started as a Jewish state. The political project called Zionism, I really do believe supporters of Israel would do well to kind of dig into the history of Zionism, because I do think that a lot of people who quote unquote support Israel don't exactly understand that they're supporting this very specific political movement called Zionism that actually has very specific stated goals. It's not a big mystery of what's going on. I don't know, maybe we're seeing more people come to terms with that, but it is interesting the amount of people in the United States, especially, that support Israel and have no idea about Zionism, the difference between Zionism and Judaism, et cetera, et cetera. They literally have no idea, like, the political project that they're even supporting. It's pretty interesting stuff. The propaganda that we've gone through, I think there will be grand studies about, once this is all said and done, there will be grand studies about how Israel was able to propagandize the world for decades, to convince the world of certain things. It's really something else. Great interview with we're going to actually see from anti-Zionist rabbi. I have several. I think I at least have one clip from an anti-Zionist rabbi about Israel being illegitimate because of Zionism, the actual region. Now, so here's the thing that lefties got to get over, and like human rights people need to get over. Israel exists and will always exist. Okay, the cat's out of the bag. I'm seeing a lot of dialogue on the left. Israel is illegitimate. It's okay, technically, whatever, but technically it's too late, and we got to deal with this. Okay, we're not going to be kicking everyone out of Israel. That's not happening. Okay, the only solution is a two-state solution. And of course, we got to force Israel into accepting that two-state solution, obviously. But that is the only solution. This leftist fantasy that I'm seeing a lot of leftists flirt with, this one state, no. Ironically, if Israel continues with its insane military aggressiveness, they might be a catalyst that unites the Middle East against it. But as long as Israel enjoys the full financial and military support of the United States and Britain, and there isn't a world war happening, it'll be interesting if there's a world war happening and the United States is no longer able to back Israel up militarily. But as long as they enjoy that full support, they can get away. They can get away with being aggressive against Iran, against Syria. They can get away with that. without feeling any real military repercussions. But this whole leftist Israel is illegitimate, doesn't deserve to exist. Knock it off. You're making our jobs harder. You're making our jobs harder. Okay, because we're not going to stop a genocidal narrative with an equally genocidal narrative. Okay? It's just not going to fucking happen. Okay? It's like anal sex in your 40s. Not happening, boys. Okay? Sorry. Ain't happening. But it's my birthday. No. So here's the moment Israel bombed Islamic use. I disagree. I'm 43. You know what? You're right. You're right. There's butt sex after 40. The moment Israel bombed the Islamic University building in Khan Yunis, south of the Gaza Strip. So, this is intentional. This is about making the region uninhabitable, making the region, why would you come back? You don't have a home. You don't have hospitals to go to. Your kids don't have education. Now, of course, Palestinians are like, yeah, we don't care. This is our land. We'll teach our children, in the rubble of the university. We'll treat our sick in the rubble of what once was a hospital. Right. But we will live here. We will, this is ours. That's the mentality. But Israel understands that. And that's why they need to back it up with a full military occupation. But as you can see, this incredibly high ordnance. And, maybe the Palestinians in the region were lucky enough to get a knock. This guy over here. Holy shit, bro. Bad timing, dude. Survived that shit. That he was in like the blast radius. Oh my God, there was someone in a building right next to it. Jesus Christ. Yep, a couple people in this building right here, because you never know. They might follow it up with another one. I did some update. There is some evidence. The Freedom Flotilla website pulled up on the Israeli planes path. And the U.S. planes path that gave their position away might be of interest. Give me a YouTube clip. Give me something to show on video here, man. No one wants to watch me, pathetically try to read. Israel settler militias under army cover are attacking the Palestinian village of Khalit al-Natish. Once again, I think this one's on the West Bank again, I think. More... just overt now, right? They were playing games for a little bit, like where the IDF would be standing a certain distance away from the settlers. But no, this is just full coordination. IDF working closely with the settler community to destroy Palestinian property and to increase the size of Israel in the occupied West Bank, setting fire to crops and property, putting the lives of local Palestinian residents at imminent risk. So here's the IDF. Backing up the settlers, intimidation of the Palestinians. Oh, it doesn't happen. You're anti-Semitic if you point that out, and it's more complicated than that, and you don't know what you're talking about, and how many times have you visited Palestine? You're not allowed to comment on this, etc., 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 right?
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
All in effort to get you to stop talking about what is right in front of your eyeballs. All in an effort to convince you of what real is it, what is happening isn't happening. Right. That's just a flight path. Well, strategy, I'm sorry, buddy. You're going to have to give me something a little bit better than that. No offense. I want to talk about the flotilla. So just more evidence. This is what it looks like to be a Palestinian on the front lines against the settlers. This is how they intimidate and straight up physically abuse Palestinians. This is defended and backed up, supported by the Israeli government and the IDF. They just, sometimes when they push back against the settlers, they're just like, well, in a couple months, it's in the plan. We're going to hit this spot, we're going to chunk. We do it very, the settlers want to do everything all at once. They want to do the whole thing right now, kick everybody out, kill them if they resist. And the IDF, who is being instructed by Bibi, is like, no, we're going to get, well, this is all ours. We're going to take it eventually, but we're going to do it in the way that makes the West comfortable, right? Piecemeal. We're going to take little chunks here and there, and that allows the West to kind of pretend like they care about a peaceful solution while we continue to take territory. And eventually we'll just, mop it up one day in the West Bank. As you can see, fully strapped, fully armed, Ben-Gvir, there's videos of Ben-Gvir handing assault weapons, U.S. purchased assault weapons to the settlers. As you can see, they're wearing, this is very likely U.S. procured equipment that they're wearing. They stick their cameras right in the face of the palace. Look at that. Like that's not even about, what are they documenting? It's just simply assault. It's just simply assault.
What are you playing? What is this game? What are you playing at?
Right. So here's the IDF to, as you can see, defend the settlers.
What are you doing? You don't touch me. You don't touch.
All right. So he just pushed this this Palestinian with the camera here.
You don't touch me. You don't stop.
Right. And none of these Palestinians are armed, okay? And they're not really allowed to defend themselves, and they still bravely get in the face of these people. They could be gunned down at any moment, and in some cases have.
Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this?
Be quiet, be quiet. Go away, be quiet.
Why are you doing this again? Again.
They're on, and of course, criminals always wear the mask. This is a Palestinian on their property.
Again, why? 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 Go. Go. Why? Go. Why? I have the right to be here. They have the binocular and they stole it yesterday at the family while they raided the home and destroyed.
So, geez, are these two entities working together? I can't really tell, guys. It's really hard to tell. No, this is definitely more complicated. I'm just going to shut up. I'm just not going to have an opinion about this. I'm just going to be a good little Westerner, make sure that the checks keep, put the checks in the mail and shut my little mouth. Because I don't see this. I don't see collusion. There was an Israeli person I saw, and a defender of the Israeli government I saw on CNN, and they said none of this was actually happening, and that if you think this, that you support Hamas. So I don't want to support Hamas, so this isn't happening.
Everything inside.
It's just that easy, folks. Just that easy. Your taxpayer dollars, right? These are not cheap. These are expensive, several $1,000s worth of military gear slung around the shoulder of a teenage extremist who wants to use it against a 60-year-old Palestinian woman who all she wants to do is mind her own business and fucking grow olives. Your taxpayer dollars at work, folks. Ching ching. UK too. There's more amazing clips to back up what I'm saying. The apartheid continues.
Metal fence topped with barbed wire to separate this Palestinian village from this Israeli road, under the pretext of providing security for Israeli settlers. And the Palestinian town of Sinjil is already surrounded by Israeli military gates and settlements. And this fence is only going to further isolate Sinjil, not only separating it from the main road, but also cutting it off from neighboring farmland, which is at risk of...
And if we remember October 7th, how effective were those fence barriers, in providing actual security? When a motivated group of people wanted to get through that fence to kill people, how quickly were they able to do it? It's not about security. It's about power.
Of Israeli confiscation. And once the construction is done, it'll look something like this. And this concept isn't new. Israel has a long history of fencing off Palestinian communities to separate them from Israeli settler structures, going back as far as the 1948 Jaffa ghetto. And there's also the infamous 750-kilometer wall around the West Bank. Israel is trapping Palestinians into smaller and smaller enclaves like cattle. And the oppressive structures have only been increasing since October 7th, in the form of walls, roadblocks, and checkpoints, all of which isolate Palestinian communities and restrict their freedom of movement. Sinjil isn't the first and won't be the last Palestinian community to suffer from Israeli colonial conquests.
So big props, by the way, to the Zoomer journalists that are out there. You know, I was last time I streamed and talked about Gaza, I showed a young man who was at a Palestinian home, you know, interacting directly with armed settlers. You know, kind of using his Western origin as a shield. Of course, that didn't work so well for Rachel Corrie, but it's still, you know, a settler is less likely to gun you down if you're like a nerdy looking British kid, right? But big props to these young journalists who are, you know, Anderson Cooper, Joe Scarborough, all the rest of them. You know who I'm talking about. They're about 2% journalist. This woman right here is 100% journalist, and you better respect that. Okay, it's what real journalism looks like. Anderson. They used to ship Anderson out to these dangerous locations to do real journalism. They don't do that anymore. You know, and I'm not saying you gotta, you know, I'm not saying you have to be out there to be a journalist, but, you know, is Anderson Cooper using his amazing position to force CNN to fund, you know, on the ground reporting? And he makes it, you know, it's like, this is a big part of my show is, you know, getting people out to these locations, and not just a hotel, not just the balcony of a hotel 100 fucking miles away from what's happening, you know. Because that's okay too, right? You want to use your position. Maybe you don't, you know, you're getting too old. You don't want to be out in the front line. That's okay. But you're like setting up the infrastructure and getting people out there to get us that, you know. How many times has Anderson Cooper criticized Israel for banning foreign journalists from entering their country? How many, right? I bet you I can count it on my hand. On my hand that I've amputated 4 fingers off of. Here's more people from Israel. I mean, who's this person? Knesset member. So here's another Knesset member repeating the claim, the dehumanization claim that there's no such thing as an innocent Palestinian, you know, basically saying there's no such thing as an innocent child, right? That somehow a Palestinian child is inherently different from any other child. And folks, you know, if you've never had kids, you know, I can't explain it to you, but if you've had kids, you would know how disgusting it is to say that, because let me tell you something, folks. There's nothing more precious and innocent and worthy of protecting than a baby, than a child. I mean, honestly, you know, after having a kid, I see the world differently. Right. I didn't used to really pay attention to, like, you know, babies and cribs and, you know, kids running around and having fun. And now that I understand, you know, development of a child and all these, now that I understand, and I'm getting this first, you know, especially my perspective, because I have a disabled child. So I'm even closer in there. You know, like I literally couldn't fathom having this opinion about any child anywhere. Okay. Any child anywhere. Okay. You really have to embrace a kind of evil that is, it's hard for me to comprehend to have an opinion like this.
צר לי, אחמד טיבי, על הדברים שנאמרו פה. פשוט לא יאמן. הבן שלי יצא למילואים היום, השאיר בן חודשיים וחצי, שלא ישן בלילה ולא ביום עם אשתו, כדי לשמור גם עליך. אני לא מצליחה להבין איך הבית הזה לא רועד כשמישהו עומד פה, חבר כנסת, ומדבר סרה בחיילי צה"ל, שנלחמים ומחרפים את נפשם, כדי שאתה תוכל לשבת פה ולחבק את הידיים אחד עם השני. זה פשוט לא יאמן. אין לי מילים לומר את זה. אני חושבת שגם אנחנו, הייתי חברה בוועדת אתיקה.
Just a reminder, an essential part of reinforcing the foundational lie of that Zionism constantly repeats is this narrative of destruction, that if we don't act, we will be destroyed. And I mentioned this earlier. It is ironic that Israel could potentially take this so far that they could be some kind of unifier for the entire Middle East and end up fulfilling this prophecy. Because, I mean, think about it. Right now, it's impossible. But what if there was like a World War situation and the United States is putting all of its military resources and attention into a legitimate war and simply doesn't have the ability to defend Israel anymore in the way that they used to. You know, what Israel sitting here with its like, we're going to kill everybody and we're going to be aggressive towards our neighbors and we're going to get away with it and we're going to do whatever we want. All of a sudden, right, that could, you know, and ironically, if they were peaceful, if they were just trying to get along with everybody, if there was a situation where they were cut off from the American teat, they might be friends with Egypt, right? They might be friends with Jordan, with Iran. Maybe not friends, but you know, not brutal fucking military enemies either. You know what I mean? So like this is not necessary, this kind of aggression. It's just not necessary. And it's ironic that it might actually lead to them being a less safe country, because the whole idea is like the only way for us to be safe is to be this brutal and military. But ironically, it might, you know, there is a scenario that could play out where it's a massive disadvantage to them and they have nothing to say because they've done a full ethnic cleansing in Palestine, and they've you know, occupied sections of Israel, of Syria, and they've been bitter enemies of Iran for decades, and you know, they're just going to be sitting there without their umbilical cord, you know, with a Middle East that absolutely hates their guts, not because they're Jewish. Not because they're Jewish. Because as we've seen with Saudi Arabia, if you got the ching-ching, we can talk. Okay? Oh, the religion. Oh, yeah, whatever. Money. That cuts through all of it. You can make deals with the Middle East.
אין בלתי מעורבים. ראינו מה קרה ב7 באוקטובר. ראיתי אנשים עם קביים, נשים מבוגרות עם מקל סבא, נכנסו, בזזו, רצחו, אנסו.
October 7th actually doesn't give you the right to be genocidal. It actually doesn't.
על מה אתה מדבר איתי? רוצים גם לשמור עליך. דבר כזה לא היה ולא יהיה. הם הנאצים. וזה פשוט נורא והיום, אסור פה להגיד את זה. את מה שאמר פה חבר הכנסת אחמד טיבי. חיילי צה"ל הם הטוב הצרוף ביותר, ועושים הכל כדי להגן על חיי אדם. במדינת ישראל, בין אם הם ערבים, יהודים, צ'רקסים, לא משנה מה. אבל הם נלחמים בכל אויב. והחמאס הם אויב צר ונורא. נאצים, פשוט נאצים. ועכשיו אני אכנס למה שכתבתי בעצמי. אנחנו מתכנסים היום.
Yeah, make sure to tell your son not to kill all my family members. All right, and they of course redefine, including children. Yes, including if they send children. Yeah, see? Human shield. Sometimes there is no choice. There's, you know, and you know, this whole idea that the only way to fight Hamas is with, you know, massive bunker buster bombs and indiscriminate shootings, and it's totally ridiculous. Because if they were really if they really wanted to destroy Hamas, they would build a safe, happy, and healthy middle class for the Palestinian people, because that's what actually eliminates terrorism. What's interesting though is, like, we can't look into her heart. We don't know if she's just a useful idiot of Bibi Netanyahu and Ben-Gvir, right? If she's just a true believer, or if she's a craven politician who's trying to emulate Bibi and trying to worm her way through Israeli politics. You know, we'll never actually know. All we can go off of are the actions, you know. Yeah, it doesn't actually justify that. Yeah, I got to be cruel to be kind, huh? Right. Spain came out with a Spanish PM here came out with a great statement. You know, this is exactly the direction I would like to see all politicians go in. I also have a statement from someone in the UK making a statement of mea culpa, basically saying, I was wrong. There's no other way to put it here. I got no choice. I was totally wrong.
También le puntualizo una cosa, señor Rufián. Nosotros no comerciamos con un Estado genocida. No lo hacemos, señoría. Y creo que el otro día, desde esta tribuna, explicité precisamente de qué estábamos hablando, cuando se hablaba de algunas cosas que no se ajustan a la verdad. Y finalmente, señoría, hombre, decir que nosotros hemos estado con un silencio cómplice ante los ataques, perdone que lo diga, llevamos sufriendo los 7 años.
And amazingly, we are still seeing, because there's a lot of people making a whole political career that, a big chunk of the money that they're getting is from, the pro-Israel lobbies, the AIPAC, right? So we got a lot of guys where it's like, if I stand against Israel, I might lose my political career. And of course, if I have to choose between my political career and hundreds of thousands, even potentially millions of people dead, I know what decision I'm making. Everyone in the chat, you're nice people, you're moral people, for the most part. You would never do such a thing. You'd be like, okay, I don't, this job isn't worth it. I'm not going to have 1 million people. I'm not going to sleep at night knowing that I'm partially responsible for the death of 1 million people, right? These people are not like that. Okay? They're mentally ill, they're delusional, okay? Sociopathic. They'll happily take a career over human rights. So here is Smotrich making a promise that, that this is the final solution, that we're going for it. The goal is a total elimination. We're dropping the pretense. We're taking the mask off. I'm not even going to pretend like this isn't the goal. This is absolutely the goal. So once again, not that we need to hear it, but I guess, it's good to have this because, anyone in the chat, if you try to bring this up and try to defend these values, you will be challenged as an anti-Semite. And it is good to know that this is official government policy.
בעוד חצי שנה איך נראית רצועת עזה? מה קורה שם?
א', אין בחמאס נקודה כישות מתפקדת, לא צבאית, לא אזרחית, לא שלטנית. אין גוף שיודע לשלם משכורות, לנהל איזשהו משהו אחד, 2, כל האוכלוסייה מרוכזת מציר מורג ודרומה.
Right, so the population, he literally said concentrated, by the way. Interesting. Yeah, second, the population is concentrated. So I guess, one of my predictions that I've kind of vacillated, but it does appear that they are going to be churning the southern half, a smaller portion, maybe a southern quarter of the Gaza Strip into a massive concentration camp.
מציר מורג ודרומה, במרחב סטרילי לחלוטין שאין בו חמאס, יש בו מענה הומניטרי, שאר הרצועה ריק.
Yeah, it won't be empty for long, I can tell you that.
מה זה ריק? ייקח זמן לפרז אותו, ועוד יכול להיות שפה ושם יצוצו כמה מחבלים כמו זומבים עייפים, רעבים, צמאים, שיקנו.
Thirsty zombies.
צה"ל יוציא אותם החוצה, חטופינו בעזרת השם חזרו.
History
בהכנעה של חמאס מאוד מהר. זה המהלך שאישרנו בעצם בקבינט לפני יומיים.
מתי אתה תכריז ניצחנו?
אני חושב שתוך כמה חודשים אפשר יהיה להכריז ניצחנו, חד משמעית. ולא להגיד, אין חמאס כישות מתפקדת, אין איום שנשקף מעזה.
וביום שאתה תכריז את זה,
אזרחי מדינת ישראל.
איך תראה תמונת הניצחון הזו, איך היא תראה?
אז אמרתי עוד פעם, עזה חרב.
Completely destroyed. It doesn't say Hamas.
לחלוטין, אגב, פשוט מכיוון שהיא כולה תשתית טרור אחת גדולה מעל מתחת לפני הקרקע.
Right. So I mean, if that's the justification for what they're doing now, what are you going to do with the concentration camp?
חריבה לחלוטין, אמרתי, אזרחיה מרוכזים מציר מורג ודרומה, במרחב הומניטרי שאין בו
Humanitarian zone, huh?
חמאס ואין בו טרור, ואגב, משם הם מתחילים לצאת במספרים גדולים מאוד למדינות
Yeah, so there it is right there, right? So they concentrate, starve them, make their life a living hell, and then they will start to leave in large numbers. They're losing me here, because where's the corridor? The only way for them to get out is for them to smuggle themselves out, and no one's interested in smuggling a broke person out of a country, to risk their life, and because you can't go through Israel, you can't go through Egypt. Unless you're fucking Poseidon, what direction? How are they going to self-deport? How? Where?
במספרים גדולים מאוד למדינות שלישיות. זה אירוע שישנה את המציאות, את ההיסטוריה של מדינת ישראל.
Right. So that's the next step, though. Is that and because so is it Mogadishu? Is it in Africa? Is it Madagascar? Is that it? I think that's it. That's the location, right, in Africa that they want to dump Palestinians in Madagascar. So they got to set up that corridor. So the planes, you got to be loading people at gunpoint into planes, men, women, and children into planes, and then just dumping them into an African country. They have to provide that. Palestinians, Hamas isn't going to do it. Egypt isn't going to do it. Maybe Trump will do it. Maybe Trump will spend the money. Yeah, to get those third countries. So he's saying we're going to use the United States. We must invest much more in this, especially politically vis-a-vis the United States, to get those third countries. Wow. Wow, man. And none of these countries want this. None of them. Because he's not talking about dialogue with the countries he wants to dump these people in. He's talking about dialogue with the United States, who's going to help them force these countries into accepting these refugees.
הרבה יותר משמעותי, אבל שוב, אין חמאס כישות מתפקדת, לא צבאית ולא אזרחית, חטופינו בעזרת השם חזרו לביתם. צה"ל ממשיך עוד לטהר ולהפוך כל אבן ולהשמיד תשתיות. האזרחים העזתים מרוכזים בדרום, מיואשים לחלוטין, מבינים שאין שם תוחלת והם מחפש בעזה, ומחפשים רילוקיישן להתחיל חיים חדשים במקומות.
And you know, he'll be asked once the rebuilding has started and people from Israel are exclusively moving in and settlers are moving in, he'll be asked, you know, how do you justify that? And he'll say, well, the only way to make sure that Hamas doesn't come back is for us to permanently occupy this area and take it over completely.
זה שם את ישראל אחרת, זה מקרין על המרחב כולו, כולל המקום הזה שאנחנו יושבים בו 50 השנים הבאות, זאת שהם יראו אחרת לחלוטין.
So they're literally sitting in a settlement. They're literally sitting in a place that they've just conquered. Oh, fascinating. This video is really good, but I don't have time to show it. It's a spicy one, but, you know, let me show a little bit of it here, but it's just, you know, all the lies that we've seen from the Trump administration.
If we don't have free speech, then we just don't.
And it's a handy little tool here because this coincides with, you know, their desire to clamp down on free speech. So this is a great tool for Donald Trump to say, well, no, this is about protecting Israel and stopping anti-Semitism. And that's why, you know, I kicked down your door when you made a statement on social media that I didn't like. Oh, I know that statement wasn't about Israel. Well, it's still about national security. It's still about safety. You know, it's kind of a broader, you know, a security net that we're casting across the nation. You know, it started with Israel, but, you know, there's also other ways for you to be a terrorist, for you to be an other.
Don't have a free country. It's as simple as that.
Phones searched, students doxxed, professors fired, green cards revoked, and people arrested during their own citizenship interviews. Not for crimes, but for speaking up about Palestine. This is the United States. Historically, the U.S. has prided.
So you get it, you know, lies, lies, lies. They're using this as a political wedge to destroy free speech at home. If you stand up for Palestine in the United States, you're very brave. And I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about you're a student. You know, you're camping out. You're, you know, putting yourselves in the crosshairs. You're doing a very brave thing. It's extra offensive when a piece of shit as old as Donald Trump. I mean, it's not really about the age. You know, it's really more about the ideology. Three times more explosive power that has been dropped on Gaza than was used in the Hiroshima bomb. So this person over here just pointing out the amount of destruction that Israel has you know, delivered to the Gaza Strip. And once again, I need to repeat: you can destroy Hamas without doing this. This is not the only way of destroying terrorism.
Estamos ante la mayor operación de limpieza étnica desde el final de la Segunda Guerra Mundial.
But technically,
para crear un
emptying the entire region of human beings will get rid of the terrorists in that region.
De toneladas de escombros de Gaza y los palestinos se hayan ido o hayan muerto. Europa tiene capacidad y medios para no solamente protestar, sino para influir en la conducta. Y no lo hace. Suministramos la mitad de las bombas que caen sobre Gaza. Y si de verdad creemos que hay demasiados muertos, la respuesta natural sería suministrar menos armas.
Obviously.
Y utilizar la palanca del acuerdo de asociación para exigir que se respete el derecho internacional humanitario y no solamente lamentar que tal cosa no se haga.
Right. That was former EU Foreign Policy Chief Joseph Borrell. Good stuff. Here's more, this is, we get little 30-second snippets of this. Imagine this is your life. This insolent little whelp, this little teenage masturbator over here gets the full support of an entire country to come to your home and literally physically harass you. Ludicrous. And the IDF, get out of here, Palestinian, get out of here, Palestinian. Oh, you wouldn't have gotten pushed if you weren't standing there. It's ludicrous, but this is what the life is like for a Palestinian, and has been for decades, by the way. This long before October 7th. So isn't that great? He runs down the hill, fucking bashes into her, and who's the IDF guy screaming at? Ludicrous. It's just totally ludicrous. And it's been happening for decades. I know I keep saying that. I showed an example a couple weeks ago of IDF soldiers just randomly throwing grenades into citizen occupied areas, just having some fun, terrorizing Palestinians casually. Here's another example of that. This is an IDF, big smiles from this IDF member as he throws a stun grenade, a flash bomb, at a Palestinian person's home late at night. I'm sure everyone inside was scared shitless that maybe the army was going to come kick down their door and fucking kill them. Maybe dump them in a shallow grave like they did the aid workers. Right. Wow. Good job. Thank you for documenting that, IDF. Thank you. There's no way repercussions will be felt from recording your own war crimes. Yep. Nothing wrong can happen there. Big props to your boy Ben Cohen from Ben & Jerry's. I think he sold his stake in the ice cream company. I think he's no longer involved with the ice cream company, but he decided to do something very public to stand in solidarity with Gaza. I thought I would show it here. Scaring the shit out of RFK, which is great because he slammed his fists or something. He kicked his feet before he stood up. So there's kind of a loud bang, and RFK jumped out of his fucking seat here.
Members of the audience are reminded disruptions will not be permitted while the committee conducts its business. Capitol Police are asked to remove the individuals from the hearing room.
I have an image of that you're tubing. We're going to look into that.
Ben, why are you getting arrested?
Move down the hallway. If you stop, you will be arrested.
Poor kids in Gaza by buying bombs and pays for it by kicking kids off Medicaid in the U.S.
Ben, what are you calling for the Congress and senators to do for Gaza?
They need to let food into Gaza. They need to let food into starving kids. Congress is paying to bomb poor kids in Gaza and paying for it by kicking poor kids off Medicaid in the U.S.
100,000,000% true. That's stone cold fact. Here's more video of it, but you get the point. Good on you, Ben from Ben & Jerry's. Good on you, standing up for your principles. I respect that. Where's the image? I thought I had the image of RFK. Where's my RFK image? Is that in Fresh Hell? Oh, that's in Fresh Hell. Yep, sorry. We'll get to the RFK image of him swimming in sewage water. It doesn't look dirty. It doesn't look dirty, guys. Wait, I don't get it. It's the goddamn wokerati telling me I can't swim, and it's all clear. Look, the water's all clear. I just have a couple drinks. I mean, germs aren't real because I can't see them. It's pretty obvious, guys. Come on, guys. What's that, a microscope? Keep that away from me. Woke bastard. You probably stuck that up your butt because you're a sexual pervert. Not like me, though. Nope. This has been making the rounds. Israel bombed a hospital and then released an image of a different bombed building and pointed to, some black spots and said, "Oh, look, there's a tunnel." Thank you for coming back in, Ice King, and big props to Poodles Rule, Simply Steve, Lenny, everyone else for sticking around. I know this is pretty dense. We're almost through it. We're going to get to some Trump stuff coming up next here. But pretty hilarious. It's because Israel has been able to lie about this stuff since October 7th, blatantly, belligerently putting out CG videos of cartoon Hamas members in deep tunnels like Cobra Commando, dude, right? So they've been able to get away with absolutely egregious lies. But now that they've made ethnic cleansing government policy, even the BBC, who just like with Sky News, desperately wants to coddle Bibi's balls, desperately wants to make excuses for Israel. Even they have to come out now and do fact checking on just the lies that Israel produces every single day on social media and puts, this is so we took them out, terrorists, and we got tunnels, and look at that, it's so clear evidence, and any other evidence provided by any other source is pro Hamas, but The only evidence you need to listen to is the official reports from the IDF. Total joke.
Israel says it targeted an underground terrorist infrastructure at the hospital site, but they didn't provide any evidence of this. They did release this video, which they claimed was of the European hospital. That's incorrect. It's actually a school a few hundred meters away, and we've reached out to the Israeli army for comment about this, but we've...
Yeah, but how did you confirm that? Hamas, right? You're looking at Hamas pictures with Hamas information. Where'd you get this image? Hamas. It's doctored. Fake news. It's fake news. Fake news. And you're an anti-Semite.
Not yet.
Got him. Even though it's official government policy, mainstream media is of course still trying to play the game. So here's some examples. New York Times just using language that's it's not an ethnic cleansing genocide. We're not. No. Israel Security Cabinet approves plan to escalate Gaza campaign. Yo! Israel Security Cabinet approves plan to capture Gaza. That's what it is, right? Capturing Gaza. Israel may seize all Gaza in expanded operation. Hey guys, the German army has expanded their operation into Poland. Israel to expand military operations in Gaza to establish sustained presence. Guys, didn't you know the German military had a sustained presence in France? Didn't you guys know that? Good stuff. This is amazing. I don't have time to show it to you, but this is amazing. I've already spent too much time on Gaza. Check out Navarra Media if you're not subscribed already. They're a bunch of commie anarchists, okay? Sometimes they're a little pie in the sky, but they work hard. They do great work. Sourced, always interesting, scholarly, educated, right? Not a bunch of fucking stoned out of his mind idiot on fucking Twitch like me, right? Like actual professionals doing good real journalism. I will show this Owen Jones clip though. We haven't shown Owen Jones in a minute, and he's absolutely loving this 180 that the media is, right? Because his whole career's been scuttled. He's been churned into a media pariah, and it's gotta suck to be 110% correct. Hey, why don't you go ahead and tell Bibi Netanyahu that one, huh? Free the hostages. You know who doesn't want to free the hostages? The Israeli government. But no, back to Owen Jones here. It must be very frustrating to be 100% correct the entire time. Sure, bud. Okay, thank you for your opinion. I'm going to go ahead and put your opinion in my opinion drawer here. 1 second. Let me just go ahead. There we go. There we go. Opinion noted. Thank you. Anyway, it's got to be interesting to be Owen Jones, who has been turned into a complete media pariah while being 100% correct every step of the way. So anyway, he's absolutely loving the 180 that we're seeing from mainstream media. So let's let him enjoy this a little bit. He deserves it.
What the hell is going on here then? Israel's lies. What the hell is going on here then? Israel's lies are increasingly being challenged by Western media outlets who have previously whitewashed Israel's genocide. Shit. What does that tell us? It tells us that it is all beginning to fall apart for the apologists for genocide. This week, Israel has attacked 2 of the only functioning hospitals left in Gaza. And when we say functioning, they are barely functioning. Israel has violently and systematically dismantled the healthcare system in Gaza as part of a genocidal campaign. The mass destruction of hospitals, medical centers, ambulances, the slaughter of doctors, nurses, paramedics, we could go on. This itself imposes a daily death sentence on countless Palestinians who can't get treated for life-threatening health conditions, let alone injuries. On Tuesday, Israel bombed the European hospital, and CCTV footage shows the moment of the attack, with civilians milling around before they realize a missile is coming. They try to flee, but then there's a huge fireball, and then flaming wreckage is left. At least 16 people were killed in that attack. Now, Israel came out and said, as they've often done, that this was a Hamas command and control center underneath the hospital, and then offered video from an aerial surveillance aircraft to prove it. And as Sky News know, a building is highlighted and marked European hospital. But a Sky News investigation found the footage isn't actually the European hospital at all, but an adjacent school, Jenin Secondary School for Boys. Sky News also say in the video, a series of dark shapes are also highlighted and labelled as underground terrorist infrastructure site revealed following the strike. They go on, Sky News, to report, however, there is no obvious damage visible in the video, and an eyewitness told Sky News that there had been no damage to the school's courtyard. An expert told Sky News that the dark shapes appeared to be markings caused by water rather than exposed underground infrastructure such as tunnels.
Got him.
That does look quite obviously to be a drainage ditch with dendritic flow patterns of water heading into the ditch, said Corey Scher, an expert in the use of satellite imagery to assess military environmental damage at Oregon State University.
You can't trust pro-Hamas sources. And look, the best way to figure out if a source is pro-Hamas is, does it contradict the official Israel government position? If it contradicts the official Israeli government position, it's pro-Hamas. It's really that simple, folks.
The same drainage patterns, they say, are readily visible in earlier imagery. These appear to be ditches draining water.
I mean, what don't
now,
we
Sky
get?
News challenged Israel's ambassador to the United Nations, Danny Danon. Let's have a watch.
I just want to tell you what our experts have told us. Those tunnels that you're talking about, the dark shapes highlighted there on the screen, the markings were caused by water, not tunnels, because these are...
You know, that really does sound like something an anti-Semite would say. You might want to be a little careful there.
Drainage systems. And so the dark shades that you're talking about, which Israel claims to be tunnels, are in fact caused by water because of a drainage system.
No. That's Hamas
well, I'm
propaganda.
not familiar with your experts, but I can tell you that, Yilda, that today in Gaza, you have underground system bigger than the tube in London and the subway in New York City combined.
They still haven't showed us this anyway. I mean, you're telling me they have exposed and found, you know, cathedral-sized rooms in massive, you know, tunnel networks. So they have all this. They just don't want to show it to us. It's just too much. They'll show us one tunnel of like a fucking bathroom and like one dingy space. They'll show us that. But this massive tunnel network that obviously exists, and we know about it, and we're going through, and it's there, guys, it's there. I'm not even like, it's obvious Hamas is using tunnels, but this exaggeration, you know what I mean? Give us another CG, man. That might change my mind.
It's a huge infrastructure of tunnels.
Ambassador, so can I confirm that the video that the IDF has put out to say was the European hospital and that there was a tunnel system under there was in fact wrong?
Absolutely not. I told you earlier, we checked it, and we saw tunnels that started in the hospital and went to other areas in the surrounding area of the hospital.
We got at least two genocidal AI algorithms that confirm that we're correct. I mean, what do you want from us over here? What? Human shields, we get to kill people whenever we want. This is all justified, yada, yada, yada. Why am I even here? I mean, honestly, why are they actually there? Right? When is the last time an Israeli shill on a media, interview has surprised you in the slightest by saying anything even slightly, different than what the actual message is? You have to give them credit. Message discipline is like, they've nailed it. They've absolutely, totally nailed message discipline, Barry Weiss,
well, our
all of them.
experts say that this is in fact the courtyard of a school and not a command and control center. And like I said, those tunnels that you point to are in fact, the dark marks were caused by water because of a drainage system. So would you say then and admit that this was in fact a mistake by the IDF?
Absolutely not. And I think we will be able to confirm some of the individuals who we were able to eliminate in this operation. And you will ask yourself, it was like a school, why you have leaders of Hamas, terrorist organization, hiding beneath a school, beneath a hospital. They're taking advantage of those places.
And it's interesting because his defense is that they do this sometimes. Then and it's like well okay I disagree that you're wrong, or I disagree that that I'm wrong. But even if I was wrong, they do this all the time anyway. So even it's just like okay whatever. Maybe we're lying about this one, but we're not lying about the other ones. Come on, guys.
But we are determined to hunt them down everywhere.
I'm sorry,
we're heroes.
You're not answering my question. The footage put out by the IDF, they claimed that it was a tunnel and command and control center underneath the European hospital. The footage, in fact, is of a school. Did the IDF put out the wrong footage, or they got it wrong?
3 times?
No, so I answered you. Maybe you're not happy with the answer I'm giving you.
Yeah, that's fine.
Well, he even sounds like a pantomime villain. He's lying through his teeth. And the reason
yeah. So anyway, Owen Jones totally deserves this victory lap here, talking about how the media is finally admitting what's actually happening. If you want to watch the rest of it, I highly recommend it. He's a great guy. He's a really cool dude, Owen Jones. I have a lot of respect for him. Like and subscribe, folks. And I know I'm not subscribed to some of these, but they're on the algorithm, man. They just, trust me, I get the Owen Jones videos. UK Labour MP calls for sanctions on Israel. It's good to see.
Blockade is an aid blockade. Annexation is annexation. War crimes are war crimes. Israel may be our former ally, but this weekend the Israeli government has committed to the seizure and occupation of the Gaza Strip.
Right. It's become government policy,
which this government has repeatedly stated as violation of international law. Can the minister tell this House the reasoning that FCDO officials have provided him for not escalating the UK sanctions on Israel? And does he agree with me and the calls of this House that the time has come for significant action in the face of crimes that, had they been committed by any other country, we would have already done something about?
No, and that's such a great point. I mean, honestly, if China pulls this shit, Taiwan, pulling this kind of shit. I mean, imagine, how the situation would be if Ukraine retaliated against Russia with their own massacres and genocides against Russian people, right? Instead of occupying an area and giving food to everybody, they were like, they find all the people that only speak Russian, that immigrated from Russia, and lined them up, shot them down, Bucha style, right? The reaction and how appropriate that reaction would be, and is this the moment? Is this the moment in history where the Western governments finally say there's just nothing, we can't defend this in any way, shape, or form? Didn't that happen in the 90s? Right around the time of the Nakba. Maybe not the Nakba, but the Intifada, the second Intifada or whatever it was, but it happened around the 80s or 90s, where there were a lot of Western governments that were just like, okay, this is totally indefensible. We cut it off temporarily. Is that another moment? I don't know. I really don't know, because honestly, with the Trump shit, with what's happening with the economy, people don't give a shit, and it sucks. It sucks because they need to give a shit. They need to understand how, the justifications being used to justify what's happening out there will absolutely be used against you in your fight against, in their battle against liberty. But how do you convince somebody that's like, bro, I have to choose between buying medicine and food. I work 10 hours a day and all my money goes to daycare and rent and, barely surviving. And, now you want me to worry about the Gaza Strip, and I couldn't even point to the Gaza Strip on a fucking map. You know what I mean? So that's what informed leftists who want to change the world. That's the challenge. This is the battle that we're in, folks, right? This is what we have to accept if we want to, if we want to go down this path. You can be politically aware. You don't have to be a fighter on that level, right? You can still just do activism and mind your own business. But if you want to tackle these beasts, if you want to destroy and slay the enemies of democracy and liberty, this is the fight that you're in. It's not easy.
I thank my honourable friend for the question. As she knows, officials advise and ministers decide. So I won't labour the questions of Foreign Office advice. We will be taking action in response to the events that we see, as this House would expect. I will not comment on sanctions further from the...
Yeah, I take an action every time I wake up in the morning for about 20 minutes, and I sit down and take a big, long action. How about some fucking details? How many more millions of taxpayer dollars, UK, US, Germany, how many more millions are we going to send into this fucking kill machine?
Dispatch box. But I recognize the force of the contributions. And
man, shut the fuck up. How about you shut the fuck up? This is what I want to hear. Straight up, stone cold, mea culpa. I was wrong. That's what I want to hear. Quite frankly.
I've been in this House 20 years. I have supported Israel pretty much at all costs, quite frankly. I've been in this House 20 years.
Oh, yeah, big risk. Pretty much at all costs. Yeah, big fucking risk.
I have supported Israel pretty much at all costs, quite frankly. But today, I want to say that I got it wrong. And I condemn Israel for what it is doing to the Palestinian people in Gaza and indeed in the West Bank. And I'd like to withdraw my support right now for the actions of Israel, what they are doing right now in Gaza. Of course, the hostages should be released. Of course, that Israel has a right to exist. Of course, the Israeli people, the Jewish people should have the right to live in peace. But so do the Palestinian people. And I've said it before, and I'll say it again, that the life of a Palestinian child is as precious as the life of a Jewish child. We've got it wrong as a country.
Even in the mea culpa, he's mixing up Zionism and Judaism. Man, the deprogramming that needs to happen. I don't know, man. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know. Because if you cut off the money and they're attacked, what are you going to do about it?
Can the minister stand up to our friends and allies in the United States and make a strong stand for humanity? Yes. For us being on the right side of history, for having the moral courage to lead, not just to follow the United States, and to make a difference. That's why we're all elected here. Let's stand up for life. Let's stand up for all children, not just Jewish children. I've been in this House 20 years.
Well, who's winning? But who's winning? You know, it's a nice speech, but have you considered my political career? So as promised, here is a clip of a rabbi, I mean, like super Jewish dude, right? Mega Jew, as you know, if you want to use that term, but it doesn't get more Jewish than a rabbi. And I always find these interviews fascinating because these are not like extremists, you know, these are not like aberrations, you know, just a couple of them. Like there are hundreds of thousands, potentially millions of people who follow Judaism, you know, the religious faith, that totally wildly disagree with this conflation of Judaism and Israel and Zionism. You know, the idea that Israel represents all Jews and that the actions of Israel represent the actions of, you know, justified actions of the religion, you know. These fascinate me because I really don't think enough American, because when's the last time one of these guys has been interviewed by mainstream media in the West? You know, CNN, Morning Joe, you know what I mean? Why not get a charismatic rabbi? Why? Oh, because the email.
With the anti-Semitic remarks.
Oh, no, then AIPAC will stop buying advertisements or whatever, right? We'll lose tens of millions of dollars if we do that. If we had an honest interview with a rabbi pointing out the differences between Judaism and Zionism and how they are very different things. Right? Oh, well, we'll get emails. We can't do it. We're cowards. You know, we're cowards that masquerade as journalists.
Gvir, by your behavior, is a designated place in the lowest pits of hell waiting for you. Woo! The only thing you've secured is endangering Jews. You are responsible.
Talking specifically to Ben Gvir, if you missed that at the beginning.
For the police brutality against the non-Zionist Jews in the Holy Land. Jews follow the God-given religion of Judaism. Zionists follow the nationalist construct of Zionism. People like Ben Gvir, who claim to be religious. He wears a yarmulke like me. I have something to tell you, Mr. Ben Gvir.
Oh, yeah.
If you want to be a Zionist, Ben Gvir, take off your yarmulke, stop keeping Shabbos, eat some pork, and leave Judaism alone. Leave us alone. Don't say things and do things and make people think it's the name of the Jews. Here this afternoon because
I mean, come on, dude. That guy is spitting lava. Hot fucking lava, dude. Yes. And you're going to tell me, oh, yeah, okay, yeah, well, he's just self-hating Jew. He doesn't believe. He's not a true believer. Come on with this, dude. Come on, bro. Every second he talks, I get a little bit more Jewish. That's how Jewish this guy is.
And even more importantly, the very spirit of the Jewish people in the Holy
I don't even know if you're kidding.
Are being threatened. These assaults on body and soul are being perpetrated this time not by Romans, emperors, or Spanish inquisitors, but by traitorous Jews, opponents of our people, haters of our religion, and deniers of our history. They want to destroy our values, unravel our religion, and rewrite
for their
our
own
history.
political purposes. Yeah.
They want to do this by transforming our values into theirs.
So these guys aren't Jewish totally. Yeah, I mean, they don't get it. They don't get it. Yeah, no, they don't understand. Yeah, these guys, they just hate Judaism, clearly anti-Semitic.
By replacing our religion with their ideology
clearly.
And rewriting our history into their made-up version of the Jewish past. The ideology of these people is called Zionism.
And look, he didn't use that as a pejorative, right? Because you're not allowed to use that as like a negative, you know, like a slur, right? And he's not. He's what, and this is what I try to do as well. There's a factual distinction between these things, and you know, Zionism is this political movement with its own motivations, and it is using Judaism as a weapon. That is what is happening, stone cold, right? And you can tie this all up into your personality and make this the hill that you die on and all this, but you know, the only way to break through the myths is to acknowledge reality. We have to start there, please. Exactly, Simply Steve.
Zionism was designed to transform the Jewish people, body and soul, into something similar to those anti-Semites
Prometheus,
who the Zionists so deeply admired.
And that's 100% true. 100% true. Who are some of the biggest allies of Israel right now? Motherfucking stone cold pro-Hitler anti-Semites. Unironically, he's 100% true. And scholars have actually talked about this. If there's several documentaries that point out, scholars at the time during the formation of Israel were pointing out the support that Zionism was receiving from anti-Semitic interests. It's fucking crazy, dude.
Who the Zionists so deeply admire. Let's let the Zionists tell us what they think of the Jews. And I quote from Vladimir Jabotinsky, one of the founding fathers of Zionism, whose version of Zionism is the dominant one today in Israel. He tells us what a Zionist is. I know I am a Zionist, said Jabotinsky, because the Jewish people are a nasty people. Its neighbors hate them, and they're right.
Damn, bro.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
One of the founders of Zionism. Look, I know Jewish people are terrible. You know, it's like, bro, come on. I wanted to point out two things. I disagree with the sign, like I said before, like, you know, a peaceful dismantlement of Israel. It's not happening. It's fantasy. We need to find realistic solutions. And of course, the most realistic one is a two-state solution. And yes, we can carrot and stick Israel into accepting that. They won't like it. The citizens won't like it. That doesn't fucking matter. We have the power and ability to get the settlers to leave. We have the power and ability to force Israel to create a corridor between the West Bank and Gaza. We have the power to encourage Israel to lift the apartheid state in the West Bank, et cetera, et cetera. The other thing I wanted to point out was Katie Halper. I'm still incredibly disappointed in Katie Halper. She's still repeating Russian propaganda. Really disgusts me. Haven't really seen any kind of mea culpa about Aaron Mate. She still continues to work with Aaron Mate. So still not a fan of the Katie Halper show. Sorry, not sorry. It's for shills like this that are like dipping their toes into shilldom. The life of being a shill has become much harder in Israel. A pro-Israel shill, life of a pro-Israel shill has become a lot harder ever since Israel has, of course, made ethnic cleansing official state policy. So this is just funny because it's like you're going to have to work a little harder to to up your power level here to get away with this.
Has this grand conspiracy theory that I'm either secretly undercover a Jew or I work for the Israeli government. I'm not, and I don't. But Elal, if you're watching,
you know, when you post things on the internet,
right? She doesn't work for the Israeli government, guys.
About what other information can easily be found out about you with just a simple search? Because you know, you misleadingly edited my original video. Because what I actually said is you either worked for the Israeli government or you worked for an NGO that was adjacent to the Israeli government. And who do you work for? Who do you work for?
Uh-oh.
Passages Israel, a Christian evangelical NGO which spends money bringing young Christians over to Israel to turn them into nasty little propagandists like you who spend their time explaining why children dying is moral and just. You claim that you don't...
Right, so it's a TikTok social media thing. He gets into it. Life is going to get a little bit harder for these kind of shills, and I'm definitely okay with that. If you want to watch the rest of this video, if you're into this kind of content, there you go. Check out this TikTok guy, Chris Kunstler. Kunstler. It's not Kunstler, it's Kunstler. Make sure you're checking out Chris Kunstler, y'all. It's better than my name. All right, moving on. Finally, 2.5 fucking hours. Ugh. Look, man, I'm not going to stop talking about it. Every fucking bone in my body wants to not talk about Gaza. And I know, I see the views. I see nobody in the chat. I don't fucking care. I don't care if I'm the last person, and it completely destroys my channel. I don't care. there is a genocide happening, and I'm not going to be one of those people that remembers it as like, I didn't really, I don't want to be one of those people, right? But I get it. It's hey, I didn't show you any pictures of videos of children crying in terror like I did last time. Okay. All right. Because I couldn't find any, but there was. I'm sure there's plenty. There's probably children getting blown up as we speak. Real quick, before we move on, I need to remind you, you need to hit up the BLOP. If you live in the United States, you need to join the nonviolent direct political action movement. You need to make this part of your life. Yes, you do. If you give a shit about your motherfucking life, okay, I'm not going to have kids and I just plan on living in front of my computer and masturbating in between work sessions. Even you will be affected by this, okay? I mean, these guys are talking about taking away your pornography. Okay? They're talking, they want to reduce the amount of, pleasures that you get to enjoy, right? So even if you want to embrace nihilism and go full-blown apathetic, I don't care what happens, not my problem. Okay? They're coming after you too. Okay? Do something about it, okay? Die on your feet, at least. Female eunuchs, welcome back. The BLOP. Hey guys, you want to talk about Trump? Let's talk about Trump, baby. Let's talk about you and me. Let's talk about Trump. Woo! Talk about Trump. I love talking about Trump. We could either talk about Trump or ICE. But we've already had a fascist section, so let's get to Trumpy Trump. This is hilarious to me. Like this, it's all coming. Like he really, truly believes the tariffs. It's a magic money machine. It's like it's a direct tax against the country that wants to do business with you. It's not a direct tax on your customers. So here he is telling Walmart, "Oh, you just eat the tariffs. Don't send the cost to your customers." It's like, bro, like you're the worst capitalist ever. You suck. You just suck now. So now he's like, now they're communists, right? So this is the statement he put out on Truth. This is his truth. Okay, can we talk about this real quick? Just real quick. He uses this as his icon. Has anyone seen the comic book character called Nuke? Has anyone seen? Does anyone know how fucking crazy it is that he's walking around with this as his image? No? Okay. No, that's just me? All right, it's just me. Oh yeah, here's Nuke in Punisher. This is from the really bloody version of Punisher. What's it, Warzone? Oh my god, you guys have to read Punisher Warzone. It's so fucking good, dude. Look at that shit. He carved that shit on his face with a knife. Hell yeah. So that's Nuke. Oh yeah, here's another depiction of Nuke. Just a pro-American psychopath, and just casually our president, when he's not cosplaying as the goddamn Pope, just casually our president. But here he is asking Walmart should stop trying to blame the tariffs as a reason for raising prices throughout the chain. Walmart made billions. I mean, he's right. It's funny. He's 100% making a left-wing argument. It's fucking crazy, man. What am I supposed to do? I have full-blown Trump derangement syndrome. I can't agree with Trump. Hold on, I gotta change my subject here. There we go. I can't agree with Trump, but I totally do. I totally agree. Look, I don't agree with the tariffs that he's doing, but if I was in charge, would I implement some light tariffs on certain things to help U.S. industries? And would I ask multi-billion-dollar corporations to, instead of raising prices on their customers, to eat some of those losses and reduce their profits? Right? Yeah, I would do this. It's like super duper left wing, bro. It's like like I'm losing my mind. I'm actually losing my mind. Donald Trump, I couldn't imagine being married to this thing. How do you, being in this, like, this blew me away. John Cleese, genius, of course, from Monty Python, not only does a perfect description of Dunning-Kruger, the dude knew he knew the guy. He knew the guy. Like, they just don't make him like they used to, okay? Timothy Chalamet, none of these, like, we don't have any replacement for John Cleese, man. We got nothing. When this guy leaves us, I feel like we're, like, kind of screwed when this guy dies. I don't know. Like, he's like, they just don't make him like they used to anymore.
If you're very, very stupid, how can you possibly realize that you're very, very stupid? You'd have to be relatively intelligent to realize how stupid you are. There's a wonderful bit of research by a guy called David Dunning at Cornell, who's a friend of mine, I'm proud to say, who's pointed out that in order to know how good you are at something requires exactly the same skills as it does to be good at that thing in the first place, which means, and this is terribly funny, that if you're absolutely no good at something at all, then you lack exactly the skills that you need to know that you're absolutely no good at it.
Yeah. And we are, when it comes to Donald Trump and the economy, we are at that Dunning-Kruger. He's doubling down. Yeah, fuck around and find out, bingo boingo. So amazing stuff. There you go. John Cleese, legend, treasure to humanity. You know what I mean? The kind of person that, if Peter Thiel does come up with that, ability to transfer your brain into a computer, we should probably prioritize John Cleese. The crypto stuff is really hilarious. It's interesting when he does this, never heard of it, don't even know what that is, literally don't know what that is. It's a 100% guarantee that he not only knows exactly what that is, but he knows how crazy illegal and bad it makes him look. And he's 100% totally aware. We've seen evidence of this in the past. Well, I've never heard of that. I don't even know what that is. And there's like stone cold evidence that he knows exactly what that is. And then we get a report from people on the inside that was like, he was completely worried about this. It was, total lie. So when we see him say, I've never heard of that, I don't know what that is, we not only do we know that he knows, but he knows how illegal and corrupt it makes him look. And of course, it's literally a direct line to bribe him. Literally. That's literally what it is. It's a direct line to bribe the president. It's unbelievable, but that's 100% true.
An Emirati government backed did a $2 billion deal using the Trump digital coins. How did that deal come about? I don't know anything about it.
Don't know anything about it. Digital coin, digital what's a who's a what's it? Never heard about it. Don't even know. Now that, ring, 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 ding, 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 ding. Yep. No, never heard of it. But I'm a big supporter of crypto. Blah 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 blah. Doesn't matter. I mean, because that's why Project 2025 went after the Justice Department. That's they're lawfare. They use that lawfare like crazy. That's the where's the enforcement? Where's the enforcement? Didn't Andrew Jackson say something about that? So this has kind of flown under the radar a bit. But he made a deal with a Mexican cartel leader? What? What? Like out in the public? Didn't Ronald Reagan get in trouble for this? Wasn't the Iran-Contra scandal something about this? Something like this? Trump administration has reportedly cut a deal with a former cartel boss in Mexico with 17 family members being allowed to enter the United States? What deal? Is Scheinbaum cool with this? She makes her own deals with the cartels. Let's not get it twisted there. Mexican Security Secretary Omar Garcia Harfuch confirmed in a radio interview that the family of Ovidio Guzman Lopez, the son of notorious cartel leader Joaquin El Chapo Guzman, were allowed to enter the U.S., the AP reports. Blah, blah, blah. This is just, okay, so he's connected. Guzman Lopez took over a faction of the Sinaloa cartel after his dad was captured and imprisoned, so he's definitely not innocent, okay? It's evident that his family is going to the U.S. because of a negotiation or an offer that the Department of Justice is giving him. What? Video reportedly surfaced the cartel family members carrying suitcases while crossing the border near Tijuana. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, he wanted to, he's reported that he wanted to blow them up. Okay, so we have no idea what he got out of the deal, man. Art of the fucking deal, y'all. Art of the fucking deal over here. What did he get? What happened? Huh? Wait a minute. Is he literally kicking out like mothers and people working at restaurants and bars under the auspices of kicking out rapists and murderers while literally importing the very rapist, murderer, drug dealer criminals that he's pretending to give a shit about? Is that literally what's happening here? I mean, we're talking about Sinaloa cartel. You're talking about rapists and murderers. You're talking about scum of the earth. You're talking about the worst of the worst, the Sinaloa cartel. You kidding me? The crimes that they've committed. Yeah, let him in. Yeah, we'll make a deal. Let him in. And what did you get out of it? What happened? Did they throw down their arms? Did they give up? Did anything change whatsoever? Nah, we just let him in. We'll worry about the details later. Why? Well, they're stone cold criminals, and we feel like camaraderie between them. I honestly don't even know why. Is Donald Trump going to run on, I made a great deal with the cartel members. I made a great deal. I didn't get shit out of it. They welcomed into the country. They're now American citizens. It's a great deal for them. Complete screw everyone else over. Great deal. I'm a deal maker. You going to run on that? I mean, I don't even get it. Is it strictly money? Is like money going into his pocket? Is that it? Is this like legitimate? Like has nothing to do with the interests of the United States whatsoever? And it was just simply cartel members going to buy a bunch of Trump crypto, and he's like, okay, let him in. This article does not give us that answer, so I don't know. But art of the deal, y'all. Matthew Miller, who is a piece of shit. With this tweet here, paying Elon, by the way, in exchange for getting nothing from China, we agreed to remove the gun we had pointed to our own head. We will continue to aim the gun at our own foot, however, masterful negotiating. He's 100% correct here, talking about tariff negotiations with China. If you haven't been keeping up, ludicrous. Things are basically, things are back to where they were. But the uncertainty is still there because he's promising to adjust and increase them in 90 days. The effects of the damage that was already done to the supply chain are about to start hitting U.S. shelves. That's why we have Walmart saying, yeah, we're going to raise prices because we just spent an extra $100 million getting, the shit that we're going to be selling in 1 month on a fucking boat coming in from China. So yeah, in like 2-3 weeks, whatever, we're gonna have to jack those prices up because we're not cutting our profit. We're not cutting that. Profit go up, or we stop doing business. Right? This isn't hippie land. Okay, this isn't commie land. This is a capitalist system. The externalities are offloaded on people. That's how it works. And if we want to stop that, we need to regulate it. But of course, not like this cockamamie orange fool. Look at this man's makeup, dude. This isn't even doctored. He just does this now. He doubles down on it. Doesn't even look human. He looks like a honey baked ham, except like a gross one, like a one that's like left out, left out for 5 days and is starting to get like greenish. We have at least 11 committed massive car factories that are going to be built that are in the process of being built. Some have actually started. This is literally a lie that he told in his first term. It's a straight up lie. Bob Collins over here with a nice burn. Why, sure. They're building them next to the gas station, charging $1.98. Exactly. It's a lie. Stone cold lie. Yeah, poodles. Oompa Loompa. This habit that Trump has of sniveling and sniping at the media. Oh, you're very unfair. You're very nasty. Your ratings are bad. Embarrassing. Of course, you know, it's embarrassing. And it's interesting to me that these little pussies, they think it kind of makes them look strong, makes them look tough. And honestly, it makes them look so pathetic and small.
In addition, yesterday we achieved a total reset with China after productive talks in Geneva.
China?
Both sides now agreed to reduce the tariffs imposed after April 2nd to 10% for 90 days as negotiators continue on the largest structural issues. And I want to tell you that a couple of things. First of all, that doesn't include the tariffs that are already on, that are our tariffs. And it doesn't include tariffs on cars, steel, aluminum, things such as that.
Yeah. He keeps trying to do these like half measures because he's like, you know, the tariffs are good. The tariffs are good. We're not done with this tariff experiment. And you know, the markets, it's really amazing how with the kid gloves that these brutal capitalists are treating with this administration. If this was Joe Biden, I swear to God, we would be in depression by now, right? The sell-off would have happened. These guys would have been, you know, oh, welcome to the new communist, you know, revolution. They'd be jumping out of buildings and overreacting like crazy and, you know, dumping their positions and dumping bonds. But they love Trump. They love fascism. Like the amount, like it from my personal opinion here, it feels like the market really wants this to work. You know, all these sociopaths, like, oh, it'd be so nice if we can just get this fascist dictatorship in there, and then we'll have control of the Fed. You know, we won't have to worry about elections anymore, and we can just exploit like crazy. I mean, you thought it was bad before. We're gonna go absolutely crazy with the exploitation, right? Like they really want this to work, and the main obstacle to this is Donald fucking Trump.
Or tariffs that may be imposed on pharmaceuticals, because we want to bring the pharmaceutical businesses back to the United States, and they're already starting to come back now based on tariffs.
No, they're not. And no, they're not. There was a report that some pharmaceutical companies in the UK are threatening to leave the UK and open up shop in the United States because, you know, obviously you can get away with severe overcharging and exploitation of the American people. And there's a bunch of regulations in the UK that prevent them from doing that kind of, I mean, they still make a wildly healthy profit. They still make all kinds of money in the UK, but they don't make obscene amounts of money. Okay. And it's like, right. What they don't see is that, you know, you can only push people so far, and, you know.
I'm a Luigi.
Interesting little thing here. Rolling Stone reached out to all 53 GOP senators after the president said he didn't know whether he needs to honor the nation's founding document. None replied. And of course, this is in reference to Donald Trump going, I don't know if I have to follow the Constitution. Being asked, do you have to follow the Constitution? I don't know. We're looking into it. I don't know. We're looking into it. So all 53 GOP senators, crickets, right? Constitution, what? Oh yeah, we weaponize and pretend to support the Constitution, but we don't truly support any of that. You know, sociopathic nihilists, okay? And in some cases, overt fascists. In other cases, useful idiots. I mean, it runs the gambit, right? But they are enemies of democracy. They are enemies of freedom, and they need to be treated as such, right? They need to be treated with the kind of disdain that that Lincoln treated the rebellion, back in the day, right? Not even acknowledging, because they tried to call themselves, the Confederate, the Confederate States or whatever. He wouldn't even acknowledge. No, you don't. Internally in the government, you don't refer to them as the name that they have given themselves. You refer to them as rebels. This is kind of, what the kind of attitude that we need from liberals. And of course, we're not getting that. Not even close to it. I mean, not even remotely close. They have changed nothing. They've literally changed nothing. I get the same emails. I get the same text messages. They've changed nothing. It's been on autopilot since the Hillary Clinton campaign, seemingly. And they're like, I saw the last word, Lawrence O'Donnell. I was like, oh my God, turn this off. What am I doing? Ali Veshley's okay, though. So yeah, we do. Okay, just moving on. Got to talk about the stupid fucking plane. Sorry. Got to talk about it. Why do we need to talk about it? Because it's literally historically the largest bribe ever accepted by a U.S. president ever. Not even close. Not even remotely close. And it's interesting. Like, he's putting a lot of energy. He's directing his entire organization to get out there and defend this. And even, there's a couple scragglers that, Ted Cruz or whatnot that have come out, I think, and made some statements. Not the best idea. Ron Paul. Well, it's going to be really expensive to retrofit it. And I know it's cool, but kind of a terrible idea. I still love you. I still love you, Trumpy Trump. I'll do it anytime you want. But, it's a pretty terrible idea, gotta say. And Donald Trump coming out and saying, it's a gift. What are you fucking Libby liberals bitching about, okay? They come up to you, nicest guys in the world, not a single agenda to be seen, just the nicest people you've ever met, okay? And they say, hey, let me give you a plane. And what do you say? You're going to be rude and not take it? You say yes. Thank you for the gift. Thank you so much. What is the problem here? No pushback, nothing, silence. Silent. He just gets to make statements, treasonous statements every single fucking day. No pushback. Oh, where are you from? Oh, you're nasty. Your ratings are bad.
Okay, did you think that Donald Trump's attempt to get a $400 million airplane from Qatar couldn't get worse? Spoiler alert, here's Trump tonight telling the origin story of the $400 million plane on Fox.
When we landed, we parked right next to the 747 of Qatar. And we parked next, there was another 747, 2 or 3 of them, which the Arab world has. And when you look at a new 747 and you look at a plane that's 40...
You know why he wants this? Because it's all bedazzled in gold. And he's the corniest motherfucker that's ever walked this planet. Loves gold, right? Famously, the gold-plated toilet. That's why. It's gaudy, disgustingly, disgusting wealth on every corner, right? Whereas Air Force One is like a pseudo military, right? A continuity of government function. It's got a lot of functions. It needs to be armored. The presidential areas are very comfortable and carpeted and all that, but it's not opulent. It's not something a pharaoh would fly around in. That's why. That's why he wants it. Doesn't care about security, doesn't care about continuity of government, right? Because the whole idea of Air Force One is if shit gets really bad, the president can run the country from the air. We've seen it in movies a million times, right? Well, what happens if the plane you have has more fucking doilies than it does have, radar capabilities? It does. Yeah, kitchen's better, so... I mean, fuck you. Who cares? You're peasant.
42 years old. Not even the same plane. The other ones are bigger and sleeker and sharper, and it doesn't look right. And he said, great gentleman, Tamim, he said, I would like to help if you want. I said, how can you help? Well, we happen to have a plane. And I said, well, what do you want to do? He said, you have been, and he doesn't mean me, although I have been good. He means our country.
Yeah,
and he said,
everyone.
Your country has been very good to us. I would love to do something to help with this situation you have with Air Force One.
Meanwhile, in reality land, this $400 million, or is it $400 billion? No, $400 million. This $400 million boondoggle, they've been desperately trying to offload since they built it. They've been desperately trying to find a sucker to offload it. And Trump's like, I'll just use the taxpayers' dollars to buy this. I'll say it's for my library, and then I'll take it when I leave. It'll be a nice little present when I leave.
I said, that's nice. What do you suggest? And he suggested this. And I said, you know what? That's very nice. That's very nice. I appreciate it. What would be the price? He said, there is no price. China, I said, that's nice. I made a good deal. We need a plane for a couple of years before we get the other ones, because Boeing is very late.
So if you're actually the president of the United States and somebody gives you a free thing like that, it's not indicative of the fact that you made a good deal. It's actually just indicative of the fact that you're the president of the United States and you have a lot of power and people know how you work. The president of the United States is not actually going to be allowed to ride around in an interim Qatari hand-me-down jet while a new Air Force One is...
Pete Hegseth to let him do it. Who's going to stop him, Ari? I'm hearing a lot of this cocky fucking Pod Save America attitude coming from it's so ridiculous. It's a safety nightmare. It'll leave us totally vulnerable. Trump doesn't give a hoot. What was Trump saying to his security when they were like, sir, we have people with guns, on January 6th when he was doing his speech? Sir, we got people, they got armed pistols and they got weapons on them. Let them in. They're not there to shoot me. Let them in. That's his attitude. No one's going to touch me. I'm not vulnerable. And he's likely true. I don't know, It's pretty untouchable if you're the president, but I mean, we still, I mean, with that said, there was a one assassination attempt, but we're talking about, a plane, not having the capability to see a missile or something like that. Like, I don't know. Putin shoots down Air Force One, the Qatar Air Force One, Qatar Air Force One, dude, shoots down the flying palace of the president. President's in the hot tub. What the fuck is going on back there?
Is being built for a lot of very specific military and security reasons. The Air Force Ones take a long time to build because of the extensive security required to carry a president. I mean, they've got evasive maneuvers and they can refuel in the air. It's not just a normal fancy plane. Outfitting that Qatari jet
what if it was a fancy plane?
To be an Air Force One could reportedly cost up to $1 billion. I've seen a lot of estimates, but they're in the several hundred million to $1 billion. Donald Trump said no price.
Pentagon spends a bill.
Because there's no price for Trump if he can get the American taxpayer to pay for it. There's so much more to unpack in that scene that Trump described, which we'll discuss in a moment. Trump's explanation comes after spending days being dazzled by dictator palaces in the repressive Middle Eastern countries en route back to the United States and all the pesky frustrations of the fact that back home he's got this liberal democracy, sputtering though it may be.
He's going to talk about the boss, and then we're going to move on.
It's still a liberal democracy. He doesn't seem too happy about it. Maybe that's why he spent today on Truth Social lashing out at his Republican allies in Congress and on the Supreme Court who defied him today. And also, by the way, at Bruce Springsteen and Taylor Swift. Trump raged at Springsteen for speaking out against him on Wednesday night in England.
A majority of our elected representatives have failed to protect the American people from the abuses of an unfit president and a rogue government.
100%. Yep. Couldn't say about it.
They have no concern or idea of what it means to be deeply American.
true. Yeah. No, they're not.
Now,
yeah.
In fairness,
so there you go. MSNBC. This is actually the whole segment's actually pretty good, and he gets into some details. He gets into some good stuff. Connections, Saudi Arabia, yada yada. So good stuff. Ari Veshli, one of the better ones. Of course, you know, Western. He's got the corporate bias. He's got the neoliberal bias, et cetera, et cetera. But he does some good work. So we're seeing the right wing. You know, we're almost done with the plane stuff, but we're seeing the right wing attempt to defend obvious, blatant corruption on a level we've never seen in the country, right? So here's Ann Coulter, who literally wrote a book about how you shouldn't trust Trump and how bad Trump is. And then, you know, after January 6th, she writes this book thinking that's the direction that the party's going to go in. Nope. No. So she gets off the anti-Trump train, hops right back on the pro-Trump train. Now she's pro-MAGA 100%. So she's a dumbass on top of being a cold-hearted bitch. But here she is over here. I can't, but you know, as smug as it gets, fucking smug dripping off every fucking keystroke. I can't wait for the press to find out about France's so-called gift to the Statue of Liberty, accepted in 1886 by then President Grover Cleveland. Now you know. The only feature worth a damn on Twitter over here, community notes. The president was authorized and directed to accept the statue by a joint resolution of Congress on March 3rd, 1877. She didn't even get the fucking date right. Where did you even get this? What did you get this from, the fucking conservative version of Wikipedia? As of 5/13/25, there are no indication Congress will be voting on acceptance of Qatar's plane. So it wasn't a great deal made by Grover Cleveland. It was a fucking accepted, gift from a foreign country that went through a debate and was legally accepted, right? I'd never post again. Absolute zero. That's not how you make money on the right-wing blogosphere. The way to make money on the right-wing griftosphere here is to just never stop. Never, ever, ever stop. Okay? Oh my God. No Justice MTG rated the channel 72. What the? What? Oh, hold on. We got new music for this. Here we go. It's time for the raid, folks. Are you ready? Get your fucking ball sacks, vaginas ready for the ultimate news experience. Welcome to the News Underground. Woo! Thank you for the follows, German Cow Duck Authority. Thank you, No Justice MTG. Wait, No Justice MTG? Wait, for real? Are we talking about No Justice, who's the same person who gets interviewed on Navarro Media? No way, dog. Okay, we rated anyway, it appears. Hey, there's nihilist. No, I'm an anti-nihilist. So she really the very same? I'm honored. I'm actually honored, yo. Straight up. I think the trans person, right? They identify as a woman, I assume. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, welcome to the Greater Value Vosh. Wow, super smart person, crazy smart person. I've seen, I disagree with some of the more, extreme left-wing communist leanings, anarchist leanings, but no Justice MTG. She's great. Yeah, she's a woman. Okay. Just want to make sure. I'm terrible with misgendering, so I just like to get that out of the way really quick, right? I'm calling everybody dude and bro my whole life. I kind of fucked myself. Personally, I'm a democratic socialist, but I mean, we need allies. Okay, we gotta accept that we disagree, and we gotta get people at least pushing in the same direction, and we can debate some of the finer details once we start getting some momentum. Right? Thank you again for all the follows, everybody. Bernie bros are the best bros. I guess I'm a Bernie bro. I got big problems with Bernie's, support of the neoliberal establishment, Bernie's support of, Israel, even though, of course, he's now speaking out. Bernie's general lack of geopolitical opinion, right? He supports Ukraine, but does he really make a strong voice for Ukraine? I'd be surprised if Bernie hasn't called it a genocide. He's literally one of the only politicians who's calling for the United States to stop funding Israel. Oh, great. Yeah, Eurovision, super great. Awesome. I love how Eurovision has just turned into this nationalist display fest, right? It's just all about justifying extreme nationalism. But whatever, I'm not an entertainment guy. Do you mean Democrat, social, or social democrat? Just so I don't know. Who fucking knows? Who fucking knows? Look, can we just start by giving people socialized health care? Can we start in education and making sure everyone's fed? We'll worry about the fucking definitions of the isms after we make sure that there's not a fucking starving child in the United States of America. You know what I mean? Oh, it's socialism. It's communism. It's technically it's democratic. As long as it's democratic, that's the big thing, right? Everything's got to be fucking voted on. Everything. Checks and balances. Constitutional. This is hilarious. The motherfucking laughs just don't stop. They just do not stop. This is absolutely fucking hilarious. Donald Trump in his zeal to make a deal, right? Because the only allegiance Donald Trump has is to Donald Trump. So he'll do things that are contradictory to somebody who's like, you would think, Donald Trump, hardcore Zionist, right? Hardcore defender of Israel, right? He would never come out and, separate of the Israeli government, have discussions with the interim government that's just taken over in Syria after Bashar al-Assad, has been removed from power finally, right? He would never do that. That's crazy, right? He's so pro-Israel. He's like Ben Gvir in orange makeup, right? He's like, let's build a fucking hotel on the Gaza Strip on the corpses of Gazan children, right? He's as extreme as it gets. There's no way that he would just out of the fucking blue start talking to this theocratic, like they want to institute a form of Sharia law, right? But they're claiming that they still respect women because they need legitimacy, et cetera, et cetera. There's no way that he would do that. John McCain called himself a maverick. Donald Trump's the true fucking maverick. Okay, Donald Trump's the true fucking maverick. You don't know where this guy's going to go. So let's hear what he had to say. I think he calls somebody beautiful or something. Well, let's just watch.
I will be ordering the cessation of sanctions against Syria in order to give them a chance at greatness.
I agree with this, by the way. Oh, wow. Okay. So the prince, the prince of Qatar here, prince of Saudi Arabia, This must have been something that he wanted Trump to do. This must be why we're seeing it. Interesting. If fucking Elon Musk over there. Are you on ketamine? What's up with that face? Elon Mao. I love R.M. Brown. He's very funny. I steal from R.M. Brown quite a bit. When is he not on ketamine? Good point. Everyone stands. These pathetic fucking... I'm not a big fan of the Saudi royal family. So this, I should have gotten a better clip. This is not the best clip, but basically he said, we're going to try to make a deal. We're going to try to hot take. Yeah, big hot take. We're going to try to make a deal with, which I'm actually okay with, as long as they don't go Taliban. And remember, when they took over Afghanistan, They made a bunch of statements as well. We're going to treat women with respect, and it's a desperate attempt to be legitimate. I don't think right now it's fair to compare the interim Syrian government to these extremist elements quite yet. So I'm okay with this, attempt to try and, soft legitimization. But Trump's like, yeah, skip all that. Yeah, you're totally legitimate. You're bros. We're good. We're good to go. We're good to go. Oh, you're going to force women to wear burqas. Whatever. That's all right. We can make a deal. So I don't know, man. Right now at this stage, I agree with starting negotiations, maybe, sending diplomatic aid, et cetera, et cetera. Hey, how about encouraging Israel to get the fuck out of there? Could we? No, hot take. Hold on. Sorry.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Sorry. I forgot. I mean, look, this is kind of old news for some of you, so sorry if this is, I just haven't had a chance myself to talk about this, so I apologize. This is kind of a week old, so it might as well be 100 years old. I admit that. But this is unbelievable, right? We don't know, will we ever know? Does Trump know what Photoshop is? Okay, and he's just really dumb. Does Trump, he knows what Photoshop is, and he's just really convincing at being dumb? Like, I don't know. This is, of course, the news reporter saying, sir, these MS-13, the numbers that you're seeing, that's superimposed over an image of Abrego Garcia's knuckles, and he's got a bunch of stupid edgelord tattoos on his knuckles. It's very obviously, them, like, and he's, I don't know which one. You tell me, what do you think? Trump's super dumb, this is Dunning-Kruger, or Trump's super conniving? You pick. I don't know.
He wasn't a member of a gang. And then they looked, and on his knuckles,
that's so cool,
he
Justice
had
MTG.
MS-13.
That is so cool.
Wait a minute. He had MS-13 on his knuckles.
He had some tattoos that are interpreted that way. But let's move on.
Wait a minute. Hey, Terry.
Thank you for following.
He did not have the letter MS-13.
It says MS-13.
That was Photoshop. So let me
That was Photoshop. Terry, you can't do that. Hey, they're giving you the big break.
So he does know what Photoshop is. This person's memeing this up, which I totally am cool with. Thank you for all the follows. My God, I don't, I'm very appreciative. This is very nice. Thank you for the follows. I do appreciate it. If I do have a lot of people viewing, I would like to remind you to check out the BLOP. Make sure you check out the big list of protests. We have to make nonviolent, direct political action a part of our life. Okay, if you're a millennial or younger, this is the struggle for the rest of our lives. If we want to keep liberty, if we want to keep our democracy, we want to keep our Constitution. This is our only option. Okay, this goes even above laws and everything else. We can change things, but we have to show up. Nut up, show up, quit your bitching. Okay. Pull up your fucking pants. Get off my lawn.
Of a lifetime. You're doing the interview. I picked you because, frankly, I never heard of you, but that's okay.
You're so nasty.
Terry,
you're so nasty.
But you're not being very nice. He had MS-13 tattooed.
We'll agree to disagree. I want to move on to something else.
Terry, do you want me to show you the picture?
Do you want me to show something else?
And this hack, this fucking disgusting piece of fucking journalistic filth over here, desperately, okay, agree to disagree. Okay, yeah, whatever you want, whatever. Okay, but this is embarrassing. This is more embarrassing for me than you because, I'd love the access. Please invite me again for another interview. ABC gave me a raise because of this, and it's okay. Kid gloves for you.
Do you want me to show you the picture?
I saw the picture.
And you think it was Photoshop? Well,
here we go.
Don't Photoshop it. Go look at his hand.
He knows what Photoshop is.
He did have tattoos that can be interpreted that way. I'm not an expert on them.
Yeah,
I want to turn to
Duck Authority. I totally agree. However you want to, put your time. You want to join a union. Absolutely, 100%.
Ukraine,
No,
sir.
Terry,
I want to get to Ukraine.
No.
It's not easy, Duck, but
as clear as you can be, not interpreted. This is why people no longer believe the news because
when
it's
he was
fake
photographed
news.
in El Salvador, they aren't there. But let's just go. They aren't there when he's in El Salvador.
They weren't there, but they're there now, right?
No,
but they're
in
now.
your picture.
Terry,
Ukraine, sir.
He's got MS-13 on his knuckles. Okay?
But they're there now. Well, can we put him there? Can we? Hey, Sean, you know who was fucking Tom Hooman. Tom Hooman, can you tattoo MS-13? Like just a sloppy fucking MS-13 across his hand. Look, it's there. Look, it's there.
We'll take a look.
You do such a disservice.
We'll take a
Such
look.
a disservice. You won't let me lie. How come you won't let me lie about this? That's so funny because he almost literally says that. He's like, how come you won't just let me, you just accept it? How come you just won't accept this?
Yes, he does. And, go on to disservice.
We'll take a look at
Why
that,
don't you
sir.
just say it? Yes, he does. And, go on to something else.
It's contested.
This man will be studied for decades. Okay. If this man isn't the focal point of like a whole year of studying history needs to be dedicated to Trump. But maybe only once the damage has truly been done. In Times New Roman, the default font, the default. Oh, fuck. So here's Donald Trump. Surprised. All of a sudden, they say I got to follow the Constitution. All of a sudden, out of the blue, these wokesters come out of the forest. Okay, they come out from a little hidey holes and they say, "Sir, you got to follow the Constitution." Nobody told me, and it's kind of your fault. Okay, look, I'm just gonna, this is kind of bullshit. No one told me about this. Okay, I'm not gonna do it. We're just gonna keep going. You want me to have a trial for every single person that I deport? Oh, come on. Look, we'll tattoo MS-13 on their hands and we'll just kick them out to a country they've never been to before. Come on. What are we talking about here? Skin is brown. They make me uncomfortable. Okay. They don't stay in the kitchen. Okay. They gotta go. Criminals, rapists. Look at that. Due process? No one told me due process. What are we talking about here? Due process. What are we talking about?
And as you said, it is an undeniable fact that illegal crossings at the southern border have plummeted.
The law.
A staggering
I am the law.
decline.
He almost said that.
But there are questions.
Not in this interview.
About your methods. And so I want to ask.
But my message?
Methods.
Whoa,
about
thank
your
you for
methods.
that follow.
How you're accomplishing
They seem to work.
Do you acknowledge?
I like that. I like that he says that. It seems to work. Who's stopping me? Basically, you stopping me, puss boy? Pussy liberals like you stopping me? Seems to work pretty well, doesn't it? I'm completely getting away with this using fucking Bush era laws that were cemented into place by Barack Obama. Seems to work pretty good, doesn't it? I'm walking all over you, bitch.
But there are questions about your methods. And so I want to ask.
But my message?
Methods. About your methods. How you're accomplishing
They seem to
this.
work.
Do you acknowledge that under our law, every single person who gets deported gets a hearing first to make their case?
Well, are we talking about people that are citizens of our country or not?
No, you're not deporting citizens at this point.
Well, let me ask you, did they get hearings when...
Incorrect, Mr. Journalist. That's actually incorrect, and I think that was incorrect at the moment of this interview.
When Biden allowed 21 million, because I think the number is 20 million people to flow into our country, you had 21 million people that came
Wildly
into our
inaccurate,
country
by
through
the
a
way.
stupid open border. And they were prisoners,
wildly inaccurate.
and they were people that you don't want, in many cases, in our country.
Barack Obama was the deporter-in-chief, deported more people than anybody in history. And in fact, Donald Trump's own immigration department has yet to meet the same deportation numbers that Joe Biden was hitting in his only single term. Not true, wildly untrue,
Right? They came from all over the world. They came from the Congo. They came from South. They came from
we should make them citizens.
all over the world. We're talking about some of the roughest countries in the world. They had here, including terrorists, by the way.
All criminals.
But did we give them a hearing when they came in?
Well, the law requires that every single person who is going to be deported gets a hearing first.
Well,
do you acknowledge that?
I'll have to ask the lawyers about that. All I can say is this. If you're going to have 21 million people, and if we have to get a lot of them out because they're criminals, we're going to have to act fast. We can't. Do you think?
Ironically, the first lie he ever told us, right? You know, one of the first things that came out of his mouth, one of the first controversies was him calling them, you know, rapists and killers. And here we are. It's now state policy. You know, it really is. You got to give him credit on that, right? He does keep his promises.
We can give 21 million trials.
He promised to
Let's
fuck
say
our
each
economy.
trial takes 2 weeks. Is that what you want us to do?
The law
Give
is the
21
law,
million?
sir. The law is the law.
No,
You're
the law
sworn
doesn't
to
say anything
uphold it.
about trials.
No, not trials. Hearings. I said
These
hearings.
people
Due
came in, they're
process.
not citizens. They came in illegally. They came into
What
our
about
country
ribbons?
illegally.
And
We
there's-
have to get them out.
There's a legal process for that.
I can't, sure, and we follow the legal process. I can't have a trial, a major
Let me just
trial
justify
for
not
every
following that,
person
by
that
the way.
came in illegally. We have thousands of murderers that came in. They're going to murder people. They already have murdered
Welcome back,
people in our
Zio.
country.
Right, so
we have to get them out,
They're
and we have
bad
to get them
guys,
out fast.
Really bad guys. But in our country, even bad guys get due process, right?
If people come into our country illegally, there's a different standard. These are illegal. They came in illegally.
But they get due process.
Well, they get a process where we have to get them out.
It's an immigrant.
Yeah, they get a process. They get the process of getting kidnapped off the street, and in one instance, ICE agents, you know, took a person, kidnapped them, left their kids in the truck. So he's at a gas station pumping gas. They scoop him up, and the kids are abandoned, gone. I hate to. Okay, we're almost done with Trump. I can only stomach so much of this. You know, the amount of damage I do to my fucking self collecting these clips, hours and hours of listening to this man speak. I do it for you. I do it for you. But I tell you, it does not come for free. Okay, there is a cost to this. This man is damaging my mental health. But let's proceed. This is him on tariffs, how he thinks the economy works. Basically, America's a big store, and the rest of the world likes coming to the store and apparently taking advantage of us because trade deficits are bad. By the way, this is all stuff. I mean, like, it's not like he was saying it super loud during the campaign, but in those moments where he was asked about, okay, what are your economic beliefs? And of course, his entire career that he's been talking about tariffs, the evidence was there that he was going to do this, that he actually had no idea. He actually has no idea how the economy works, like even on a basic fundamental level. Like I feel fairly confident saying this, that my amateur ass has a better understanding of economics than Donald Trump. I feel fairly confident saying that. And like, that's one of the things that I'm like least confident about, you know. It's like, it's a super, I'm not good with numbers. They scare the shit out of me. All right. Inflation, I don't get it. Okay. But I think Donald Trump, like, super duper doesn't get it.
Well, I can announce all of them now. I could announce 50 to 100 deals right now because, you know,
Elrod,
I'm the shopkeeper and I keep the store. And, you know, I know what countries are looking for and I know what we're looking for. And I can just set those terms and they can go shopping or they don't have to go shopping because everybody wants to shop here. This is like a beautiful store.
We're a service economy. We have industry. Obviously, we make products here, but the entire structure of our economy since Ronald Reagan has been shifting towards a service economy where we purchase goods overseas for cheap and then sell them for cheap. But, you know, we're using our big, powerful American dollar to do that. So, you know, it's kind of a toxic system that works out to our benefit. Of course, you knew that. Donald Trump appears to not understand that basic function, that basic idea that we're a service economy and not an industrial power. This was like a decision that was made decades ago, you know, by people that are long since dead. But this was, you know, it was put on crack by Bill Clinton and Barack Obama with NAFTA, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You know, with free trade and all that. We're a service economy, and it takes decades. It takes decades and decades and decades to shift that. You know, Vosh people call me the dollar store Vosh, and it's very, I guess I deserve that. But I do watch Vosh sometimes, and he talks about how he's kind of an accelerationist. He keeps saying, yeah, I'm kind of an accelerationist now, because and I think he might be right that millions of Americans are going to have to experience what it feels like to not be the global reserve currency. Maybe it doesn't even need to get so bad that the global reserve currency has changed or anything like that. How would that even happen? Like, is that an official mechanism, or is that just something we're all doing, right? Everyone's just kind of trading oil in the dollar, but that's arbitrary. There's no official law or rule that says you have to do it this way. You can trade things for other things, and you can change that. But he believes that America is going to have to experience severe economic pain to actually give a shit enough to want to change this. And I hate to agree with him on that, but I think I do.
This is like one of Bernard Arnault, or maybe I should say Alex, even more importantly, young, the future.
It takes 15 years,
but,
20 years.
Bernard's honor to have you. We'll have a meeting after this. But he has the greatest stores in the world, and they want to shop. Our country is the greatest store in the world of that kind.
Diarrhea.
And everybody wants a piece of it. And they took advantage of us for years because we allowed our presidents allowed it to happen. I don't blame China, and I don't blame Vietnam, and I could name every single country all the way up and down the line, South Korea.
Yeah, I bet you could.
Every single country took advantage of us,
like
without
the
exception. Japan, these are friends of mine, but they took advantage of this country. They ripped off our country, selling us millions and millions of cars a year, and we sold them none. We weren't allowed to sell them a car.
Yeah,
they took advantage
100%.
of us. I don't blame them. I blame the people that sat behind that desk that allowed it to happen, but I don't allow it to happen. I didn't in the first term, but this is a much stronger position because we're the greatest economy in history in our first term. Stock market was up 88%, and we had numbers much better than that. But this is going to be, I think, a much better term, and I think the tariffs are starting to come in. We were losing $5 billion plus a day.
The $5 billion that we're losing is literally stuff that we were buying from other countries, or maybe just from China. He doesn't get it. He doesn't get it that we get stuff. He literally just interprets it as just money stolen from us. And nobody is telling him different, man. No one's telling him different.
Now we're not losing that kind of money. And
yeah, because he's like, we're not trading with China, so we're no longer losing the money.
Soon be making a lot of money a day and a year and a month.
Year and a month. He constantly does this. The numbers are constantly shifting, right? Oh, it'll take a couple years, and then next day it'll take a year and a half, and the next day it'll take a year, and then it just goes on from that. And he does it so casually. He'll it'll take a year or a month to rebuild and transform America from a service economy into an industrial giant. It'll take a month to a year. The reason he can get away with this is because, one, his constituents, the people that love him and vote for him, don't pay attention. They don't care. Two, there's no pushback in the media to call him out. There's no ability for the media to do that. Three, there's no enforcement. The neoliberals, they've completely acquiesced. The Supreme Court's completely acquiesced. He's got complete control over everything. Who's stopping him? Who's stopping him? I'm not going to read this article because I'm an asshole, but I'm sorry. I shouldn't say that. That's not very nice. But no, I don't have time to read this. But Trump, we all know this is true, but he just loves being a troll. So this is just, this was something that leaked out. It's hearsay. It's the best we're going to get until the books start to get written. But Trump is apparently delighted by his influence on the Canadian election. He's tickled pink that a big topic on the Canadian election was his his desire to conquer Canada. He thinks it's really funny and thinks it's really great. Right. quote unquote, it would be very disruptive. A lot of millionaires would leave the country. This is Trump saying, responding to, why don't we, why do you oppose a millionaire tax? Why would you do that? And it's the standard. Look at this guy. He's like literally about to pass out. But even he can fart out this answer of, oh, you don't want the job creators to leave the country. And of course, once again, the Fourth Estate doesn't push back. Agrees with the myths in a lot of the cases because they're corporate billionaire-owned media, so they agree a lot with these kind of myths. But yeah, the job creator myth, right? The idea that we trickle down economics in general, right? MSNBC still believes in trickle down. At the end of the day, you'll hear some dissent, you'll hear some criticism, but at the end of the day, the billionaire owners of MSNBC and ABC and CNN, they know better than to come out and directly criticize. I mean, you're hearing them say oligarchy once in a while, but only really in referencing AOC or Bernie Sanders.
And then secondly, would you
They're not interested in fighting that.
I think it would be very disruptive because a lot of the millionaires would leave the country. Yeah. The old days.
So we're seeing this threat in the UK as well. Oh, you can't tax us. Don't tax us. Like they have anything to worry about from Keir Starmer, right? But if you tax us, we're going to leave. The non-dom status, I think, is a big thing that they're talking about. If you remove our non-dom status, which is literally just a privileged, one-term Keir, 100%. But it's literally just like a tax. You're just a privileged. You get to shelter your tax because you were handed this designation from a fucking lord or something. It's totally fucking female eunuchs. We actually started the stream with covering some UK politics, talking about that, criticizing Keir Starmer pretty heavily, I gotta say. Right. We're just giving up on immigration, just handing that over to the right wing. And immediately Nigel Farage pivots into, oh, it's about illegal immigration, then continues on his way. Literally nothing changes. Like Keir Starmer's like, take that, take this. I'm just gonna agree with you, and then you won't have immigration to use against me so effectively. And Nigel Farage just immediately shifts the tone from, oh, it's not about legal immigration. It's really more about illegal immigration, and you're not doing anything about it. The small boats are still coming. Right, immediately, and then just continues on with a lie machine. Doesn't take a fucking pause. Doesn't even take a breath, dude. Just whooping, bulletproof. Keir Starmer, the political genius.
Left states, they go from one state to the other. Now with transportation so quick and so easy, they leave countries. You'll lose a lot of money if you do that.
Oh no!
And other countries that have done it have lost a lot of people. They lose their wealthy people. That would be bad because the wealthy people pay the tax. Okay?
Yeah, leave. And they pay the tax. No, they don't. And the wealthy people pay the tax. No, you do everything in your power to put people like you in charge who'd cut taxes for the rich. But we all know that. This is basic shit. This is fucking, how we're being oppressed 101. So just an update on the law firm situation. We're almost done here. With Trump, then we're going to get to, let's cover Ukraine next. I need a palate cleanser. Let's watch some Russians get their ass kicked. The Trump administration will press private law firms to represent police officers accused of misconduct for free. So Donald Trump is going to literally force the lawyers that are like, oh, please don't go after us. Oh, we love fascism. Oh, we love you, Trump. He's going to force them to spend millions of dollars of their own money, which lawyers love to do, right? Lawyers famously love to do things for free. So he's going to force them to represent crooked cops that are like shutting off their body cams and beating the shit out of black people and mag dumping on kids and, fill in the blank, all the atrocities that cops commit every single fucking day in this country. Right? So he's going to force these law firms to represent these crooked cops for free. And what lesson? If you're a cop that likes to fuck people, if you're a cop that likes to hurt people, what lesson does this teach you? Oh, wait a minute. If I hurt people, not only will I be protected by the police union and my own police institution, I'll be literally protected by the President of the United States, who is going to force lawyers to represent me pro bono and defend me in anything that I do. Gee, thanks for the blank check. I'm gonna mag dump. This one's for you, Trump. The next mag dump's for you, Trump. I feel unsafe. Bang, 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 bang. I feel unsafe. Bang, 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 make America great again. Bang, 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 bang. Woo! That kid had a bag of Skittles and a nasty look on his face. I had to mag dump him. Make America great again. He's coming right for us. Oh my God, that rabbit. I love that South Park skit. It's a good one. Last thing I wanted on Trump here is, you know, the Pope lunacy. This is just a flash in the pan. Oh, this is so ridiculous, right? He believes this shit. Because he was asked, who do you think should be the Pope? Acorns fired. Watch out! That deer nearly got me. Love South Park. But no, he was asked, who do you want to be Trump? And he's go, me. I think I'd be a good fit. Me. A lot of people don't, all you in the chat probably get it, but a lot of people don't actually understand Trump doesn't care about the country, doesn't care about the party, doesn't care about MAGA. MAGA is just a convenient tool. He cares about Trump. Full stop. Full stop. There's only one subject he gives a shit about. So when asked, you know, who do you envision as the leader of the Catholic world? You know, me. Yeah, me. That's not absurd. Me. The reason why this is important is that as we see with his decisions on the economy, his decisions on democracy, his decisions on liberty, due process, constitutional matters, throw it away. Don't care. Disrespect it. Never respected it to begin with. Veterans, right? Bunch of suckers and idiots. Getting caught up in some other guy's war and then getting killed for your country. What a fool. Right? That's what he believes. He is the worst. He is the best representative of the worst qualities of America. Right? He's exactly what America deserves, because this was, you know, he's kind of the final form of disgusting neoliberal corporate avarice, right? This pampered Nancy boy who's had nothing but the world handed to him, the luckiest guy on planet Earth, basically, right? But the least deserving. You know, people talk about a kakistocracy, right? We're done. We're done. Oh, thank God. With Trump. Let's talk about Ukraine.
There's something going to do.
Oh. Ugh. Need a shower. I need a shower after that. You know what I mean? Thought yeah, exactly. No, yeah. You know, it's funny, you guys weren't here, but I showed a Daily Show clip from 2001 of them talking about, you know, the Bush administration changes, the implementation of Homeland Security, and they were like, you know, welcome to your new police state. And a very, you know, very forward-thinking, very forward-looking skit, because it's like, no, we're living it. Like, here's our fascist dictator, you know, using these departments as his personal Stasi. And he absolutely, Donald Trump is totally interested in using ICE and Homeland Security against American citizens. Let's not get it twisted even a little bit, you know? Before we move on to Ukraine, once again, got to remind you, the BLOP. Make sure you're checking out the BLOP. Follow that 3-step program to create political change. Step 1, we show up, sign up. Step 2, we, you know, make this a part of our life, right? And step 3, that's not right. Step 3, we got to put in the work. But no, basically, we need to participate in nonviolent direct political action. And you're showing up to a protest and having some fun, meeting some people. It's a good way to get your feet wet. Get your ass out there. Step 1, we inform ourselves. Step 2, we sign up. Step 3, we put in the work. That's the 3-step program. Jeez. I've only said it 3 million times. You think I'd get it right one of these days. Americans still believing the military won't go after citizens when Kent State happens. Yeah. I mean, and that was, before the elimination of habeas corpus. Welcome back, Chicken. Good to see you. So this is mainstream media, right? Don't worry, I got some clips. I got some absolutely amazing, fucking amazing. You'll be at the edge of your seat. POV video of Azov with the most unfortunate logo. They could really change the logo, guys. Come on, please change the fucking logo. But Azov over here showing, how much danger you have to put yourself in just to take some Russians prisoner. And then we also
Russia launched a major...
we're not going to watch the whole 17 minutes, but we have Russians once again bunched up, nice, tight together, columns of armor, casually rolling over mines, casually, just casual. We don't have a care in the world, cruising into certain death. Azov is literally not Nazis, you propagandist. You know you're spreading lies. Why don't you accurately describe Azov? 15 to 20% are from regions that are known to be mainly white supremacist. The people who say Azov is literally a Nazi brigade are spreading lies and propaganda. I will say though, change the logo. Change the logo, guys. Okay, you're not doing yourselves any favors with this goddamn SS looking bullshit. Shut the fuck up, you Russian shill. Enjoy a timeout. I don't want to hear it. Proudly spreading lies for a fucking despotic dictator. Fuck you and your defense of the Russian government, comrade. The logo is unfortunate, though. The logo is 100% unfortunate. I've looked into it. I've done deep dives. Azov is about 15-20% shit fuck asshole Nazis with the fucking tattoos and shit. 15 to 20%. How many motherfuckers in the U.S. government, in the U.S. military, I mean, right? Not even one brigade, but the whole goddamn army. How many white supremacists in the U.S. military? I'm not excusing it. I'm simply saying it's a reality of all organized militaries. And of course, are we going to not talk about Russia and their embrace of hardcore white supremacy across their entire military operation? But I don't need to what about it. But look, you want to point out the white supremacist fascist elements of the Azov battalion, just like I did? I'm good with that. You want to spread hardcore fucking pro-Kremlin lies that the entire battalion is a Nazi battalion? Fuck you. How about fuck you? How about we actually be honest with ourselves? Right? Because if we want to criticize, it doesn't help anybody to be spreading Putin lies, spreading Kremlin lies while we're trying to make a point. Because I think Zelensky should, kick these people out. At the very least, they shouldn't be allowed, you should be forced, if you want to be part of the military and you got some Nazi-ass tattoos, your ass is going to get those removed by force or you're not allowed into the military. At least get rid of the fucking tattoos, right? But also, Zelensky's got a couple other problems to deal with, right? Does he really have the time to be putting one of his most effective battalions through this arbitrary anti-tattoo, anti-Nazi, right? Or is that kind of something you table until after the war, right? I kind of agree with tabling that till after the war, but I don't agree with just letting it linger, because I do think it needs to be addressed, because there are white supremacists in the Azov battalion ironically being commanded by a Jew. Okay? But you're going to come in my chat and say, they're all a Nazi brigade, Azov, they're all Nazis. No, that's a lie. That's a lie spread by the fucking Kremlin. I'm not going to have it. Here's Michael Clark with the Western opinion on the current situation in Ukraine. This came out just a couple hours ago.
Diplomatic charade going on in Istanbul today.
in a sense, it's all orchestrated by the Russians, who are trying to avoid any real commitment to a ceasefire. So they're playing for time, as we knew they would from last week onwards, and the international community can't really do very much about it so far. In a way, Marco Rubio, the American Secretary of State, said about a month ago, we'll have no more negotiations about negotiations, no more talks about talks. Well, that almost certainly is what they're going to come out with today, negotiations about negotiations. It isn't taking us very far in the direction of a ceasefire. Meanwhile, the war itself keeps on moving. And so the Russians have put a great deal of effort into attacking always on the southeastern front, that big semicircle in the southeast. And in this area, they're replacing their battlefield losses now. They're bringing people in with only a month's training and throwing them straight into the front. And that whole front has been alive now for many, many months. Now, as we get into the campaign season...
It's been a slaughter. It's been an absolute slaughter. We're talking 3-1, some estimates 4-1 or higher. Ukrainian deaths versus Russian deaths. The amount of material that Russia is losing, human and machine, it's unbelievable. And it's really not talked about because it's just the Trump story in the United States, you know, and we don't want to be they might lose, so we don't want to be seen as pro-Ukraine. This is how cowardly the fucking Western media is. They don't get into these details here, that it is like, you should see some of these images and videos from these battlefields, bodies strewn all over the place, wave after failed wave after wave, in the hopes that the Ukrainian side runs out of ammo or they catch them off guard this one time. Just slaughter, slaughter, slaughter. It's unbelievable what's happening on this front line here. It really, like, it's one of those things like that I think will be talked about quite a bit, you know, later on.
Russians will push even harder. And so they're making some gains around Lyman. They're making some gains around Turets, but the Ukrainians are pushing back. The Ukrainians are still holding Pokrovsk, even though the Russians have tried to get all the way around it, but they still can't.
No, that's absolutely wild that they still even now hold Pokrovsk.
And the Russians themselves still can't take Chasiv Yar, which is a really important center for going northwards to take the whole of the Donbass. Here's the key thing. Over a year ago, in February last year, February 2024, the Russians took Avdiivka. That was a really important strategic gain for them, a really important strategic loss for the Ukrainians. Over a year later, 15 months later, they're only 30 miles further on. They still haven't taken Pokrovsk. That tells you all you really need to know about what's going on in the war.
And if you want to say, well, they're making progress. Look, they're doing it. They're moving forward. You want to say that's a Russian victory. If they kept this pace up to get to Kyiv, they would have to expend the entire population of Russia. Every man, woman, and child would have to be dedicated to this effort. If this is the progress that they're making, we're talking feet, a couple inches a day, hundreds of people dying to take tiny little slivers. Okay. If they keep up this pace, there's, like I said, they could expend every person in the Russian military and they wouldn't get anywhere close to Kyiv. So this idea that, they're winning, they're taking ground, they're making progress. I'm still not willing to say Ukraine is winning over here. I'm happy to say that it's a stalemate. But we got people confidently, and maybe a chicken also, repeating these lies on social media. Russia's winning. Ukraine's on the back foot. Look at this. Ukraine's retreating, bro. They're retreating. They're making smart strategic retreats while absolutely annihilating the Russian military every step of the way. They're not winning, though, Ukraine. Not even close. Ron Flipkowski from Midas Touch or whatever, the Lincoln Project guys, maybe. I think that's where he's from. But pointing out that these guys are absolutely amateurs. This is not how you do diplomacy. Listen to this. President Trump's special envoy did not employ his own interpreter during 3 meetings with Russian President Putin, opting instead to rely on translators from the Kremlin, a U.S. official, and 2 Western officials tell NBC News. there's a myriad of reasons why you don't use your enemy's interpreter. Okay, there's a bunch of reasons why you don't do that. It's not very smart. Kind of basic stuff. I think Sir Keefe and others are balancing this so it runs on and provides an excuse for further military spending. I mean, that's, you know, that's one of the things that I agree with Keir on. He's talking about we need to put boots on the ground, and I agree with him. We got to, you know, because the largest army in Europe is Ukraine. If Putin is able to successfully destroy and dismantle the Ukrainian military, who's going to stand in his way if he rolls into Poland? Who's going to stand in his way if he goes to fucking the Netherlands or wherever the fuck he wants to go? The biggest, most powerful military that's willing to stop Putin is Ukraine. Okay? It's a very real threat that he's not going to stop with Ukraine if this works, if he's victorious. I don't know though, you know, I mean, anything can happen. He might be like, oh, I barely squeaked my way through this, right? This was a total debacle from day one. I thought it was going to be 2 weeks, turned into 2 decades. But I finally got Ukraine for the help of Donald Trump, right, and China. So maybe he'll get a sour taste in his mouth about rebuilding the Russian Empire, like everyone says that he wants to. You know, I don't know. Who knows? But I do know that if he defeats Ukraine and he's able to successfully dismantle the Ukrainian military, that's the largest military standing between him and all of Europe. You know, outside of a massive, coalition. If the United States isn't involved in pushing back, then that leaves the UK and all the other European nations that are close to Russia, the Baltics and everything. It leaves everyone else to fend for themselves. So they either got to work together or they get completely boned. Right? If Donald Trump's going to be not helping out the world, right? Very serious business. So I kind of agree with Keir on that. But I also think that, yeah, politically, no one wants to hear that. No one wants to hear a bunch of money being spent on weapons when rent is too high, food's too high, et cetera, et cetera. No one wants to hear that. Been a bone of contention with Russia. Putin might stop at Ukraine, but we can't take the risk. I don't think we can. Not when they're the largest deterrent, you know? So this is what Zelensky had to say. This is from yesterday. This is what Zelensky had to say. Putin was, quote unquote, afraid to come to Turkey for the ceasefire talks. So I want to just mention real quick that Zelensky is doing this perfectly. I think he's playing this perfectly. And I know I'm not trying to like dick ride Ukraine and Zelensky here. Chicken, I'm going to ask you a direct question before I time you out again. Do you acknowledge that the right-wing elements within the Azov battalion does not constitute the entire battalion? Will you at least accept that they are a minority portion? Maybe you don't agree with 15-20% that I've researched, that I've been able to find in terms of numbers. But would you agree that the right-wing fascist elements of the Azov battalion do not make up its majority? Okay, thank you, Chicken, for acknowledging that. Zelensky is playing this correctly. I agree that Zelensky should address the fascist elements within the Azov battalion, 100%. But I also agree with him putting that on the shelf and dealing with that after the war. Okay, it's a nasty business, but you know these people are fighting and dying for Ukraine, and that he needs. It's not an exaggeration to say that the Azov battalion is one of the most effective battalions in the entire Ukrainian military. Okay, it would be malfeasance as a military leader to slow this unit down, to hobble this, to play PR games. With Russian propaganda. Now, if the whole thing was a bunch of white supremacists, I don't know. That's a pretty bad look. But that is actually not the case when it comes to Azov. Anyway, yeah, Wagner is an example of a 100% white supremacist fighting battalion, right? Like from ship to stern. Anyway, Zelensky's playing this correct. Zelensky knows how Putin is going to react to any kind of deal making with Donald Trump. Putin's going to say, I want everything. You're going to give me everything and then some. You're going to make them sign an anti-NATO document. You're going to give me all the territory that I've taken and then some. You're going to give me Crimea. You're literally, I'm giving up nothing. You're giving me everything. That's been his position from the beginning. It's unchanged. Zelensky knows that. And so he's taking advantage of this because he knows that that's even for Donald Trump, that's untenable because Donald Trump's like, you got to give me something. You got to give me at least one thing here, anything to so that I can make Zelensky look bad, so that I can make him look like he's rejecting the deal. But Zelensky knows that Putin, no, you got to give me everything. Bend over, you're my bitch. I'm not giving up an inch on anything. You're giving me everything and then some. That's my deal. That's the deal that we're going to make. And then I'll make peace. Sure, I'll make peace after I've conquered. No problem. After you've given me everything, then I'll make peace. So Zelensky knows that that's going to be Putin's decision. So what does he do? He makes it seem, I'm down for a peace talk. Let's talk right now. Let's hash it out right now. Let's cease fire right now, right? He's showing Trump that I'm willing to make a deal. Let's make a mineral deal, right? We got that nailed out. I didn't delay on that. Obviously I wasn't going to accept terms that were completely untenable. I'm not a fool, right? You got to give me some security guarantees. By the way, the current mineral deal, I think, was just a gentleman's agreement. It didn't really get into any of these specifics, but it was positive momentum, right? It was exploit us, go crazy, butthole wide open, jump in, right? I mean, exploit away. I mean, you can take our minerals like pennies on the dollar, whatever. Just keep the weapons flowing, right? Yeah, chicken, you're not, they put a Jew in charge, okay? You want to keep giving us history lessons, or do you want to live in the fucking now times where the fucking shit's happening right now, okay? They only put a Jewish guy in charge, okay? I'm not saying, has the Ukrainian government completely purged all existence of white nationalism and extreme racism? No, of course not. No fucking country has. But this idea that Zelensky is somehow, is influenced by any of that, I don't see it at all, dude. I don't see that shit at all. I see him as so separated from that history. It's ludicrous. Okay? Thank you, chicken. So anyway, I think Zelensky's playing this pretty well. He's making it seem, I'm ready to make a deal. I'm not an obstacle to making a deal. You can exploit me. I'll even give up Crimea. If you give me some security guarantees, I'll sit at the table. We'll start the discussions. And Putin's like, no, the only discussion we're having is how much land you're going to give me, even though I haven't even conquered it. That's the only discussion I want to have. And even for Trump, he's like, that's not a good deal. All right, I'm trying to make a deal here, right? And that's really good because that puts Trump in a position where it's like, I have to kick Putin's ass, which is hilarious to me because it's like, God, if this was me sitting in the chair, I'd be like, yes, let's kick Putin's ass, right? I want to be that president that completely embarrasses the Russian military for the next 50 fucking years. The whole world's going to know who the most powerful military, right? Because this whole idea is that Russia was the second most powerful military. My ass, they're getting to the front line in donkey carts, right? So it's, Donald Trump is gonna, ironically, almost inadvertently, gonna be able to, if he wants to, he could take this crown. But anyway, Zelensky over here, I think he's playing this correctly. He's like I said, open to make a deal. Let's make a deal. And Putin's like, suck my deal.
That this week we had a real chance to take important steps toward ending this war. If only Putin had not been afraid to come to Turkey.
Ooh, take that.
I was ready for a direct meeting with Putin, whether in Ankara or in Istanbul, and not just for a meeting, but to resolve all the important issues to my mind.
You see what I'm talking about? It's all on the table, art of the deal, let's have the discussion. That's exactly what Trump wants to hear, right? No No sign whatsoever of any kind of obfuscation. Zero. Like, no, let's go. I'll meet you there. I'll pay for your plane ticket, bro. Let's go. Let's hash this out. That's what Trump wants to hear, right? And he's getting the exact opposite from Putin, and he wants desperately to be on Putin's side because of his own personal reasons.
But he didn't agree to anything. I mean, Putin. And you can also see that the Russian delegation that came to Istanbul is of a very low level. None of them are people who actually make decisions.
The first direct peace talks in 3 years between Russia and Ukraine, they wrapped up just a short time ago in Turkey. Not in attendance, Russian President Vladimir Putin or Ukrainian...
Yada, 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 yada. So you get it. If you want to watch the rest of this, here's the link, but... He's such a troll. No, troll, no. He's doing it correctly, because the message is like they're not serious, Trump. It's all for Trump. Is Trump a Russian asset? No, he's a useful idiot for Russia. He has this image of Russia that's been cemented in his brain since the 80s. No, he's not a Russian asset. And I don't know about the PP tape, you know? I don't know about that PP tape, dog. No sleep to the PP tape. Hilarious stuff. A Ukrainian uncrewed boat, drone, Ukrainian drone. I want video. Yeah, I know, exactly. Me too. I do, but I don't. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to watch it, but I'm going to have to watch that shit. It's like, I don't want to. I'm like, click play. Oh, no, I'm watching it. Why are we watching Russian die? Because Russia is gleefully running into a meat grinder, and that's newsworthy. Ukrainian drone boat destroys Russian warplane for the first time in history, so this is really fascinating stuff. From Pravda, grain of salt here. Oh, we got a video? Nice. Ukrainian uncrewed surface vessels equipped with R-73 air-to-air missiles have reported to have hit Russian Su-30 fighter jet near the port of Novorossiysk. So this is something else. This is historic, folks. Damn, and there it is. Goddamn. Drone technology changes everything, you know? Splash one, yeah. Tango down. Drones change everything. I don't think in my lifetime. Yeah, chicken. Yeah. I mean, I do agree it's distasteful. I do agree. No biggie. Putin once again threatened nuclear war. Blah, blah, blah. News at 11. Russian President Vladimir Putin said Moscow has the strength and means to bring its unprovoked war on Ukraine to its logical conclusion. Yeah, okay. Right. He was seen twirling his mustache and doing finger temples while saying this. We have enough strength and means to bring what was started in 2022 to a logical conclusion with the outcome Russia requires, Putin said. Yeah, go ahead, do it. Squirt one out, Pootie. Squirt one out. Go ahead. Force even Donald Trump to say this is too far, right? Go ahead, use a nuke. Use a nuke. Use a nuke and then still lose. Go ahead and do that. Do that. Be the first country on planet Earth to use a nuke and still get your asses kicked. Yeah, go for it. Do it up. Okay? To the people that want us to be afraid of nuclear blackmail, I need to remind you that if any dictator ever succeeds at nuclear blackmail, it's never gonna stop. It's never gonna stop. Oh, if you don't let me invade another country, I'll do it. I'll do it. Oh, if you don't let me re-enter SWIFT, I'll do it. I'll do it. It never fucking stops. Okay? And I hate to say this to the shills, to the defeatists, to the so-called peaceniks who are not really peaceniks, who make this argument. I'll keep that one to myself. Never mind. Let's keep her moving here. We've been seeing this for quite a while. Russian soldiers have been replacing tanks with motorcycles, ATVs, electric scooters in some cases. We've seen video. Donkey carts, as I mentioned earlier, literally donkey carts. No joke. And here's the thing is that, in some cases, a motorcycle is actually a much better idea because you're weaving in and out of the woods and whatnot. These guys aren't trained for more than a couple days on these. They're not like BMX out there, like, kicking sick tricks and stuff. They're like alcoholic, dudes touching 50 who 3 sheets to the wind, fucking flying down a pothole-filled Ukrainian road, and they get their ass completely fucking smacked with drones, because the drones can easily go the same speed, right? So the whole point is that you're supposed to be off-road. They're too drunk and inexperienced to drive off-road, so they drive on the roads. Sometimes they hit mines, right? But they drive on the roads, wide open to drones. Donkey Kart 64. Okay, it's just another example of how embarrassing the Russian military is, because it is technically a very embarrassing, shambolic operation right now. Shambolic, like this military versus a real, I mean, like Ukraine's a real opponent, but an opponent that it doesn't have one hand tied behind its back, right? Like an alien invasion, right? Or something like this or the United States, not an alien invasion. Let's just say the United States, boots on the ground, completely entering the war. Russia's military is gone, dude, is gone. They think every fucking battle is Stalingrad. They think they can get away with prisoners and alcoholics. And man, I need to stress this. The body count is outrageous. The corpses, you'll see some, you'll see like a Russian guy walking down the road, right? And he's like walking by all these destroyed, pieces of Russian equipment, and the whole place is buzzing with corpse flies. He's like swatting them away from his face, and he's just walking through. All Russian comrades, right? All Russian fellow Russians. Right? Walking over bloated bodies. All right, so here's some of that red meat we all like to see. The Russian military getting its bitch ass handed to itself. Terrible strategic decisions, and that's coming from a complete military amateur. But at this stage, you don't put a column that close to each other. Okay? Look, I understand you put the minesweeper in front. Okay, yep, that's smart. You can follow those tracks. You don't have to be this close. You're about to see why you don't put your machines this close together. Okay, this is why.
Russia launched
because the first one gets hit, then what the rest of the fucking column? What do they have to do? They got to scramble. They're left with their ass hanging out, right? And then that's when Ukraine comes in while these guys are stopped in the middle of the road, ass hanging completely out. That's when the javelins come in, and then the FPVs come in. Yeah, they do deserve the win. They deserve their democracy. They deserve their sovereignty, Ukraine, 100%.
Major offensive against Ukraine. FPV.
I mean, goddamn, you can see the mines. You can see the mines, man. And just like, yep, go through it. That's your job. That's your job. Take this multi-million-dollar machine and roll over a $1,000 mine and completely annihilate it, including all the crew inside. And yep, that's the only solution we got. Don't try to sap the mines. Don't do anything smart or strategic. Just go. We'll roll over your corpse if we need to.
Russia launched a major offensive against Ukraine.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at these mines. Look at this. Look at this. It's suicidal. It's suicidal. As a tank commander, to send your men into this.
FPV drones, Javelin. HIMARS, and precision artillery turned the assault into a disaster. What happens when an armored unit tries to attack Ukrainian positions and falls into an ambush? We've gathered footage with detailed insights into the operation to bring you a solid analysis.
I'm gonna remove captions.
Let's dive into the details together. Stay tuned.
Jesus. And this is obviously some kind of AI, whatever. These are all over the place on the internet. So, you know, I don't know who's funding this and all that. And I know it's AI, so sorry.
A group of Russian tanks and armored personnel carriers formed a convoy to attack Ukraine.
I mean, you know, looking at it from far away, it's like, oh, what's the big deal? Okay, you know, you're a tank commander, you got to risk a few, but then you get the image. These things are filled with human beings. Filled with human beings, and they don't get a chance to run. You hit that mine, you're obliterated. You are parts, you are pieces. It blows up from the bottom, ignites the ammo, whole fucking thing goes up.
Tanks and armored personnel carriers.
So, you know, if you're a Russian, and they just do it every single day, the Russian military does this every single day, sending these goddamn meat pods into the grinder. It's how in the world does your average Russian process this? You know, excuse this. It's literally, you know, I don't know it exists. That's the only way. I mean, I know Russians get media outside of Russia. They can get it on their cell phones and stuff. I know it's illegal to do that, but they can still do that. It's just, man, the kind of delusion you have to be in to see your flesh and blood ripped to shreds like this.
Formed a convoy to attack Ukraine. The convoy consisted of 7 vehicles, 3 tanks and 4 armored personnel.
APCs. APCs can have like 7, 10 soldiers in each one of these.
Carriers. After advancing for a while, they regrouped in an abandoned settlement. Ukrainian forces were ready and watching the Russian convoy. As this tank moved forward, it was struck by a Javelin missile from Ukrainian troops. A close look from the
we get the aerial shot, we get the reaction shot. Come on with this.
The drone camera clearly shows the tank being destroyed.
Boom, there it is right there. Damn.
Despite this, Russian forces continued to advance. Soon, Ukrainian forces fired a second Javelin missile. The target was hit with pinpoint accuracy, resulting in a large explosion. Ukrainian troops didn't stop there. A third Javelin was fired, once again hitting its target and destroying it. One of the Russian APCs, witnessing these strikes, attempted to escape. However, Ukrainian forces fired an RPG before it could get away, striking the vehicle.
What a shot, dude. That's not even a Javelin. That's not even a Javelin. I'm sure it's assisted targeting, but that's still skill.
One of the Russian APCs, witnessing these strikes, attempted to escape. However, Ukrainian forces fired an RPG before
hit a moving target at an angle. That's a skill shot right there.
Get away, striking the vehicle. After the attacks, one remaining Russian tank tried to retreat while firing back at Ukrainian positions. Ukrainian troops immediately counterattacked and hit the tank. The explosion caused significant damage, leaving the tank unable to withstand another strike. Not far from this tank, another previously hit Russian tank exploded, triggering a massive blast. You can observe the intensity of the explosion from the size of the fireball and the shrapnel scattered around. Believing it had escaped the assault, a Russian APC moved toward a wooded area. It stopped to deploy Russian infantry.
See, I don't really appreciate the deceptive editing here because they're splicing in clips of other tanks and stuff to kind of simulate what it would look like. It's kind of dishonest in a way.
A Russian APC moved toward a wooded area.
Right. This is not the tank that we were just looking at, but it's made to kind of look like that. So it's kind of deceptive editing here.
It stopped to deploy Russian infantry. The infantry immediately launched an attack. Ukrainian forces prepared to neutralize them. Meanwhile, the Russian APC began to retreat, but before it could escape, Ukrainian troops successfully destroyed it.
Oh, you know what? Look at this. Look at this real quick. They have this blurred out. You know why they have this blurred out? This is where the soldiers were dropped off. So this happens all the time. APC, like a bat out of hell, right, gets as close to the tree line as possible, dumps the troops out in a panic, in a big fucking panic, big hurry, right, for obvious reasons, scoots the fuck out of there. What happens to these exposed soldiers? Annihilated. They get showered in bullets from Ukrainian soldiers unloading, right? Small arms fire, right? No cover. You just got dropped off, you know, because you're supposed to be able to use your APC as cover, right? Like there's a whole procedure, you know. It's just panic, dropping them off, trying to run, trying to save your own ass, and leaving your guys completely exposed to get fucking destroyed. That's why this is blurred out. Those are bodies.
Ukrainian forces always prioritize destroying Russian vehicles, as they do not want the infantry to retreat from the area.
Yeah, cover got exploded anyway.
The APC was completely blown apart.
A couple of those soldiers might have been able to survive if they had proper cover from small arms fire, even though the tank was, you know, the APC was blown up. Maybe they could have used it for some cover. It's better than literally just ass out in the middle of a fucking barren field. You know, easiest kills you could ever fucking imagine.
Russian forces are now attempting to strike Ukrainian troops with over 100 armored vehicles. They aim to break through Ukrainian defenses by attacking from multiple directions. Do you think this Russian assault will succeed? Let's analyze it together. Ukrainian forces used fragmentation munitions to score a direct hit and destroy a Russian tank. Next, a Russian APC was sent forward for reconnaissance but was immediately targeted and disabled by Ukrainian forces.
I mean, imagine you're cruising along, right? You're like, okay, I'm in the war, we're doing this shit, and you're dead. And the steering wheel has now entered your forehead. It's the Russian military is disgusting. The way that they treat human beings in the Russian military, you know, it's no wonder the fucking Nazis were afraid of the Russian military. Look at how they view humanity.
Simultaneously, Ukrainian artillery put pressure on the Russian convoy, striking another APC. One Russian tank, trying to avoid artillery strikes, took an alternate route but hit a landmine. The next group of Russian tanks advanced.
So yeah, we've already seen this footage, right? So it goes on and on and on and on. And this is one video from a month ago. Okay, this happens. It's every day, bro. All right, it's every fucking day, bro. Jake Paul recently came out with a very meek and weak statement. Let me see if I can find it here. You guys, this will make you laugh. He came out with a weak statement of like, oh, I guess supporting women isn't that bad, guys. Let's see if I can find. Yeah, here it is right here. I guess it's like, I don't know, it's woke or whatever, but I guess women have human rights and stuff.
I don't want to come across like a woke asshole, but like, dude, women have it hard.
Yeah, bro.
Women have it fucking hard.
It's every day,
and I
bro.
empathize with them.
I empathize with them. I empathize with them. Right. Okay. All right, bro. It's every day, bro. It's every day, bro. Okay. Argument about the terrible logo design aside, let's take a look at women are people too. Bro, that's so woke. I don't mean to be like a woke asshole, but I don't know. I guess women deserve human rights. I guess, bro. I mean, don't cancel me. It's funny, being right wing is kind of woke, is now the new woke, right? Because like the new cancel culture is, oh, you believe in DEI, you believe in CRT, get woke, wokester, you're the real fascist, right? It's the new woke, is being a bigot, being a racist bigot is the new woke, guys. Now I know, Chicken, I know. I'm not happy about the logo. I've talked about, how I believe Zelensky should do some reforms. But at the same time, he's in a rock and a hard place. This is one of the most effective battalions in the entire Ukrainian military. Okay. The Panzers were ass tanks. That thick armor was. It's interesting. I learned a factoid about the German tanks during World War II. They all had really thick armor, but it was super, super rigid, unlike the Abrams that had a softer armor. And what would happen is that, sure, it would deflect, a lot of stuff, but if there was a hit that was able to actually penetrate, it would send shrapnel inside the tank like crazy because the thick armor would shatter. But in the Abrams, because the armor was softer, even though penetrations would happen, there was a higher survival rate because the tank wasn't turning into shrapnel on the inside, spalling. Oh, thank you, spalling. But yeah, it's interesting. I'm back on my bullshit again, watching World War II documentaries. God help me. It never stops. I swear to God, there's clips of Adolf Hitler that I've seen more times than any other image in my life. You know what I mean? Back on my bullshit with those World War II documentaries. It's every day, bro. Anyway, are you strapped in? Are you sitting down? Are you ready? Do you got your fucking guts, ready to hold on to? This shit is amazing. Yeah, chicken. Come and See is actually free on YouTube for some godforsaken reason. You can see Come and See, but yeah, Come and See is devastating film, and you can absolutely see. That's just it's a brilliant fucking film. There's no other way to put it. But yeah, it's free on YouTube. Check it out. I'm not on the spectrum, okay, but I am an ally. I'm not autistic. I'm just neurotic. Right? I'm neurotic, but I'm not autistic. But I'm a big ally. I think autistic people fucking rock. I think they're awesome. Straight up. You got the Elons. There's lots of Elons, okay? But honestly, I've met more awesome people that are autistic than Elons. You know what I mean? And I severely doubt that Elon is autistic. I think he's just an asshole. Of course, Chem Goblin. I hope you're doing other things to take care of yourself outside of watching war footage. I've been watching Abraham Lincoln documentaries. That's something. Lincoln went through it, man. The guy had several kids die. His wife's going fucking bonkers, and he's dealing with a full-blown civil war. I had no idea Abraham Lincoln, talk about drama. That guy, the tea was spilling. There's a problem every fucking day. There's a problem every fucking day. I have no idea how Abraham Lincoln did it. Yeah, he's a sociopath, right? Yeah, okay. Anyway, you strapped in? Let's have some fun here. This is Azov. They're not showing the videos of them mowing, because like the prisoners will start coming out of the hole. Then one guy thinks he's Rambo, and they sweep the hole. They kill them all. And by the way, that's legal according to the Geneva Conventions, right? You're not allowed to pretend to give up, and then you start killing, and then you're still protected. So it's not like Azov is showing that. So this is very selective in what we're seeing, but this still, shows us what it's like, what it's like to do this job, right? To be shot at and still take these guys prisoner. It's really something else.
Есть кто живой? Если есть, выходи. Убивать не будем.
We're going to go premium bitrate with this one. Except they did show it. Azov Battalion does release, you can go to our combat footage and you can see the videos that they release of them, killing people, uncensored. So that does exist. Okay, chicken. All right. Make sure you tell your fellow Russian shills that they should get the fuck out of Ukraine. Okay? And by the way, this is not Azov killing Russians. This is Azov taking Russians prisoner. One shouldn't brag about their cowardice, chicken, right? I guess you do call yourself a chicken, but one shouldn't put into chat that I'm a coward and I'm not willing to see what's happening. Right? Just Just leave quietly, right? I don't need an announcement of your cowardice. Keep that to yourself. This footage blows my mind every time, dude. Okay, I'm gonna remove the subtitles. Looks like they're doing them. No, you're not preserving your own humanity. Whatever. Look, I'm not getting into a debate with you. I thought you were leaving. Can you leave? You've heard what I had to say. Now go ahead and leave. All right, fair enough. Fair enough. I'll rescind my coward comments, but just keep that shit to yourself, okay? Because we're busy seeing how the real world actually is, okay? Just don't brag. Just don't brag about it. Just don't put it in the chat. You know what I mean? Just keep that shit to yourself. Damn. So right there. So that's totally nuts. If you can't see it there, no, it's look. You know, Comrade Chicken wants to do that. Yeah, I will rescind my coward comments. No problem. Just keep it to yourself in the future. But look at this. So he's approaching. There's a Russian right here. This is like an entrance to a basement. And watch right here. Damn, dude. Damn. Had this Russian lined that up better, this guy would be smoked. Nuts, dude. Totally nuts, right? So he mag dumps the door, then they throw nades in. You know, and then eventually the stupid bastards realize they're not getting out of this one, and then they come out. Oh no, not this guy actually, sorry. Watch what he says here. He's burning inside. So yeah, that's what Rambos get. You know, that's what Rambos get, you know, and like you think Putin appreciates that? You know, do you think he's going to get a statue? Maybe he gets a funeral. Maybe his mother gets a couple thousand rubles or something. But do you think Putin really, oh, look at this brave soldier, right? Fighting to the very fighting until absolute, you know, to the last man, you know? What a hero. He died like a rat in a hole. He died like a rat in a fucking hole for Vladimir Putin, who doesn't give a shit about this guy. Right? He should have saved his own fucking skin.
Він горить внутрі. Що там, що? Вийшов?
So they were covering a position. Russian ran out, 200, took him out. All they need to do is give up. You know, and don't worry. After the prisoner swap, they don't even send you home. They go right from the prisoner swap right back to the front line. So you'll get another chance. Just give up. Just give up. The Russian military will ensure that you're back on the front lines as soon as the prisoner swap is over with. So you'll get another shot at this. You know what I mean? The only thing that makes sense is the people that believe the propaganda, right? Because what does the Russian military tell these poor fools? Oh, you're the worst torture imaginable. You have no idea what the Ukrainian military does to you. It's the absolute worst. It's better to just die. You know, don't get captured. You don't want to get captured. You know, it's all lies and propaganda, Western lies. They don't feed you. You know, it's the worst. You think we're bad in Russia? They're twice as bad in Ukraine, etc. etc. So they believe that shit. They believe that, and then they end up dying like a rat in a hole, you know, in someone else's basement.
Один дебіл виліз від 200.
Whoops. So he said it was clear. It wasn't clear. There was one guy crawled out of there. They drag his dead ass in so that they can pull intel off him.
Ми зараз,
It's not worth it.
і Рим перед сараєм, оце перед підвалом. Дивимося дебіла.
Yeah. It's a good thing Comrade Chicken left. I didn't realize there was this much Russian death. I thought it was more. We're going to see some Russians getting taken prisoner, but kind of forgot about this part. It's nasty business. It's nasty fucking business, okay? And none of these Ukrainians want to do this.
Два телефона,
you know?
Скородейка.
Right? If Putin leaves today, the fighting stops today. You know, Ukraine's not continuing past the Russian borders. They're not gonna go into Crimea and slaughter a bunch of Russians. If Putin stops fighting today, the Ukrainians stop fighting. Okay, and that has been the case since the very beginning.
Їхня карта зв'язку.
They don't want to be here.
Ми підходимо до тої ями, де сиділи. Бачу підвал.
Man, these crazy little Ukrainian basements and stuff, it's so nuts.
Підвал забитий чимось внутрі.
Yeah, so they got a little barricade up. They got a little barricade up in there.
Хто там?
Yeah, so this is what smart Russians look like.
Хто? Камик, с какой бригады, пацаны? Девятка? Сколько вас там? Один? Точно? Выходи без оружия только.
And sometimes they come out of there. Sometimes they come out of there guns a-blazing. It's like the perfect position, though. Imagine if you had this position in like a video game, like multiplayer level, like you know the player is going to be exiting, but you could stand right here and just like have full view. It's perfect position. Yeah, thanks, Russia. Thanks for bombing all these areas and making them so porous. You know, providing perfect cover for your men. Yeah, that's why you yeah, exactly. Well, they weren't responding, you know? They're shooting out of the door, not responding to any orders. You got no choice. You got to throw the nades in.
Точно один.
This is what being a smart Russian looks like.
В подвале кто-то есть? В подвале кто-то есть? Ты один? Взяли в плен. Точно никого нету? Заходи в подвал, сейчас посидим с тобой.
That's interesting. They, you know, the basement's the smartest place to be, right? Because you know they have to worry about Russian drones as well. So they lead him in. You know, got any traps? He's gonna want to avoid them.
Тут кто? Убери это.
Remove this shit. Right. So he was trying to be clever, right? Trying to do something at the last second.
Жулик, я суббота.
Sometimes it works.
Заходим пока в подвал.
I'm surprised he had cigarettes.
Кто заезжал сюда? Сколько вас заезжало? Это какого подразделения? Девятка. Попробуйте. Так. Що ти з ногою? Масівка?
It was just a small injury.
Ні, з ногою що?
He got hit with some drone shrapnel, but it wasn't a big one.
Нема масівки.
Yeah, so he didn't even have a tourniquet on. He just had a bandage.
А сколько вас заезжало вообще?
I think you can hear them reloading their magazines. I think that's what they're doing. They're putting cartridges in their magazines. Holy shit, man.
Сколько человек?
If you've ever played DayZ or if you've ever played Escape from Tarkov or any of those other, you know, strategic tactical shooter games where you have to, you know, reload your magazines, like it all, like you get into a safe position, you get into a place of cover, right? You get a little extra time to breathe, so you put some bullets into your magazines. It's just so crazy to see this in like real life.
8 в машині? Що вам сказали, яка задача у вас? Короче, висадиться, закрепиться в хаті, да? И держать оборону. Вообще, какую мотивацию руководство?
Right, so they're asking, what were your orders? You know, what are you supposed to, you know? Problems with the law. So another prisoner. Not a prisoner.
Сидевший за... Ну, які проблеми з законом?
So this is what's happening in Russia, right? You get into a bar fight, you get into a fist fight, and then a couple months later, you're on the front lines in Ukraine, right? It's like, well, we'll either torture you and kick your ass in a Russian prison, you know, and you know, call you a coward and like literally treat you as like you scum of the earth out in Siberia. We'll send you to Siberia or whatever, or we'll send you to the front lines, right? Shouldn't have gone into a fist fight.
Ну, и шо?
Got into a drunk fight. We were in a cafe. Wow.
І що в тебе там була драка, яка ножова якась?
No, just took away a man's phone. Wow.
Ти, якщо що, пробігти зможеш? Пробіжать зможеш?
Метров 150.
Короче, надо пробежать метров 100. Хотелось поехать убивать, но...
That's the thing, he didn't have much choice, you know? Because they will torture you. Russia will torture you if you refuse service. They will kick your ass, you know, they'll break your legs, break your fingers. Alright, it's like, well, maybe it is better to go to the front lines. I said fucking faster, bitch.
Хай виходять на дорогу і ловлять його, як прийдемо. Плюс, ми прийдемо, а ти переживав.
So there you go. Right. Okay. This one's more tense. Okay. No. I need to show you this one too. This one gets pretty hairy. All right. I think he threw an explosive in there. No. Did he just throw a brick? I think that's the explosive. Yeah. I think the first one he just threw a brick in there just to see how they react. I guess no one was in there. And once again, you know, it's just someone's house, you know, some innocent Ukrainian, you know, and their whole life turned upside down. You know, they were living in this house. It's not like, you know, they just trying to live some meager life, and no, you know, Putin's got other ideas. Okay, so he throws a frag in there, and they're stupid enough to respond with random shots out an empty doorway. Yeah, no, because the soldier's smart enough, he's going to be standing in the doorway. Got him. Yeah, good one. Good shots. You can't see any of the bullets. It's just crazy. It was a banger, not a frag. Then they start shooting. I can't tell the difference. I don't know. Get out, you fuckers. So it's interesting. The Russians inside are shouting like friendlies, because they're not sure. I think they're probably partially deaf, right, after the two grenades. But they're like, are you guys Russians?
Оружие выкидывай! Не выходи! Вылази, тварь! Выкидывай оружие, выходи! Сколько вас человек? Мои, брат, мои! Вылази, кидай оружие! Вперед! Мои, брат! Оружие! Я не верю, что...
Friendlies, you got right? You guys are Russian, right?
Слово офицера даю, что не убью! Выкидывай оружие! Теперь будешь жить! Давай, давай! Я слово офицера тебе дал.
Just fucking debris and shit everywhere. This is how Russia fights their fucking wars. Total obliteration.
Давай, давай, давай! Быстрее!
Yeah, Simply Steve, I've seen that. Some of the drones will just straight up collapse the roof on top of them.
Давай быстрее!
Oh man.
Давай туда.
Oh fuck, dude.
Автоматы, где ваш?
Yeah, he has nothing to worry about as long as no one shoots.
Быстрее! Быстрее! Туда на!
Is that a North Korean? We might have a North Korean right there. I don't mean to sound racist there, but I don't know. He kind of looks Asian a little bit. Yeah, a little late for sorry. Yeah. So this, once again, this is what smart Russians look like. And don't worry, Putin will send you right back. You know, he'll send your ass right back to the front lines. No, so you get another shot. It's all good. I know. I mean, I know what I would do if I was in the Russian military and I was in this situation. You know, this is crazy too. They shoot a fucking drone out of the sky. Yeah, it's nuts. Just casual. You know, could die at any moment. Drone coming in. They take positions and just shoot it out of the sky. Like just like ultimate motherfucking G's. Just motherfucking true ultimate badasses over here. Yeah, no problem. Cattered, is that what it's called? Awesome. Just total badasses. RDG-7, that's a big grenade. I don't know. I can't tell. Oh, it's called getting captured. Yeah. Yeah, gladly. You know. Yeah. Oh man, where's your weapon? Oh, I dropped it a mile ago. I literally haven't had a weapon the whole time. I haven't even fired a shot. It's good propaganda. I realized you were from Azov at once. That's good propaganda, dude. It's pretty fucking effective propaganda. Because they're badasses. This is, you know, it's one of the hottest wars. And honestly, I don't think in my lifetime I've ever seen a military as deadly and professional and effective as the Ukrainian military. Oh, well, they're not winning. Okay, the understanding the dynamics and what's happening on the battlefield, you have to understand that what Ukraine has been able to accomplish with what they have is nothing short of spectacular, honestly. Amazing stuff, folks. Wish I had more time, but I gotta go. Sorry. Did all the Justice MTG people leave? This is too much. This is too much, man. No, all respect to Justice MTG. I'm a big fan. Really love your stuff. Like I said, I don't think I agree with you. Oh, Elron's still here. Nice. But no, I have a lot of respect for Justice MTG. I've seen a lot of her stuff. You know, like I said, I don't agree with all the commie stuff, but like I said, we need more allies. We need more people fighting, making good points, fighting hard, and that's exactly what Justice MTG is doing. This is great. Looking ahead to being back for more. Thank you, German Cow. Appreciate it. Yeah, we do real news on the News Underground, and that's really hard to do sometimes, real news. This is so distracting. Why do I still have this? It's sexist and distracting. There we go. Call me now. Remember Miss Cleo? Call me now. I love Magic the Gathering. That's fun. I have lots of Magic cards. I've never played a game. Never once. I have like thousands of Magic the Gathering cards. Never played it. Never once. I'm just a consumerist whore. But no, big props once again to Justice MTG. Highly recommend, you check her out if you haven't already. I'm honored, simply honored that she would come through. I think this is the second time. I didn't really recognize the first time, but no, once again, I'm actually super honored. Thank you so much. Justice MTG. Big props to Female Eunuchs, Ice King of Space, German Cow, L. Ron Hubbard, very funny name, Ice King of Space, ya boy Lenny from south of Boston, Chem Goblin, who's now going as Chemuth. I guess Chem Goblin has turned into a Pokemon. Congratulations to Chem Goblin for turning into a Pokemon. Hashtag more Lenny. Folks, if you're not subscribing to Lenny, you just don't know what's going on, okay? Make sure you're clicking that follow button on Lenny. You'll enjoy the streams. Pro-consumer streams, consumer protection advocacy. Good stuff. Good stuff. Simply Steve, big props to you. Thank you for coming in. All you lurkers, by the way, big props to Comrade Chicken, Allen City. But no, big props to all you lurkers. Thank you. You know, you're not participating in the chat, but you're enjoying the stream. I do appreciate it. Absolute Zero, thank you for coming in. Very much appreciate that. Poodles Rule. Poodles Rule was here from the very beginning, so big props. Big props to anybody that was here from the very beginning. Thank you. You can just call me Kem. And leave out the goblin? I don't know, dog. I don't know if I'm going to do that. Female Eunuchs, good to see you. Welcome back, and big props to you. Ribbons, Trailhead. Sorry, Trailhead, I didn't see you right away, but thank you for coming back, Trailhead. Lovely to see you again. Big props. Big props. We got props for everybody. Crail of Xanath. Lovely to see Crail of Xanath. Thank you, You're Tubing. Big props to you. Thank you, You're Tubing. Bruh. Don't misgender me, bruh. I'm sorry, bro. I don't mean to misgender you, bro. It's just I literally don't know how to interact with people without saying bruh, bro, man, or dude. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, bro. I can't help but saying dude, bro. I'm sorry. Ah! I have a long way to go. I gotta, you know, it's okay. It's a struggle to be an ally. Okay, we got to do it right if we want to have respect for other people. So quit misgendering people, bro. Jeez, dude. Fragwiz, big props to you. Fragwiz, love that icon. Very cute. Fragwiz, thank you for coming back. Sorry, dude, bro, mate. Listen, bro, I'm not your dude, homie. No, but I'll, you know, I try my best to show respect for trans folks, and you know, it's you know, it's hard. It's hard for cis people to do that. So it's you know, one day we'll get it. Just got to work at it. No, I should be able to misgender. I should be able to make people feel lesser than me because I'm an alpha, bro. I'm an alpha, bro. How about no? How about no? How about we show respect for people? Didn't we learn anything from, like, Big Bird? I'm sure Big Bird said something about that. All right, folks. Thank you once again for showing up. Peace in that motherfucking Middle East. Glory to the Ukrainian democracy and all democracies, quite frankly. And we'll see you next time. I'm Abandoned Nihilism, and this has been the News on the Ground. And once again, big props to Justice MTG. Thank you again. Thank you, big props. Thank you. Thank you for that follow, Rocco File. Lenny, big props. Thank you, Lenny. Ice King of Space. Now that I'm a big deal streamer and all the other streamers think I'm cool and stuff, you know, you guys really got to start chipping in with the donations and stuff, okay? You really got to start giving me money and not arguing with me in the chat because I'm, like, popular and stuff now, so... I mean, I don't mean to brag, but Justice MTG did kind of raid me, so that, you know, sorry. Okay, I'm kind of a big deal. Don't mean to saying. Big props, everybody. Thank you for being here. Keep it fucking underground.
It's that nigga MC Spade, finna make him break a bitch. Smack her all upside her head and let her know my pepper dick. She gon' try to make it look as if you going out like a hoe. Never think twice by the bitch, cause when you pippin', then you know. Don't get caught up with no woman, bitches try to get your head. Make it break it, take that hoe and have that hoe making your bread. Rearrange the situation, clock your door and think before. Always stay a step ahead and make her make your cash.